almost as loud as his shout rang out from the room upstairs. What the heck? Filled with anger, Robert jumped out of the driver's seat of his F-150 and ran into the building. Next, a series of thuds rang out as he ran up the stairs. Finally, there was a loud bang as he opened the door. "Ah, Luke, what happened to you, brat?" Robert's shout rang out once more, followed by the voice of a woman. A minute later, Robert could be seen running out of the building with a young man on his back. Following him was a flustered, middle-aged woman with a 5-year-old boy in tow. "Catherine, drive your car and come with Joseph. Be careful on the road and don't rush." Robert turned around and said a few hasty words before placing the young man on his back in the back seat. After helping the young man lie down, he rushed to the driver's seat. He started the car, and the Ford's engine roared furiously as the car sped off toward the highway and rushed away. One day later, Luke regained consciousness. He stared blankly at the ceiling above him and only recalled what happened after a short while. The moment he recalled what happened, his heart surged with excitement. However, he still quickly suppressed the excitement and calmed down. He scanned his surroundings and found that he was in a hospital ward. Apart from him, Claire was also in the ward. She was currently sleeping soundly on a sofa not far away from him. The moment he laid his eyes on Claire, he heaved a sigh of relief. Since his younger sister was here, Robert must have been the one to send him to the hospital. He continued listening to the sounds around him and found that the place was nearly empty as there were no sounds of human activity at all. From that, he judged that it was probably late at night now. The hospital was enveloped in silence. Only then did Luke shut his eyes and shout inwardly with all his emotions poured into it, "Come out, system." Next, he received no response. What damned system was this? Luke stopped himself from cursing and once again called out with all his emotions, "Come out, system, my daddy." Next, still no response. Luke, "System, my son." "System, my grandson." "System, you having S**X somewhere." Fine, still no response. Luke started cursing inwardly. "System, at the very least you should show me an interface or something, right? Or a character page or something. What is the meaning of this? Why are you pretending to be dead?" Right after he said those words in his mind, a string of data appeared in his mind. This was completely different from the interface or character page that he had been expecting. The data had all appeared directly in his brain. He didn't need to read some character page. User, Luke alias Luke Carlson. Strength, 12 physical strength. Dexterity, 11 agility nimbleness. Mental strength, 12 mental fortitude. Level 0. Experience 0. Credit 0. And nothing else. Luke was driven mad with anger when he realized that there was nothing else. He felt like grabbing hold of the system to give it a beating. Unfortunately, he didn't know where the system was located. As for Luke's origins, the story started 13 years ago. On a random day 13 years ago, Luke suddenly woke up and found that he had turned into a Caucasian boy, a 5-year-old brat named Luke Carlson. He wasn't lost or confused for long before he found out from the system that he hadn't transmigrated, with his soul taking over a new body. Rather, he was Luke himself. But for some reason, there was a certain requirement his brain had to meet before the system could be activated. Thus, the system had only activated automatically when he was 5 years old. On top of that, his memories from his past life returned to him as well. He thus went on with his daily life in ignorance, and only after he was 5 years old did he realize that he hadn't lived his previous life in this same world. He had been a Chinese in his past life, and had lived an ordinary yet peaceful life until he was 30 years old. Every single day, he would go to his workplace, a certain company, without fail. He had been an administrative worker there, a job which paid enough to put food on his table. He lived by the same schedule and earned enough of a salary to pay his bills. His life had revolved around making a living and waiting for his eventual death. His was a completely ordinary life. Then, on a certain night, he fell asleep watching some American TV show at home. The episode that had been playing at the time of his death had been about a certain case in a certain village in the United States. When he saw the beautiful scenery and the vast land on TV, he thought to himself how wonderful it would be if he could live there. and that was the last memory he had of that world. It was clear that after he fell asleep that night, he arrived in the United States of this world for some unknown reason, and it was a world different from his past life. He had also transformed into a baby. He still had the memories of Luke from before he turned 5 as well. The memories were the same as those of other normal children. What he should remember he still remembered, while the memories from when he was younger, such as during his infancy, had all been forgotten. But he was well aware that this United States wasn't the same United States from his previous life. That was because his memory of his previous life stopped at the year 2018, but here he had been born in 1985. Even bigger proof that this was a different world was the fact that the current president of the United States was a woman of Latino descent, the 57-year-old Michelle Borg. Although Luke never did pay much attention to the presidents of the United States in his past life, he still knew that in his previous life, there had never been a female president or a president of Latino descent, and certainly never a female president of Latino descent. Thus, it was clear that he hadn't transmigrated to over 20 years ago. Rather, he had arrived in a parallel world. Luke had extremely complicated feelings about all of this. He had once hoped that this was the same world from his previous life. If so, he would be able to once again see his parents and his siblings. However, he had no idea if his parents and siblings would accept that they now had a Caucasian son and brother. But the harsh reality was that he could no longer return to them. In his past life, however, he had been a jaded and unambitious youth. Thus, he soon forgot those complicated emotions, which were completely pointless. Firstly, he couldn't think of a way to return anyway. Secondly, his siblings would take care of his parents. He only hoped that his disappearance wouldn't sadden them too much, although that was a bit too hopeful. After living in this world for more than 10 years, Luke finally shed the longing for his previous world and became an American born and bred here through and through. Truthfully, he also had a lot of complaints about his living environment. Why was it that when other people transmigrated, they would either end up the son of some financial group owner, or in a metropolis like New York, yet when he transmigrated, he wound up in some rural countryside out in the middle of nowhere? Since his awakening at 5, he had been living in the state of Texas, or to be precise, in Knox City, or to be even more precise, in a tiny town outside Knox City. There were only about 2,000 residents in this tiny town, which was equivalent to the population of a village in China in his previous life. Different to China in his previous life, this place was incredibly vast and widespread, and after leaving town, one could drive for a long time without seeing a single soul. The only reason he had lived in such a rural area for 13 years, and had even survived until his graduation from senior high school, was because he was a man with a system. Since he was 5, he knew he had a system, but this system had never given him any sort of response. Like a stone, it stayed there and didn't move, but for some reason, he was able to sense that this system did indeed exist. But he couldn't accurately pinpoint where. He had never mentioned this to anyone else, as that would only cause Robert and Catherine to think that he was mental. In any case, the system had transmitted one thing to him, which was that it would only be fully activated once he became an adult. Thus, Luke had no choice but to soldier on. The system insisted on pretending like it was dead. What else could he do about it? It wasn't the first time he had tried calling the system various names such as Dad, Granddaddy, and so on. He would usually start calling the system other names such as grandson, grandkid, and so on after being ignored. Even so, the system had remained silent all these years. When he read about main characters in novels, their systems possessed either intelligence or artificial intelligence and had different personalities. They could be aloof, proud, cold, outwardly kind, but inwardly evil, adorable, talkative, or even despicable. When the main characters had nothing to do, they could chat up their systems. But this system he had obtained was no artificial intelligence. In fact, this was a retarded machine. Otherwise, there really was no other explanation for the lack of response from this system. And just like that, Luke grew up uneventfully, studying until he finally reached the day of his senior high school graduation prom. That was also the day he turned 18 years old. Just as he was suiting up in his room upstairs, preparing for the prom, the system suddenly sent him a message. The host has been detected as having reached adulthood. The system is formally activated, and synchronization will begin in 10 seconds. "What the heck?" Luke was able to cry out. After that, before he could think of anything else, intense pain assailed his brain. His eyes instantly darkened as his body's self-defense mechanism kicked in from the intense pain, causing him to pass out. The first thing Robert saw after he arrived upstairs was Luke lying unconscious on the ground. Next, Robert sent him to the hospital, and after one day in a coma, Luke woke up. Currently, only his sister, Claire, was here, and she was sound asleep. This was the right time for him to unveil his prize. The so-called prize was the system. All these years, he had felt like someone who found out that he had inherited immense wealth, but couldn't touch it until many years later. Yes, in a way, that was how he felt. This system was akin to a legacy his previous life had left him. During those 13 long years, Luke had been waiting for this one thing. And after he woke up, he finally understood why the system would only activate once he became an adult. That was because the system needed to synchronize with his soul to bind them both together. Prior to adulthood, his body, or to be precise, his brain wouldn't be able to bear the shock from the synchronization. It could easily kill him. Luke was rendered completely speechless as he cursed inwardly. "Can't you tell me earlier if you're going to synchronize with me? Like maybe give me a one-day notice?" The system had actually given him a simple countdown of 10 seconds before directly starting the synchronization. And thus, not only was he hospitalized, his graduation prom was ruined as well. Even worse was the fact that his current girlfriend, Jymna, had wanted to dance with him. After leaving her in the lurch, he wondered if that fierce kitten would scratch him to death. Nevertheless, that was something for him to worry about later. For now, his focus was still on the system. But the system's stupidity surpassed even his expectations. After the formal activation, even after the synchronization, the system still pretended like it didn't exist. The data he had received from the system didn't have so much as a character page, a panel, or a window. It was just pure data that could be seen, with no other tips or hints for him. Luke couldn't help but mumble in his heart, "System, you should have a name at the very least, right?" Suddenly, the system gave a reaction. Super Brave Detective System, to be abbreviated as Super Detective System, and nothing else. Luke couldn't even be bothered to be angry at the system anymore. He calmed down and started studying the system. Although he had been cursing the system for being so useless, and for not even having a user interface and so on, there was still something useful about it. Logically speaking, one could deduce that since the system had given him some numbers, it was plausible that those numbers could be increased. From the three main attributes, strength, dexterity, and mental strength, Luke could judge that there was nothing out of the ordinary about the parameters the system used to measure a human. And the system had also tacitly agreed that for an ordinary person, the average value for all three attributes was 10. As for Luke, he had a strength of 12, dexterity of 11, and mental strength of 12. In other words, he was slightly above average. But that was probably because the majority of the people here worked as manual labor, while the students here enjoyed exercising. Luke himself had also joined the fad, and would occasionally follow the bodybuilding addicts from his class to the gym. Of course, for those people, bodybuilding was a passion. For him, he was only playing around. Thus, his strength was only 12, a number only slightly above average. As for a dexterity of 11, that was likely because he hadn't gone through any specialized training. Thus, he was only 1 point above an ordinary person. As for a mental strength of 12, he had some inkling of what that meant. Mental would definitely be related to his brain, or to be precise, to the speed at which his brain operated. None of the three main attributes was much higher than the other two, yet none was particularly weaker as well. He was left wondering if the system could help improve these attributes. Next on the list was level, experience, and credit, all three at 0. That indicated that he had a level, and he could obtain experience and credit points. As for how many experience points would be required for him to level up, and what to do with the credit points, he could slowly figure that out in the future. At the very least, he now knew that the system wasn't completely worthless. After spending half a day researching it, Luke started experimenting with the system. "Master System, can you give me a reaction?" "Answer me, how can I level up?" "Experience, of course I know it's through experience. How am I supposed to get experience?" "Mission." "Where is the mission?" "Dang, you're only showing me the mission after I asked for it." Luke's repeated experiments finally garnered a response from the system, and he finally received additional information from it. Of course, there was still no user interface or anything similar. Mission: officially become a policeman. Time limit: 1 month. Rewards: 10 experience points, 10 credit points. When Luke received the mission, he felt incredibly touched, so much so that he almost teared up. Thank you, system. Indeed, this system wasn't useless. Indeed, he could earn experience and credit points. But after a short while, the excited Luke sank into thought. He had read a lot of novels, many of them related to main characters with systems. Putting specifics aside, systems generally could be separated into a few types. The first type of system was the mysterious kind, where users would be supplied with magic skills, martial arts, immortal cultivation manuals, or even superpowers. The second type of system was the technological kind, where users would be supplied with weapons, gadgets, genetic strengthening, interstellar battleships, and so on. The third type was a real-world system, which involved books that required the main characters to become superstars, scientists, criminals, heroes of justice, and so on. The third type would occasionally be mixed up with the first and second types, but the main focus would still be on the real world. What Luke wanted the most was the first type. The rewards he stood to gain from the first type would always be the most enticing. His second choice would be the second type, where he could obtain technological rewards. After all, when technology reached a high enough level, it might not be weaker than the rewards one could gain from the first type of system. And the third type was his last choice. And if he had no choice but to take the third type, he didn't mind getting a system which required him to be a superstar, a super author, a super screenwriter, or a super schemer. All these were acceptable choices, or to be a scientist amassing wealth from his inventions. That would be a good option as well. 2. Police assault, lipstick mark, and everything is bigger. Regardless of whether he became a superstar, a super author, or a tech tycoon, all of them meant that a large number of high-class women would rush into his embrace. He no longer needed to worry about the lack of a girlfriend. In fact, as a winner in life, he wouldn't even need a girlfriend. Many women would be willing to fool around with him without him even needing to lift a finger. But super detective system, and the first mission was for him to formally become a police officer. He was greatly saddened by that. Why? Because Robert was an officer, the sheriff of the town they lived in. No, sheriff wasn't Robert's last name. The so-called sheriff referred to a township's law enforcer, or in other words, someone similar to a police chief. The law enforcement in these towns was somewhat different from the police departments of larger cities. Both were law enforcement agencies, yet sheriffs were in truth paid from the residents' own pockets, and were in a way private police officers. As someone who had lived with Robert for more than 10 years, Luke was extremely clear on the amount of money a police officer in a small town made. Robert only made about USD 54,000 annually, and even that was a pre-tax amount. And he was the chief. For those ranked below him, their annual pay could go as low as USD 32,000. Even with Robert's pay, he was barely making enough to support their entire family. Fortunately, Texas had some of the lowest taxes in the United States, and the cost of living here was rather low too. In addition, Catherine also worked as a teacher. Because of that, Robert's family didn't have to live in poverty. And now, this shitty system was actually telling Luke to become a police officer. Wasn't that a trap? Since this was a super detective system, why couldn't he go and become a private detective or something? As a private detective, it was possible to make millions a year if he did well. With the system's help, Luke could very well become wealthy as a private detective. But what sort of future could he have if he became a police officer? Even New York's police chief didn't make more than USD 200,000 a year. Of course, the higher-ranked ones didn't rely solely on their salary to get rich. After they retired, they could perhaps go and give speeches, write a book, or go into politics and easily make millions a year. That was legally allowed. But Luke was only 18 years old this year. How far away was retirement for him? Furthermore, if he could only get rich after he reached the age of retirement, what was the point of his life? Even worse, 3 days ago, Luke nearly got into a quarrel with Robert while talking about jobs. That was because Robert wanted him to join their police department after graduation, and Luke firmly rejected him. His goal was to become a wealthy person. He had a system, even if it was a system that would only activate after he became an adult. According to the law in the United States, those who were 21 and above in age were considered adults. After all, they could already start drinking alcohol at that age. How could they not be considered adults then? Luke had believed he only needed to wait another 3 years for the system. Never had he expected that he would only need to wait 3 days for the system to activate. And after activation, it wanted him to become a police officer. That was, had he done any evil to deserve this? Luke started crying silent tears in his heart. It wasn't that he was worried about Robert. Although Robert wasn't his biological father, he was as good as, given their relationship. If Luke suddenly changed his mind and agreed to become a police officer, Robert would tease him for a bit at most, and would still help him with it. Robert was a normal Texan citizen who had once served in the army and once ran a ranch before ultimately becoming a police officer. He was a coarse but straightforward and direct person. Luke lay on the hospital bed with extremely complicated emotions and started letting his thoughts run wild, and without realizing it, he fell asleep again. After a long time, a voice sounded by his ear. "Luke, wake up." Still half asleep, Luke mumbled, "No, Claire, let me sleep in. It's the school holidays." And indeed, that voice stopped. After a short while, a hoarse voice rang out. "Robert, Luke should be fine now, but he's refusing to wake up. I can't do anything about it." "Oh. You're coming over? Sure, all right. I'm going camping with Shelley and the others, so I'm leaving in an hour regardless of whether or not you get here by then." Next, there was ongoing rustling in the room, as if someone was bustling around. After an hour, a fragrant smell drifted over and warm lips landed on Luke's cheek. Then, a voice sounded. "Luke, sweet dreams. Robert is coming over, so I'm heading out first." Luke mumbled unhappily and turned around before continuing to sleep. The woman giggled before walking out of the ward. As for Luke, he was still happily in dreamland. In his dream, he was holding an RPG in one hand and a Gatling gun in the other. He fired both weapons at once, forcing numerous aliens to flee. After that, he laughed smugly. "I'm a super police, who else?" Suddenly, he felt like the entire world was swaying, as if a massive earthquake was happening. The buildings around him started collapsing and crashing down on him. With a miserable wail, Luke sat up. Bang! After a muffled noise, Luke collapsed back on the bed with dazed eyes. Robert withdrew his hands from where he had been shaking Luke and expressionlessly rubbed his head, which hurt from the collision, before saying, "Excellent. Looks like you're in good spirits." Assaulting a police officer so early in the morning. Luke slowly recovered from his daze but was still rubbing his head with a grimace on his face. He sneered instinctively. "Robert, I'm not a criminal, nor am I your subordinate. Remember." Right after he said those words, he froze. Shit. He was too used to bickering with Robert. What should he do now? The first mission from the system was to formally become a police officer, and he only had a time limit of 1 month. And Robert was the only person who could help him become a police officer in a month. After all, Robert was the sheriff here and was the sole chief in town. And if Luke became a police officer, Robert would end up his boss. But perhaps it was because he was lying in a hospital bed that Robert didn't argue with him like he would have in the past. Rather, he asked, "How are you feeling?" Luke replied, ignoring what happened earlier, "I think I'm fine now. I'm just hungry." Robert replied, "I'll go get some food for you then." He turned around to leave after saying that, but Luke quickly stopped him. "No, wait, I'm already fine. Robert, take me home. I miss Catherine's breakfast." Robert turned and said, "Are you sure you're fine?" Luke replied, "Neither of us is a doctor. If I want to leave, I'll need the doctor's consent." Robert gave that some thought and agreed. Thus, he left to look for a doctor. The doctor arrived and asked some simple questions before saying that Luke was fine and could be discharged from the hospital. But before he left, the doctor couldn't help but give Luke a word of advice. "You're fine physically, apart from a concussion, but you didn't have one when you were admitted last night." Luke covered his face speechlessly. Just earlier, his head had crashed heavily into Robert's. It was still hurting now. He could only nod helplessly as he said, "Got it, doctor. Thank you for telling me that." Shortly after, Luke and Robert were in the F-150 and were on their way back home. After being on the road for a while, Luke couldn't hold it in anymore and opened his mouth. "Robert, I have something to discuss with you." With his eyes still on the road, Robert answered, "Oh." "What is it?" Luke replied, After thinking about it for a few days, I find myself agreeing with you." "Ah," Robert glanced at Luke with a blank expression. Luke continued, "Thus, I've decided to stay in town to become a police officer." Whoosh, tires squealed on sandstone as the F-150 swerved off the road onto a sandy bank. A few seconds later, the car came to a complete stop. Fortunately, the area beside the road was flat land, but even if it were slightly uneven, a F-150 would have handled it fine. There was never a danger of the car flipping from this. Robert let go of the brake and stared at Luke in shock. Do you still have a fever?" Luke rolled his eyes. His fever had been due to the synchronization with the system last night. It wasn't like he had suffered brain damage from it. "Nope, did you not hear what I said?" Robert replied, "Otherwise, why would you change your mind? I thought you said that you would rather die than stay here and become a police officer. And you even claimed that by becoming a police officer, you'd be so poor that you'd have to eat dirt in the future." Luke replied, "Hee, those were empty words. Don't take them seriously. I was just rebutting because I didn't believe you when you described being a police officer as a job where I would be making a salary doing nothing." Robert opened his eyes wide. "If you go and become a police officer in Knox City, you'll indeed be busy. And if you become a police officer in an even larger city, you'll be too tired to do anything else. But in our town, you'll be working under me. How tiring can the job be?" Luke shook his head helplessly as he conceded, "Fine, I admit that I was wrong. Robert, you're the boss. I'm prepared to listen to you from now on." Robert stared at Luke for a bit before abruptly roaring with laughter and smacking Luke's shoulder. "Ha, finally, this is the very first time you've ever conceded. Luke, remember this well, you conceded this time." Luke replied, Hee, whatever you say, as long as it helps you sleep at night." Next, the F-150 entered the road again. They started to head back home, and on the way, only Robert's occasional outburst of laughter could be heard. When they arrived home, Luke couldn't be bothered to wait for Robert. He directly pushed the door open and entered the house as he said, "Catherine, I'm home." A tiny head popped out from the living room and a voice rang out, Luke, you're fine now." Luke walked over and patted the tiny head before saying, "Yes, I'm fine now." "Joseph, what are you doing?" "Oh, you're dead. You're playing video games without permission." The tiny face curled his lips and said, "Catherine agreed that I can play for an hour. Moreover, you're not Claire. It's not like you'll tell on me." Luke shrugged. "Fine, I won't tell on you. But since you've promised Catherine, remember to take a break when time is up." Joseph was somewhat indignant but still nodded. "Yeah, sure. You're getting long-winded." He then sat back down on the floor and continued staring at the TV as he played his video game. At that moment, Catherine walked out of the kitchen and looked at Luke with a deeply concerned expression. Luke stepped forward and gave her a hug before saying, "I'm fine, but I'm starving. Is breakfast ready, Catherine?" Despite the assurance, Catherine was still worried as she shot a look at Robert, who walked through the door right at that moment. Robert seemed to read her mind as he replied, "He's fine. I already checked with the doctor." Only then did a smile form on Catherine's face as she said, "Good, that's good. Come, breakfast is ready." She turned and couldn't resist smiling and pointing at Luke's face before saying, "But during breakfast, please do tell me which youthful nurse you were flirting with at the hospital." Luke was completely clueless about what she was talking about. Only after entering the dining room and looking at the stainless steel tableware did he notice that there was a red mark on his cheek. He took a better look at it, and when he realized that it was a lipstick mark, he was immediately speechless. On his way home from the hospital, he had met quite a number of people. Many of them had smiled when they looked at his face. He hadn't paid much attention to it previously. In a tiny town like this, people were very friendly with each other. He had assumed that, coupled with the friendliness of the people here, everyone had smiled at him because he was handsome. But now he understood why. He had been walking around with a bright red lipstick mark on his cheek early in the morning. What would everyone think when they saw that? From the way they had looked at him, their thoughts must have been something along the lines of, "It sure is nice being young." He was in no rush to wipe off the lipstick mark. Rather, he spent some time sizing up the mark before recalling everything from yesterday and today. Beside him, Robert also looked at him teasingly and said, "Why, have you recalled which nurse it is?" Luke's eyes flickered as he said, "I seem to recall that 2 days ago, for the senior high graduation prom, Claire went and bought a new lipstick." Robert was a police officer and a chief at that. Therefore, he instantly understood the meaning of those words. And when he studied that lipstick mark, black lines immediately formed on his face as he said, "That crazy girl." Luke shrugged and took out a napkin and wiped the mark away. At that moment, Catherine arrived with breakfast, but she was only carrying breakfast for Luke. Robert had already eaten before going to work. In fact, he had been on the way to work before he took a detour and headed to the hospital for Luke instead. In any case, this was a tiny town, so he could consider it part of his daily patrol. As for Catherine, she had already eaten with Joseph earlier. A kid needed to eat on time. Thus, Joseph couldn't wait till this late to eat. Luke took out a glass of warm milk from the microwave and poured it into the bowl of oatmeal before saying, May I?" Catherine smiled and nodded. "Yes, go ahead, so have you remembered which nurse it is?" Luke was completely expressionless at the question, but Robert, who was sipping on a can of Dr. Pepper which he had taken from the fridge, choked and spat out a mouthful of the drink. Fortunately, he was seated at a different corner of the table, and Luke's breakfast was thus saved from the drink eruption. Luke continued eating his breakfast unhurriedly, slowly stuffing a ham sandwich into his mouth. There was a saying that everything was bigger in Texas. For example, the sandwich he was eating was thicker than an ordinary sandwich. The overall size was also larger, and even the ham inside was thicker than the usual ham. Coupled with 2 vegetable slices and some homemade pickled cucumber made by Catherine, the large sandwich oozed with a flavor that encompassed the taste of bread, meat, sweetness, and sourness, and which also contained a certain sense of freshness from the vegetable slices. This was just the kind of taste Luke enjoyed. Even in his previous life, Luke had enjoyed eating burgers and sandwiches, and unlike many others, he didn't eat that sort of food to save time. Rather, he truly loved them, and because of that, he didn't feel out of place in this new life in Texas. Moreover, there was quite a number of ethnic Chinese who lived in Texas as well. That was especially true in Houston and Fort Worth. It wasn't hard to get someone to bring over some Chinese food from those 2 places every now and then. In terms of food, Texan food indeed fit his taste palate. The entire sandwich weighed about 1 catty, and Luke finished it in a short while. He also finished the warm milk and oatmeal before patting his belly in satisfaction. "That feels great. I was starving before this." On the side, Robert had already explained where the lipstick mark had come from to Catherine in a low voice. That caused Catherine to burst out laughing. When she heard Luke's words, she said curiously, "Didn't Robert bring you a burger or something?" Luke replied, "How can that compare with your food? I'd rather wait to get home before eating." 3. Officially start work, and first experience and credit earned. Catherine stood up with a smile, and Luke also stood up and picked up the table where he had used. Catherine would clean them up later. Robert also stood up and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going back to the department. Luke, rest at home for now." Luke called out to him, "Wait, I'll go with you." Robert was curious, "What's going on?" Luke shrugged and said, "I've nothing better to do anyway. I might as well go with you and complete the recruitment process. At most, I won't start immediately, but in a few days. Will that be acceptable?" Robert nodded. "Sure. In any case, you'll only get paid from the day you start working." "But are you sure you want to go now? Do you not want to think more on it?" Luke replied, I already spent a few days thinking about it. I've made up my mind, let's go. Beside them, Catherine couldn't help but interject, Start. What are you starting? Luke said with a smile, I realized that what Robert told me a few days ago is right. Therefore, I've decided to stay back and become a police officer here. Are you happy to hear that, Catherine? Catherine was completely dumbstruck. She blanked out for a few seconds before she could speak. Boo, but a few days ago, you were still arguing so much with Robert, even claiming that the job is so poor you'd be eating dirt. Luke shrugged and replied, We're all countryside locals, which one of us doesn't smell like dirt? And eating dirt is still better than having nothing to eat. Catherine, Robert. Catherine couldn't resist asking further, but you were just released from the hospital. Why don't you rest for a day or two first? Luke replied with a smile, Don't worry, Catherine. Yesterday, no, to be precise, the day before yesterday, I was too excited and forgot my lunch in my excitement. I only fainted because I was too hungry. My body is perfectly fine. In any case, I'll still be resting for a few days after I register for work. Are you worried that Robert will force me to start earlier? Catherine glared at him and said, You can even forget your meals. How can I not worry about you? Wait a bit. I'll prepare a lunch box. Bring it along so you won't forget. Luke nodded with a smile. Sure, with that I'll definitely remember. Robert asked, How about me? Catherine replied, You're bringing lunch today as well. Sure, what do you want? Burger. Or a sandwich? Robert grumbled, Am I going to eat whatever this kid is eating too? Luke smiled without saying anything and ignored a certain jealous middle-aged man. Catherine quickly prepared 3 sandwiches, but they weren't ham sandwiches this time. Rather, they were beef sandwiches. These would serve as lunch for the 2 men. 30 minutes later, the 2 arrived in town. Robert parked the car in front of the police department before getting out of the car. Everything was bigger in Texas, including the parking lots. Or to be precise, in small towns like this, there were no specific parking lots. The police department was nothing more than a small 2-story building with an empty space behind it that was big enough to fit around 200 to 300 vehicles. But this town only had a population of 2,000. And including Robert, there were less than 12 people who worked at this police department. And recently, one of them, a pitiful soul who had been single for a long time, had even gone crazy and resigned. He was going to Dallas in hopes of finding his true love. The only thing Luke had to say was, Bro, wake up, stop dreaming. Most of the time, how a guy looked was a big factor in whether or not he got a girlfriend. In the United States, money would sometimes play a role as well. But as someone with neither looks nor money, even if that person went to Dallas, it would still be hard for him to get a girlfriend. That was also why a vacancy had suddenly opened up at the police department. Luke might look down on this vacancy, but once advertised, it would take less than a day for it to be filled. Here in this widespread but sparsely populated town, there wasn't much police work. Plus, the dangers of being a police officer here were far lower than being a police officer in the border towns in the Southwest. This was a stable and relaxing job, and one that was extremely popular among the locals. Robert was in fact using what was allowed within his scope of authority to open a path for Luke. So long as the day-to-day operations weren't affected, there wouldn't be any problems with him doing that. The United States was also a nation where networking was important, and in certain aspects, it played an even greater role than in China. As someone who had been the chief of this town for more than 10 years, Robert was qualified to give Luke this privilege. It was almost lunchtime, and when Robert arrived, the officers on shift were released. After greeting each other with warm smiles, the officers left for lunch at a nearby fast food restaurant. There, they would also enjoy their 2-hour break. As for Robert, he called over an officer who had stayed behind and said, Bob, help Luke with the sign-up process. Bob was a Caucasian man who was about 30 years old, and like many other Texan locals, he was rather tanned. He wasn't a cowboy working on a ranch, but as a police officer, he still needed to go out on patrol. And of course, a big, coarse man like him wouldn't bother with sunscreen protection. Thus, his neck was especially tanned. Hearing Robert's words, Bob whistled and said, I see Mr. Skywalker is actually going to join the force. Is today April Fool's Day? Robert couldn't be bothered to answer and merely waved his hand before going into his office. Bob wasn't offended at being ignored. With a smile, he brought Luke along to finish the process. With Robert here, Luke's personal information was already available. Clearly, Robert had prepared them in advance. The only thing Luke needed to do was sign around 10 documents, and the sign-up process was complete. At the exact moment he signed the final document, the system reacted. Mission accomplished. Experience points received, 10. Credit, 10. Luke was overjoyed, as expected. Naturally, he had been in a rush to sign up today because of the mission. With that retarded system, he couldn't afford to sit around and wait for something good to fall into his lap. He had to take the initiative and test the system regularly to figure out the benefits he could gain from the system as soon as possible. For example, through this mission, he only wanted to see if he needed to officially start work, or if he only needed an official identity as a police officer to complete the mission. His guess had been correct after all. The moment he signed the final document, he was a lawful police officer of this town. Even if he had yet to start work, he was now officially a police officer. As for his actual start date, that would only affect his salary but wouldn't affect the completion of his mission. But the system vanished again after that. Once again, the retarded system displayed how useless it was. After sending that announcement, it pretended like it was dead again. It didn't seem to have any intention of issuing the next mission. Luke didn't mind, however. Rather, he took his leave of Bob before exiting the building. He was currently too excited and needed to calm down. He needed some time alone to calm down. Outside the building, the afternoon temperature was blistering hot, but Luke didn't seem to notice. He kept pacing back and forth in a shaded area in front of the building. As he paced, he was busy disturbing that stupid system. He wanted to see if he could activate the next mission. Now that he had obtained experience and credit points, he needed to find out when he would be able to level up. His level was still 0, and it was clear that the level could increase. He was just clueless as to how many experience points would be required for the increase. Just as Luke was busy disturbing the system, the sound of footsteps rang out. Luke ignored the sound as he was still busy doing whatever he could to disturb the system. Thus, he completely ignored whoever it was that was close by. 4 long legs split and girlfriend. After a short while, a hoarse female voice abruptly rang out. Damn you, Luke, so you actually weren't sick. You lied to me and left me alone at the prom. Damn you. Then a strong tornado streaked over. Luke turned around, and the first thing he saw was an incoming foot. He lunged forward on reflex and blocked the incoming leg with his shoulder. His arms stretched out in a well-practiced manner, and a lively and flexible body fell into his embrace. With a smile on his face, he said, "Oh, Jymna, it's so good to see you again." The girl in his arms was currently in a standing split position, and her black underwear could be vaguely seen at the bottom of her ripped denim shorts. She didn't seem to pay any heed to the highly difficult pose she was standing in. Rather, with fury on her face, she bellowed, "Damn it! Let go of me! I need to kill you! Bastard, you ruined my beautiful senior high memory and left me on my own at my graduation prom. You even got Claire to lie for you that you were hospitalized. And when I went there the other night, you even pretended to be asleep. Look at you. Do you look like someone who was hospitalized recently?" Luke didn't get agitated. The girl still in his embrace, he gently stroked her back and said, "Jymna, I wasn't lying, you know me. I don't like lying. If you can give me 2 minutes, I'll definitely allay your anger." At that, the young lady called Jymna seemed to calm down significantly as she looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Really?" Luke replied with a smile, "Of course. Or do you think you're scarier than that female pig? I won't lie even when facing that sow." "Bastard, I'm no pig." Jymna burst out laughing before she continued, "I'll give you 2 minutes." "Hey, what are you waiting for? Let go of my leg." Luke smiled and released her leg, allowing the long and slender leg to slide off his shoulder back to the ground. Then, with his arm around her, they sat down in front of the building. "I didn't tell Claire to lie for me. I was discharged at 10 this morning." "I think you just need to ask any doctor there and you'll have the full story, right?" Luke explained calmly. Jymna countered, Then what are you doing being so free and sitting here? Why didn't you give me a call? Luke shrugged. I just woke up this morning and had to immediately go back to let Catherine have a good look at me. I couldn't let her continue worrying, right? Next, Robert brought me here to sign up at the department. I just finished the process, and it hasn't even been 5 minutes since. I wasn't able to call you before you got here yourself. Jimna blanked out. Sign up. Luke nodded. Yes, just now, in fact. I'm officially an officer of the department. I'll start work in a few days. Jimna was in disbelief. I thought you said before that you would go to either Dallas or Houston to further your studies. Why did you change your mind? Is it because of Catherine and the others? No, Luke interrupted her and explained. I merely came to realize something. Actually, Robert already mentioned to me about being a police officer a few days ago. I was just thinking it over. Jimna sank into a long silence before saying, Then, good luck to you, I guess. Luke smiled and said, Don't be too sad. A beautiful future still awaits us. It's not like I'm planning to stay a cop here forever. Jimna forced a smile, but her heart was assailed with sadness. Her feelings were extremely complicated right now. Jimna was Luke's girlfriend. They were both students of Knox High and both graduated this year. As for how their relationship started, Jimna was the one who pursued Luke. This was a story that started with a hero's semi-successful attempt to rescue a beauty. A group of high school students once decided to go camping. That was when the two met each other. However, they still weren't particularly close at the time. During the camping trip, Jimna encountered a wild boar. At that time, Jimna was frightened and started shouting for help. Luke, who was the nearest to her, arrived first. Then, in a head-on confrontation, he stood in front of the wild boar, which also seemed to hesitate. He protected Jimna behind him as they slowly backed away. Ultimately, the other people on the trip arrived, and an adult with a rifle shot the wild boar down. In truth, that wild boar wasn't particularly big, and at that time the boar was slightly frightened by Jimna's shout as well. That was why it hadn't attacked her immediately. Strictly speaking, the one who had rescued Jimna was the adult with a rifle, not Luke. But after the two got into a relationship, Jimna said that when Luke arrived and protected her behind him without hesitation, she saw that as a symbol of valor. If it was any other person, they would have directly fled when they saw the wild boar, or they might have stopped running and started shouting as well. That was what most people would have done. At the time, Luke only had on him a knife which he sliced beef with. It was impossible for him to be able to do anything to the boar with that knife. What could Luke say? Should he tell her that he was already used to seeing wild boars on his maternal grandpa's ranch and was thus unafraid? Should he also tell her that he in fact knew the temperament of wild boars very well? If he hadn't protected Jimna and had allowed her to continue shouting, the wild boar would most likely have gotten so annoyed by her loud voice that it might have actually decided to attack. And that wild boar wasn't too big anyway. At the same time, it was rather timid. Sure, to do what Luke did required some courage, but all along he had been sure his life wasn't in danger. And after that incident, Jimna started pursuing Luke. Jimna was an above-average beauty, and that was only because Luke had different taste compared with the locals here. For a regular person, she was definitely a great beauty. She had long legs, a slender waist, and a curvy bottom. Sure, her chest wasn't too bountiful, but her figure was still outstanding as a whole. Coupled with her healthy tan and an athletic body that was the product of constant exercise, she was definitely an athletic-style great beauty. As a Latina, Jimna was a very passionate young lady, and when she started chasing Luke, she had done so openly. And Luke was a normal and healthy man. Although he had lived up to 30 years old in his previous life, and had also had a few girlfriends back then, he had never seen such a powerful attack from a woman before. At that time, Luke had been in 10th grade and still single. Luke was about 60 to 70% similar to Catherine in appearance. They looked unremarkable at first, but the longer you looked at them, the more you felt that they were incredibly pleasing to the eye. Luke was a high school kid that had decent looks, a decent build, and a decent character, yet had been single all this time. In the United States, a man in this situation would very commonly be misunderstood as someone with different preferences, i.e. a man who didn't prefer women. In truth, Although Luke had lived up to 30 years old in his previous life, he wasn't too good at chasing someone. That, coupled with certain habits of his that were completely out of the norm compared with ordinary American students, had caused him to remain single all this time. Suddenly, a great beauty appeared to pursue him. He couldn't resist the attack by the beautiful and passionate Latina, and soon he accepted her and became her boyfriend. Only then was Luke free of the rumors swirling around in school about his S***chual preference, and people no longer talked about him behind his back. But in truth, his and Jimna's relationship had formally ended after the prom the day before. 5. Party, bold idea, and another mission completed. The prom was the last formal event of senior high, and after that, the students could start spending their time as they wished. Some went on a trip, some traveled around in preparing to further their studies, some started looking for a job, and so on. Most of them would start doing all that after the prom. Although some of them were staying behind in their hometown, Luke and Jimna had long known each other's plans. The difference in their grades was rather big. Luke's results were above average, and since he had long accumulated enough credit, entering the state university was a possibility. As for Jimna, she had barely been able to accumulate enough credit right before graduation. Nevertheless, she still planned to enter a community college and further her studies. She longed for the big city life. It seemed that the two were fated to be unable to continue their relationship, but they had never talked about it seriously. In any case, something like this was in fact incredibly common among high school couples, and not many people would be overly bothered by it. Now that Luke had suddenly said that he was staying here to become a police officer, it was a change that nevertheless wouldn't affect their plan to break up after prom. Jimna would never stay back. She was full of life and would never remain in a small town like this. After a long while, she said, "But you must go to Martha's party tonight." Luke nodded with a smile. "Of course. Do you need me to dress up in the suit I prepared a month ago?" Jimna laughed and hit him playfully before saying, "Even if you're shameless enough to wear it, I'd be too embarrassed. All right, don't forget the time. It's 7 tonight. If you dare come late again, I'll crush your balls." The party tonight was a private event and not a school event. Therefore, everyone could wear whatever they wanted, or one could even choose to go in their birthday suit. The only thing nobody would wear were the same formal suits and dresses they had worn for prom. Luke nodded with a smile. Jimna stepped forward and gave him a long French kiss before saying, "All right, see you tonight. Martha's still waiting for me at the supermarket." Luke nodded with the same smile on his face. "See you tonight." When Jimna saw his expression, she couldn't resist stepping forward and nibbling lightly on his ear before speaking into it. "Don't you have any bold ideas? Don't forget to search Robert's bedside cabinet." Luke nodded solemnly. "Yes, I will, I promise." As for what he could find in Robert's bedside cabinet, it definitely wasn't a gun. Gazing at Jimna's departing back, Luke rubbed his chin and muttered, "Based on what's going to happen tonight, do I need to bring an entire box over?" Just as Luke was busy thinking about his private affair that night, Robert's voice rang out behind him. "I see the brat has grown up. He's even flirting with girls in front of the police department now." Luke smiled before turning around. "By the way, Robert, I have a party tonight, but I'll visit your bedroom before that." Robert blanked out slightly before raising an eyebrow. Sure, do as you wish. I have some lube as well. Do you want it?" Luke replied, "No, thanks. I'm far more skilled than you are." Robert raged, "Piss off, you damn brat." Luke said, "Give me lunch first." "I'm hungry again." A while later, Robert chased Luke out of the police department, the latter holding a large paper bag. Luke looked at Robert, who entered the building again, and his lips curled up before he sat down in front of the building and started eating his lunch slowly. He didn't care too much about the party. Even with Jimna's hint, he still wasn't particularly moved. The two had been in a relationship for 2 years. Anything they could do, they had already done. He had an 18-year-old body, but his soul was in fact 30 years old. He continued disturbing the system in his mind while he ate his lunch. After lunch, he leisurely headed home. After walking for a couple of 100 meters, he met Smith, his neighbor. Thus, he got a free ride home. And at 6 on the dot, Luke left his house after he was done getting ready. Apart from a shower and a clean outfit, he didn't need to dress up in anything fancy for the party, and he didn't need to drive. Martha's house was in the same small town and was only about a 10-minute bicycle ride from his place. He rode his bicycle leisurely along the road, and when he stopped at a particular traffic light, he heard a shout not far away. "Come, Mickey, come home with Granny. We're having your favorite canned fish tonight." Luke turned around and smiled at what he saw. He got off his bicycle and left it resting against the railing along the road before he walked over and said, "Lucy, is Mickey being naughty again?" This was a granny around 60 years old. She had a petite body, and her white hair was pulled up neatly with a few hair clips. Her face was filled with wrinkles, but one could still see that she had definitely been a big beauty when she was young. She turned around, and when she saw Luke, she felt immensely relieved. "Ah, Skywalker, use your force and help me out. Get this troublemaker down here for me." Luke gave a police salute and said, "Yes, ma'am." Granny Lucy smiled. "Oh, am I Obi-Wan now?" Luke replied with a smile, "Yes, you are. Otherwise, how can you command me around?" As he spoke, he made use of a small opening in the wall to push himself up before he grabbed at the eaves with both hands. Applying some force, he found that the eaves were stable and spoke again. "Come here, Mickey. Follow Granny back and have your dinner." An American short-hair cat sat there looking at him with its head tilted. The cat didn't run, and Luke was able to grab it easily with one hand before jumping off the wall. After he handed the cat called Mickey to Granny Lucy, the two said goodbye and parted ways. Granny Lucy was one of his neighbors and lived 3 houses away from him. Mickey would occasionally hang out at Luke's place. Thus, Mickey was rather familiar with him. That was why Luke had been able to catch Mickey so easily. While Lucy took her sweet time driving back home, Luke encountered something that gave him a pleasant surprise. He had received another response from the system. Mission: help a town resident save a cat. Mission accomplished. 2 experience and credit points have been obtained as a reward. But what surprised Luke wasn't the experience nor the credit. It was only 2 points, which was almost negligible. What surprised Luke more was the fact that one of his guesses had been verified yet again. The system had indeed been officially activated. This time it was truly active, unlike the previous activation and synchronization, and also unlike the first mission he had done to become a police officer. Based on the fact that the mission had been deemed complete after he signed the final document, it was more the official identity as a police officer that had been required for the mission rather than him actually performing a task as a police officer. And now, this cat rescue mission was also something that had appeared before he had even started his job. This indicated that the experience and credit rewarded by the system weren't limited to his job or working hours. Rather, so long as he was officially a police officer, his actions and conduct would earn him experience and credit. 6. Make me happy. On the other hand, this cat rescue mission had also revealed a particular piece of information. Luke didn't necessarily need the system to issue a mission first before he could start earning experience points. That was likely related to the fact that he was legally already a police officer. After all, he had also done many good deeds before this, and this wasn't his first time helping Granny Lucy catch the naughty cat. However, the system had never given him a reward. From that, Luke deduced that only after becoming a police officer would he start to level up. That was right. This was a system that centered around leveling up in practice. Different from games where people leveled up by killing monsters, he would level up through police work. In games, the missions would reward him with experience points, but when he killed monsters, experience points would also be rewarded. Likewise, helping a granny catch her cat was the same as killing monsters in a game. The system wouldn't issue a special mission for each deed, but after he completed one such deed, he would automatically receive experience and credit points. With that, leveling up wouldn't be as difficult as Luke had imagined. Different from the systems in novels where one could only earn experience points through missions, his system was most likely focused on the daily life of a police officer. Helping a granny catch a cat was an extremely minor deed, on par with killing a chicken around the newbie village in a game. That was why he had only earned 2 experience and credit points. What if he did something else? In the United States, the police force had an extremely wide job scope. From traffic control and neighborhood disputes to accidents and crime, everything was part of police work. In a larger city, the police force was split into different departments such as crime investigation, narcotics, and so on. But here in this small town, Robert was in charge of everything, and there was no strict separation of jurisdictions for the officers under him. Because of that, even as a brand new police officer, Luke would have the chance to become involved in cases at a much higher level than a cat rescue. He would definitely obtain much more than 2 sad experience and credit points from cases like those. Filled with excitement, Luke rode his bicycle slowly and arrived at Martha's house. Martha came from a fairly wealthy family. Her father was involved in the wholesale of meat products and supplied several major players in the surrounding large cities. He definitely had one of the highest incomes in this town. Because of that, Martha's house was very big, even among other houses in Texas that were already generally of a larger size. Her house had 3 floors, and the building was close to 1,000 square meters in size. Behind and in front of the house was grassland big enough to be a soccer field. There was also a garden which had several large trees in it, adding to the beauty of the estate. There was also a swimming pool behind the house that was 50 by 20 meters in size. For a family of 3, this swimming pool was incredibly large. Luke arrived at 6:45 p.m., not too early but not too late either. Of course, there were definitely other people from school who had arrived much earlier. For parties like this, one could come so long as someone who had been invited brought them in, or one could even take part just by sneaking in. But most of the time, only senior high students from their school would come. There was also the occasional middle school girl or 2 who seemed to have matured a tad too early. Yes, middle schoolers. Given the size of the crowd at a party like this, nobody could be bothered about a few middle schoolers in their midst. But of course, the prerequisite for their presence was that these middle schoolers had to be females who had developed early and looked like any other high schooler. Luke picked a random metal pole and locked his bicycle to it. He wouldn't carry his bicycle in. An ordinary person would find it hard to imagine how crazy a group of partying high schoolers could be. He had no intention of allowing his bicycle to be disassembled by the crazy crowd, nor did he want to be greeted with a bicycle covered in vomit when he was about to return home. After he locked his bicycle, he strolled into the front yard. He had guessed that about 70% of the students would be here tonight. Thus, the garden was filled with noise. A few girls in tank tops and hot pants could be seen giggling and playing on the swings which hung from one of the large trees. Many girls could be seen sitting on the lower branches and talking among themselves. These girls were all wearing tank tops and hot pants as well. At most, some of them had thin jackets over their tank tops. One could say that with one look, all that entered your eyes was pair after pair of long, slender legs. But of course, most of these legs were tanned. Texas was a place that got a lot of sun, and the local girls here were mostly athletic, so they all had healthy tans the color of wheat. A few girls shouted their greetings at him from the tree. They were part of the group that he was closer to at school. Luke smiled and waved at them before asking, "Where's Jimna?" Jimna's friends were among them, and they didn't say much. They only pointed at the back of the building. That place was even noisier than the front yard. Luke nodded as a sign that he got the message. The girls laughed heartily, some even throwing him a few flying kisses. Of course, he wouldn't take them seriously. From their expressions, it was clear that they were making fun of him because of something Jimna had told them about him. In this manner, men and women were quite similar. Luke detoured around the building. He didn't feel like going inside for now. The party's hot spot tonight was the swimming pool. As for the rooms inside the house, those belonged to couples looking for some privacy. Sure enough, when Luke arrived at the backyard, he was met with a scene of insanity. A large number of the people here had already graduated senior high, and coupled with the insanity of this party. In any case, that was what Luke thought. But of course, for the crowd there, this was the most natural thing to do. People could be seen swimming in the pool, or running after each other, or talking with each other, eating, drinking, hugging, and so on. A lighting system had been set up in the backyard in advance. Not far away was a platform with 2 speakers and an amplifier on it. Also on the platform was a curvy female DJ dressed in a bikini whose body swayed back and forth, further adding to the excitement in the air. Luke adjusted his expression and his walking posture. He couldn't allow himself to walk into this scene expressionlessly like a sleepwalker. That would look too out of place. His new walking posture was one that he would never dare use ordinarily. He would most likely be beaten up after a few steps if he tried. But here, nobody cared. Everyone was busy partying. As Luke walked, he scanned his surroundings. Soon, he found his girlfriend. He sidled up to her and said, "Girl, make me happy." Jymna, who was busy chatting with her friends, blanked out slightly before the group of girls burst out laughing. They couldn't react any other way, as they were very clear on the type of person Luke normally was. He was a person who didn't care about showing off, yet was an existence nobody could ignore. But currently, he stood there like a thug from a movie who was about to be beaten up. It was clear that he was joking around. Jymna and the other girls all roared with laughter. Now that they had graduated, it was understandable if someone suddenly decided to change their image. One of the girls roared with laughter before saying, "Ha ha, Luke, I heard you were hospitalized a short while ago. You haven't suffered brain damage and gained a new personality like in the movies, right? Or is this how you've wanted to act for so many years?" 7. The search for a room and the homicide case. Luke said with derision, "I'm still me, just in a different color." "You won't understand. All right, I'm leaving with my girl. Ain't nobody got the time to hang around here." Jymna was still busy laughing when she was suddenly pulled away and lifted onto Luke's shoulder before she was carried away. The girls around them weren't angry. They merely complained playfully, and each of them gave Luke the finger. After the two left the swimming pool area, Luke finally put Jymna down. Just like that, the two started strolling over the lawn as they chatted with each other. This was a good point about Luke, and one that Jymna had teased him about repeatedly. She claimed that he was akin to a sister. In truth, it was merely because Luke was a patient person and didn't mind listening to Jymna when she grumbled about something. Moreover, he would also gently share his earnest thoughts as he listened. But in that way, he was indeed rather similar to one of those big sisters on the radio who specialized in listening to the troubles of others. Although Jymna had teased him a few times about it, she was clearly very happy with Luke for who he was. He was a person brave enough to protect her from a wild boar and patient enough to be a good listener to her. That was something not even her family could do. Luke didn't seem to care too much about her praise. With a wide smile, he put his arms around her, and his hands roamed over her back as he said, "Remember, you're my girlfriend. If I can't be patient, I'd be left starving." That left Jymna speechless, yet she didn't stop his hands from roaming over her back. The two didn't spend too long strolling around. Jymna had always been a proactive girl, and in less than half an hour, she was done talking about all her recent troubles. As for some of her bigger troubles, there was no point talking about them as she couldn't do anything about those anyway. Her eyes narrowed into slits and her arms curled around Luke's neck. With a light leap, she wrapped her legs around his waist before leaning forward to give him a deep and passionate kiss. Finally, she said, "You were sick during prom. How about today? Are you fine?" Luke grinned and said, "Yeah, I'm all fine now." "Prove it," and that was followed by yet another long kiss. Luke replied, "Much obliged." Just like that, the two entered the building while still in each other's embrace and looked for some privacy. The first bedroom they found was locked with the room completely silent. The second bedroom was locked from the inside and gasps could be heard. Clearly, someone was inside. A man yelled, "Come in if you're a girl." "Piss off if you're a guy." Luke and Jymna laughed and moved on. The third bedroom wasn't locked, but the moment they pushed the door open, they saw two busy figures. Even with Luke and Jymna standing at the door, the girl paid them no mind while the guy grinned before saying, "This room is taken. Please shut the door on your way out. Thank you." Luke replied, "Oh, sure, you're welcome," before shutting the door and even helping them to lock it. Jymna's gaze swept around before she whispered in Luke's ear. Then the two headed toward the toilet, still in each other's embrace. But when they were a few meters away from the toilet, they heard the groans of a man and woman from within. These two were clearly the bold and unrestrained type. Jymna broke out laughing when she heard the groans. Luke didn't seem to mind. He turned and started heading upstairs. This was a large residence with 3 floors. He refused to believe he couldn't find any privacy. Thus, in their search for privacy, they bore witness to numerous scenes before they finally ended up on a particular balcony on the top floor. In truth, this was an enclosed balcony which was connected to an attic room window. If they stood up, they would be able to see that this balcony directly faced the swimming pool in the backyard. This place was clearly well concealed and had yet to be discovered by anyone else. Thus, Luke and Jymna successfully found the privacy they had been looking for. Their lips seemed glued together while their hands quickened in their exploration of each other. Just as Luke's hands were about to start their conquest of the 2 vital spots on a girl's body, a clamor burst out at the swimming pool. Different from the previous noise, the current clamor could be summarized in a few short words that everyone was repeating. "Oh my God! What's going on? WTF?" Yes, those were the words being repeated. At that point, Luke and Jymna were leaning on the wall as they made out. They couldn't help but stop since something major must have happened. They looked down at the same time and found the majority of the people there gathered around one spot by the pool. From high above, the two could see that a girl in a bikini was lying on the ground while 2 other girls were busy giving her CPR. Luke frowned and instinctively started scanning the area. In a particular corner of the pool, he noticed a figure streak past before it vanished into the darkness. He didn't pay that figure too much mind as he said to Jymna, "Looks like something big is happening. Let's go down." Jymna grabbed Luke's hand tightly and said, "Luke, it's Michelle." "Is she dead?" Luke looked down before shaking his head. "Things look bad. She's not moving at all. Whatever happened, it's highly probable that she's dead. Let's go and ask if anyone has called the ambulance." There were a few dozen people here, and all of them were town locals. Even if they were stupid, they would still know to call the police and ambulance in this situation. The town wasn't that big anyway. Furthermore, Martha's house was located in the central part of town, which was less than 5 minutes away from the police department and the hospital. Sure enough, the police arrived while Luke and Jymna were on their way down. By the time they got downstairs, the ambulance had arrived as well. The benefit of having a large space became apparent, as the police car and ambulance drove straight into the backyard and stopped not far from the pool. In any case, there weren't any actual walls here, only some token fences. When Luke arrived, he saw Robert getting out of the police car. When he recalled Michelle's motionless body, he shook his head. It was very likely that a death had happened. Therefore, as the chief of police, Robert had to come. Robert wasn't the only one here. When the ambulance arrived, a second police car arrived as well. This time, a Latino woman got out of the car. Luke knew this woman as well. This was Selena, known as the prettiest policewoman in town. But of course, there were only 2 policewomen in the force. The other policewoman was Mary, who was over 40 years old this year and had been the prettiest policewoman previously. Luke didn't approach Robert. Instead, he brought Jymna to Selena, who was already controlling the crowd, and said, "Hi, pretty girl." No, that was a joke. He wouldn't say that to her. What Luke actually said was, "Hi, is there anything I can help with?" When Selena saw him, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Although you have yet to officially start work, you need to help with what happened." Luke nodded. "Of course, I'm here to help. What do you need me to do?" Selena glanced at Jymna and asked, "Your girlfriend?" Luke nodded. "You're also here for this party?" Selena asked. Luke nodded and gave a simple explanation. "Yeah, this is a party held by a bunch of Knox High graduates. The people here are mostly graduating students from the same batch. 8 going to the morgue on the first day of work." Selena's eyes lit up and she said, "Good. Use a notebook and write down the names of everyone at the party. Also, keep the kids around and don't let anyone leave for now. Got it?" Luke nodded. "Of course, but what if they insist on leaving?" Selena said, "Note down the names of those who insist on leaving. You should know all of them, right?" Luke, "Yeah, that won't be a problem." "I'll get started. Oh, remember to tell Robert I'm helping out." Selena didn't say much after that. She nodded and started maintaining order again. She needed to first placate the people here while also pointing them to Luke to register themselves. Before long, cries of alarm rang out again. Shortly afterward, a stretcher carrying a body covered with a white cloth was carried to the ambulance. Evidently, the Michelle girl was dead. The crowd started getting agitated, and many of them were preparing to leave. Humans were sensitive animals, and when they noticed something abnormal, their gut reaction was to leave and head back home. Luke was very busy, but fortunately he had Jimna as his girlfriend. Jimna was one of the cheerleaders, and Michelle had been the captain of the cheerleaders. In fact, many of Jimna's best friends were cheerleaders as well. Now that Michelle suddenly was dead, the cheerleaders started to help Luke maintain order at Jimna's suggestion. They knew a lot of the girls there, as well as a lot of the guys. Most of them were easily persuaded to stay put. After all, they were all young teenagers, and their way of thinking was still relatively simple. A homicide had happened. It was normal for the police to want them to stay behind. They couldn't do anything about those who had left, but for those who were still around, if they insisted on leaving even after being asked to stay, they might look guilty. Furthermore, if they stayed, they could continue gossiping with their friends who had also stayed behind. Although they were no longer in a party mood, it was still lively at least, and they could try further figuring out what was going on. After about 10 minutes, nearly all the town's police officers had arrived. Apart from a policewoman on shift at the station, the others were here. At present, Robert was greatly troubled. What he was most worried about wasn't the homicide itself. Rather, it was the excessive number of people at the crime scene. From the information gathered, there were more than 200 people at this party. More importantly, apart from the Knox High graduates who made up the majority of the partygoers here, there were also some underage high schoolers, and even 3 girls who weren't even 15. That was right. The 3 were the so-called middle schoolers, 8th grade students who had been brought here by someone's cousin to show them the ways of the world. It was very likely that after tonight, the 3 would have a miserable summer. Their parents would most definitely freeze their allowance and might even ground them. But all that was their parents' problem. What Robert was worried about was the fact that these minors most definitely couldn't stay here for long. He would have to release them at midnight at the very latest. Otherwise, if something else happened, things might get even more troublesome. This was also a sign that the upcoming investigation would be extremely annoying. There were over 200 kids here, and even if they visited one every day, it would still require more than half a year to finish visiting all of them. And a large number among them had graduated and would be leaving on trips, for work or for further studies. What could Robert do? He sank into despair. They worked tirelessly, and slightly before midnight, they finally finished the initial casework. The exhausted Robert started to head for his car. But what he saw was Luke, who looked just as exhausted, standing there with a girl beside him. Of course, Robert knew who Jimna was. Although he always bickered with Luke, he still cared deeply for him. Thus, he had known about Luke's relationship with Jimna since long ago, and even had a rough understanding of their situation. When he found out that Jimna was a decent girl, he stopped worrying about Luke's relationship with her. When he saw Luke, Robert asked, "So, should I consider this your first day of work?" Although he was tired, Luke still flashed a smile as he replied, "It's fine. Just consider tomorrow the first day." Robert flashed a helpless smile and said, "Thank you. Tomorrow will be a busy day." Luke pointed at Jimna beside him and said, "Luckily, she was here to help tonight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle those troublesome kids." Robert nodded at Jimna and said, "Thank you, Jimna." Jimna was similarly exhausted, but she also smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. I only helped maintain order. It's what I should have done." Luke said, "It's getting late. Let's send her home first." Robert nodded and unlocked the car. Then all 3 of them got in. They arrived at Jimna's home, and after she went in, Robert waved his hand and spoke to a woman who was there waiting for Jimna. "Sandra, let her get a good rest. She helped me a lot today." Sandra was Jimna's mother, and when she heard Robert's words, she waved her hand with a smile before shutting the door. Afterward, the car started moving again. This time, it headed for home. Robert suddenly said, "You were there. Did you notice anything?" Some recollections surfaced in Luke's mind, yet he said a different thing. "I'm not sure. In any case, Michelle was found in the pool. There's a possibility that she just drowned." Robert sank into a short silence before saying, "Come with me to the station tomorrow. Tomorrow will be your official first day at work. We'll be checking forensics for the autopsy report." A while later, Luke said, "Going to the morgue on my first day at work. You sure are taking care of me well." Robert laughed. "Brat, that's a place you'll visit sooner or later as a police officer. You need to get used to it." Luke sighed, lowered the seat so that he could sit in a more comfortable position, then said, "There's a saying that a job is like rape. If you can't resist it, you might as well shut your eyes and enjoy it." When Robert heard that, he roared with laughter before saying, "Ha ha, I was right. You're indeed a natural at police work." Inside the dark car, Luke rolled his eyes. "Do you mean that police officers are all pitiful souls devoid of choice?" That caused Robert to choke on his laughter and stop. A short while later, he flew into a humiliated rage. "Fine, I now feel like you should be a lawyer instead. Your mouth is as poisonous as theirs." Luke replied, "Sigh, I wish," and sank into silence. First, it was unknown whether he could actually get into law school. With the super detective system, it was impossible for him to become a lawyer, not in this life. After they reached home, Luke took a quick bath before going to bed. He was completely exhausted from today. Early the next morning, Catherine woke him up. After he took a bath and went downstairs, Robert was already there having breakfast. "Faster, kid. This is your first day. You can't be late." 9. The rookie's golden words and biological son. Luke moved quickly as he made himself a sandwich with a thick layer of peanut butter. Today was going to be a busy day. Thus, if he didn't eat more for breakfast, he was worried he would run out of energy by noon. He still bickered with Robert out of habit. "So, do you mean that after today I can start arriving late?" Robert nearly spat out the sandwich that was in his mouth. Those words caused him to choke on it, and after coughing and drinking a large mouthful of milk, he was finally able to swallow the stuck sandwich. He rarely emerged victorious when bickering with Luke, as his line of thinking was never faster than Luke's. That was the extent of their bickering, as they still had a lot to do today. After Robert finished his sandwich and milk, he stood up and started rushing Luke. Luke poured the glass of milk down his throat and stood up with an unfinished sandwich, ready to leave. Catherine quickly walked out and asked, "Are you returning for lunch?" Robert answered, "No, we'll grab something to eat outside." As for Luke, he grinned and quickly took the paper bag from Catherine before planting a kiss on her forehead, his mouth covered in breadcrumbs, and said, "Oh, good to hear that. Thank you, Catherine, for preparing lunch for me alone." Robert's face immediately fell when he heard that. So it turned out Catherine had made more food just now and wanted them to bring the food along so that they could have a quick bite when they got hungry. Looking at the two men, one with an ugly face and one with a wide grin, enter the car, a smile surfaced on Catherine's face. With the two going to work together, she felt much more at ease. She cared deeply for the both of them, and with the two of them watching each other's back, their work would most likely be less dangerous as well. Of course, for now, it was still Robert who was taking care of Luke, but based on the intelligence Luke had displayed since young, he would be on the same level as Robert before long, and the two could start watching each other's back then. Catherine was confident of that. The police car sped off toward Knox City. Their small town didn't have a forensics department. Thus, they had to visit the one in Knox City for the autopsy results. However, even Knox City wasn't particularly advanced in forensics. If they couldn't figure anything out, they would need to enlist the help of a better forensics department, such as the one at Houston. The United States was different from China. Their administrative divisions were arranged in descending order: state, county, township, and smaller population centers. As for their law enforcement system, it worked differently. Cases not within the jurisdiction of the local town or city police force would fall under the jurisdiction of county-level law enforcement agencies, and those not under the jurisdiction of these agencies would fall under the jurisdiction of state-level law enforcement agencies. Moreover, their local town police department wasn't under the city police department, nor was it under the county-level police department. Rather, their police department, or to be apt, their sheriff department, answered directly to the local citizens, while the salaries of members of the sheriff department were paid from the town's administrative budget. Thus, situations where different law enforcement agencies would snatch each other's cases were quite commonplace here. After all, the various law enforcement agencies nationwide were independent entities that weren't subordinate to one another. Even when FBI agents carried out their investigations, the local police force would frequently be prejudiced against them, feeling as if the FBI was trying to interfere in their cases. Since the local police department was responsible for the town, they preferred to solve their own cases. Unless they were unable to solve a case, or if the case was too big to handle, they would never hand a case over to a different law enforcement agency, no matter if it was the FBI or some other police department. The reason Robert was in a rush to see the autopsy report in Knox City was so that he could quickly determine the nature of this case. If the girl had drowned, the police department would no longer have anything much to do with it. And if it was an actual homicide, he would have to solve the case as quickly as possible. It had been many years since a murder had happened in their town. This time, the dead was the daughter of a local resident. As such, they had to treat this case seriously. Only by solving the case as quickly as possible would they be able to prove that their department wasn't receiving their pay for nothing. They sped along, and in less than an hour, they arrived at Knox City's police department. The forensics department wasn't inside the department. Rather, it was located in a 4-story building next to the department. As for whether that was because the police force didn't want corpses in their building, no one knew. After getting out of the car, Robert didn't enter right away. Rather, he looked at Luke. "Do you know what you need to pay attention to as a new officer?" Luke sank into thought for a short while before saying, "Listen more, speak less, and don't touch anything." Robert replied, "Where in the world did you hear that from?" "Yes, that's right." "Simple and accurate. Remember, don't repeat those words to anyone. I'll use them to train my subordinates in the future." "Luke, can I tell you that that's the most common saying in the TV series I watched in my past life?" After signing in with his name and position on the force, Robert brought Luke along and followed the receptionist to room number 3. The so-called room number 3 was the third morgue. Robert didn't seem to have any misgivings as he directly knocked on the door before entering. A middle-aged man of about 40 years old nodded when he saw Robert enter. "You're here. Please wait a moment. Let me finish my freshly ground cup of coffee." Robert. Luke 00. Was something wrong with the script? Luke was completely confused. Had he arrived at a coffee shop instead? On the other hand, Robert had an unsightly expression, but he didn't flare up. Rather, he lowered his voice and said, "This is how he is. Every morning before work, he must have a cup of so-called freshly ground coffee. He claims that without this cup of coffee, he'll feel weak for the entire day." Luke replied in an even softer voice, "Are you sure he's talking about coffee?" Robert's face twitched as he replied, "He doesn't do drugs, not even weed. I think coffee is his version of weed. He's completely addicted to caffeine." That left Luke speechless, but that wasn't the only surprise that morning. While waiting to finish his freshly ground coffee, the middle-aged man turned on the speakers in the room. It wasn't too loud, but it was still extremely clear in this completely silent morgue. It was the sound of a violin playing, but Luke couldn't figure out what the song was. He had never been too interested in music, but the music was still quite nice. After 30 minutes, the middle-aged man finally slowly finished his cup of freshly ground coffee. He didn't even show any intention of offering them some. Robert was perfectly calm. He knew this person well. This was a person who would take his own sweet time in everything, and nobody could do anything about him. He was just too good of a forensic doctor. Or to be precise, he was the only forensic doctor in all of Knox City. After the middle-aged man put his coffee equipment away, he sized up Luke and asked, "New guy?" Robert replied, "My kid, Luke. He's also an officer. Today is his first day on the job." "Mars, can you hurry up?" The middle-aged man clicked his tongue and said, You brought him here on his first day. Are you sure he's your biological son?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything, adhering closely to the command to speak less. In any case, Robert was there to do all the talking. Sure enough, Robert's face fell as he said, "Mars, don't joke about my family." The middle-aged man called Mars blanked out slightly before he smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I'm used to trash talking with the people from the department. You should know about Hanks. Oh, let's not talk about that." 10. Autopsy, cause of death, and close relationship. Mars stopped harping on the awkward conversation topic. He started to walk toward the stainless steel autopsy table before he turned to look at Luke and said, "Young man, are you sure you're ready for this?" Luke nodded with a calm expression. It wasn't that he didn't feel anything, but as a police officer, it was a matter of time before he had to face something like this. He had to get used to this. Michelle's cause of death was likely to be drowning, and she had been discovered soon after her death. Luke would rather this be his first autopsy than face something that was comparatively more dreadful. Mars started to remove the white cloth which covered the body and stopped at the chest. He first started studying the head under the lights. First, he used something which resembled a comb to comb Michelle's hair. No obvious foreign objects found in the hair. He put the comb down and used his hand to move the hair around as he inspected the head in even more detail. No obvious external injuries on the head. Then he moved on. No palm or rope marks found on the neck. Next, he moved on to the part that would generally be censored in films. Luke remained silent and watched attentively. Luke wasn't a psycho and thus wouldn't be turned on by seeing a naked corpse. It wasn't as if he was watching a movie. He was facing an actual corpse here. Luke was merely attentively watching Mars' inspection process. He was no forensic doctor, but as a police officer, Luke had to have a certain degree of knowledge when it came to forensics. After inspecting the entire body from head to toe, Mars gestured at Robert. Robert, who already had gloves on, stepped forward and helped turn Michelle's body on its side. Again, Mars inspected the body from head to toe. When he was finally done, he shook his head. "All right, you can put the body down now. No obvious external injuries found." Robert placed the corpse down and said, "Can you check if she engaged in any sexual activity prior to her death?" Mars glanced at Luke before asking, "You sure?" Robert replied, "Yes," but he immediately turned and faced Luke. "Stand over there." Luke said nothing and slowly stood in a new spot. In this new spot, he was facing Michelle's head. Clearly, Robert still cared more than he let on. Mars got to work, and after a while he lifted his head and said, "The deceased engaged in sexual intercourse prior to death, and a large amount of sperm was left behind." Robert rolled his eyes. "Prioritize finding whom the sperm belongs to. Are you able to determine the cause of death?" Mars replied, "Please wait a moment." He got working on the corpse again, and shortly after he said, "Suffocation." Robert raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Mars glanced at him and added, "However, there was no water in her lungs. Therefore, she didn't drown. You're going to be busy now." Robert sighed helplessly. Generally speaking, of the few causes which led to suffocation, drowning and choking were the two most common scenarios. If it was by choking, there would have been handprints or rope or other marks left on the neck. And as for those who drowned, water would definitely be found in the lungs. Michelle's corpse had been discovered in the water, yet there wasn't any water in her lungs. Her neck was also completely clean. Something was definitely wrong here. Robert had been a police officer for many years, and he was aware that this was obviously a homicide. That meant that he had to solve the case as quickly as possible. They drew their salaries from the town, and thus, in a situation like this, they had to quickly discover the truth and maintain order in the town. Presently, Mars was starting to inspect Michelle's nose, eyes, lips, tongue, and ears. After a short while, using a pair of tweezers, he pulled out several thin and white objects from her nose. Robert narrowed his eyes and asked, "What are those?" Mars remained silent and checked Michelle's mouth. Again, he used tweezers to pull out several tiny white objects from within. Only now did he say, "All right, although the official forensics report will still take a while, I can let you know right now what these are. These are feathers, or to be accurate, down, which is generally used to make pillows, cushions, and other similar items. Now that some have been found in the nose and mouth of the deceased, you should have an idea what the most probable cause of death is." Robert nodded. Got it, I'm leaving now. Let me know if you find anything else, and when the autopsy report is ready, give me a call. Then he called for Luke before leaving the room. Luke followed along, but just as he was about to exit the room, Mars said, "Hey kid, Luke, not bad. You're much more interesting than Robert. Come visit when you're free." Luke turned and nodded with a smile on his face. "Thanks. I'll definitely come when I have the chance." He then waved and shut the door behind him as he exited the room. Inside the room, Mars blanked out slightly before smiling. The way he behaves is completely unlike Robert. Perhaps he really isn't his biological son. He then shook his head with a smile before he continued with his work. Once again, the police car sped off along the road back to where they came from. While driving, Robert asked, "Do you have any thoughts on the case?" Luke replied, "It's a homicide." Robert replied, "Of course it is, anything else." Luke recalled what he saw last night and hesitated inwardly. However, he still spoke up. "Crime of passion." Robert nodded. "Yes, that's possible." "Anything else?" Luke shook his head. "Nothing for now." Robert asked, "Are you sure?" Luke sighed and said, "Fine. Michelle has a boyfriend at school, the football captain George Joshua." Robert asked, "Are you close to him, or is Michelle the one you're close to?" Luke replied, "Neither. But Jimna is a member of the cheerleading squad, and Michelle was the captain of the cheerleaders. That's why I know a bit about her." Robert asked, "What else do you know about her?" Luke sank into a short silence before saying, "Michelle is also rather intimate with two other members of the football club." Robert raised his eyebrows. "What?" Luke sighed and said, "She's already dead, and I don't like talking about her like this. But since her death wasn't an accident, I can't keep this hidden anymore." Robert was somewhat speechless. Kids nowadays sure are playful. Back then when I was in high school, I was very innocent back then. Luke snorted. "If you're going to lie, can you improve your awkward acting first? At the very least, wipe that guilty look off your face." Perhaps the disdain in Luke's eyes was too obvious, as Robert immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Bastard, what are you looking at? I'm busy, I need to focus on the road." "Huh. Wait, I'm the boss. Why am I the driver?" Then he slammed on the brakes and stopped the car before saying, "Come, you drive." Luke helplessly got out of the car and walked around it to the driver's seat. As for Robert, he moved to the passenger's seat. After he got into the car, Luke shut the door, put his seatbelt on, and said, "I still don't have a driver's license. Am I driving illegally now?" Robert sneered. "Sure, get an officer to issue you a fine, then." 11. The wide preferences of senior high students, and a candy treat for the boss. Speechless, Luke stared at a distant road sign. The sign said that they were 30 miles away from Shackelford, their hometown. That also meant that they had in fact crossed Shackelford's border. And inside the town's jurisdiction, only the police officers of the town could issue a fine. And only an idiot would issue their superior's car a fine. And thus, even without a driver's license, Luke was still able to drive to his heart's content. Robert watched as Luke started the car, changed gears, and drove off steadily. When the car entered the road without any problems, he stopped worrying and said, "Look at how good you are at driving. You must have driven around the ranch a lot, huh? Why don't you go get a license then?" Luke replied, I'll do it after this case." Robert said, "You can drive faster, you know." Luke replied, 80 miles per hour is fast enough. Otherwise, I won't be able to ensure our safety anymore. It's not like I'm some experienced driver." Robert said, "Fine, wake me up when we're there." Then he shut his eyes and lay back as he started thinking about the case. Inside the car, only the sound of country music on the radio could be heard. 20 minutes or so later, Luke stopped. "We're here, Robert." Robert grunted in acknowledgement and got out of the car. Still in deep thought, he entered the police department right away. Luke shook his head helplessly as he stopped the engine and locked the car before entering the building as well. Right after he entered, he saw Selina talking to Robert. When he greeted them, Selina gave him a bright smile and a hug before saying, "Luke, you're finally here. The boss said to wait for you before we start." Luke nodded with a smile on his face. People here normally wouldn't act so intimately with their colleagues, but since he had helped out at a moment's notice last night and lightened her burden considerably, and coupled with his young age, Selina was very friendly toward him. Robert was still silent, the look on his face pensive as he entered his office. In this tiny police department with only about a dozen members, Robert was the only one with his own office. Even the deputy chief only had a large table in a corner of the room. It wasn't that the deputy didn't want a room, but the budget application for his own room had been rejected. Thus, he didn't get an office of his own. The three entered the office with Luke at the end. He shut the door behind him when he entered and even locked it. Selina, who had been observing him all along, muttered under her breath, "What a cautious kid. He's completely unlike the chief." As for Robert, ever since getting Luke to drive, he behaved as if he were in a daydream. After sitting down, he finally said, "Luke, repeat what you told me, as well as the autopsy results." What could Luke do? He was at work and Robert was his superior. Thus, he obeyed. Luke spoke as succinctly as possible while still not overlooking anything, and he explained everything about the autopsy before talking about Michelle's complicated relationships prior to her death. Selina whistled when she heard that. Wow, kids nowadays sure know how to have fun. Luke shook his head solemnly and said, "No, that's a privilege reserved only for the popular kids at school. If it was a fat fellow instead, for example, he wouldn't get to partake, regardless of gender." Selina blanked out slightly before saying, "True, that's right. But how is that related to this case?" Luke replied, "Maybe there isn't a connection, but I'm only telling you this so that you don't assume that this is the life of all high schoolers nowadays." Selina spoke doubtfully, "For real?" "Luke, my point being, a person's looks will determine their popularity at school." Selina. Robert. After some empty talk, Luke finally got the conversation back on the right track. He looked at Robert and asked, "Do you need me to give a detailed explanation about the other two students?" Robert nodded. "Don't worry. Selina is an experienced officer. She knows what to say and what not to say." Luke nodded. Apart from George Joshua, her official boyfriend, Michelle, was also close to Boris Pepe and Lord Terry, both members of the football club. Oh, Boris is an offensive guard while Lord is a quarterback. Selina clicked her tongue and said, "This Michelle sure has wide preferences." Luke was rendered speechless. What could he say? Those two, along with the captain, George, who played the tight end position, resembled a gathering of the club's main positions in the palm of Michelle's hand. Boris, the offensive guard, was a Latino and was as sturdy as a wall. As for his appearance, he looked rather boorish. As for Lord, he was a handsome white kid, and as a quarterback, he was slender and athletic. He had good grades as well. As for George, he was akin to an average of the two, sturdy but not as sturdy as the offensive guard and handsome but not excessively so. One could say that the three had completely different styles, and all three were intimate with Michelle. Robert pondered for a bit before standing up. "Let's go. We'll pay George a visit." The three left, and since Luke was closest to the door, he held the door open for them. That caused Selina to look at him in astonishment. Luke smiled. "Ladies first." Robert walked in front expressionlessly, yet inwardly he muttered to himself, "That stinky brat. He's not going to get the prettiest policewoman just like that, right? He has a girlfriend. Fine. He mentioned that Jimna is leaving to further her studies." Forget it. I don't care anymore." As for Selina, she giggled before leaving the room. When they reached the parking lot, Luke was about to get into the car before Robert shouted at him, "What are you doing?" Luke replied, "What?" Robert pointed to the side and said, "Selina is your partner, go there." Luke was hit by realization as he quickly went over to Selina instead. Selina was already seated in the driver's seat, and she laughed heartily. "Young Luke, you're now an officer and my partner at that. You can't remain Robert's tail forever." Luke smiled as he put on the seatbelt. "So you mean that I have to be your tail instead?" As he spoke, he glanced at a certain part of his partner's body. "Selina, Robert was right. You look honest, but you're very crafty inside." Luke said, "Are you sure those were Robert's words?" In the face of this completely emotionless line of questioning, Selina was struck speechless again. She slammed her foot on the pedal in annoyance and sped off after Robert's car. Fine, what Robert said was that you look stupid but are in fact very smart. Luke said, forget it, I would rather he call me crafty. Selina blanked out again before she reacted. Ha ha ha, so you don't enjoy being called stupid. Luke rolled his eyes. Would you like to be called that? Selina was rendered speechless again. Luke fished something out of his pocket and said, all right, boss, come have a candy, before handing her a piece of chewing gum. 12. The Grumpy Dad and the Cowardly George. Selina took the chewing gum, unwrapped it with one hand, and stuffed it into her mouth. As she chewed, she mumbled, if Robert was as thick-skinned as you are, he would have become Knox City's chief of police by now. Luke didn't seem to mind. No, to become the chief of police, one must first be ruthless. Being thick-skinned is merely an extension of the trait. Selina pondered for a bit and found herself incapable of countering that. So are you saying that Robert isn't ruthless enough? Luke replied, I meant that I'm not ruthless enough. Selina. As the two chatted, they arrived at their destination. They got out of the car and followed behind Robert. Robert didn't even bother to press the doorbell. He yelled directly, Buck, open the door. In less than 2 minutes, the door opened. A middle-aged Caucasian man stood there looking at Robert before he said, come in, Robert. I've been waiting for you. When he saw the two behind Robert, he squeezed out a smile. Selina, Luke, how are you doing? Come on in. And thus, the three entered the house. This was a small town, and they did things differently here. In a larger city like New York, for instance, before entering someone's residence, the police would have to flash their badges and call out NYPD before they could enter. As for Robert, he knew nearly everyone in town, and practically all the residents here knew him as well. Thus, he didn't need to show his badge or introduce himself. Of course, Robert was still dressed in his police uniform. His badge was thus naturally hanging on his belt. After entering and taking a seat on the sofa, Robert said, Buck, we're here to ask George some questions. Buck hesitated slightly before he said, Robert, since we've known each other for years, do me this favor and tell me, will George be fine? The hearts of the three officers thumped as they thought, that's an interesting choice of words. Robert remained silent for a short while before he said, Buck, I can only promise that I'll do whatever is within my scope of authority to take care of George. Buck smiled bitterly. You're still as strict as ever. Robert said, Buck, Michelle is dead. This isn't something we can just cover up and forget. Buck inhaled deeply and nodded before he turned and shouted up the stairs. Get your ass down here. If you keep hiding, I'll personally greet you with my gun. Luke was speechless, but this was Texas, and grumpy dads like this weren't exactly rare. Almost immediately, George appeared on the stairs. He had evidently been eavesdropping on them. Looking at the 62, tall guy step forward with a pitiful expression, Luke found it hilarious. In truth, there was something else he hadn't mentioned to Robert. But that was related to his own privacy, and he had no intention of clouding Robert's judgment, so he decided to keep silent. Luke personally believed that the person who had left the large amount of sperm in Michelle was either George, Lord, or Boris. It was most likely George, as Luke had heard from the cheerleaders that George and Michelle had entered the house together earlier that night. And what else could they have done inside? Most likely what Luke and Jimna had been doing, the only difference being Luke's bad luck at being interrupted when he had barely gotten started. But Luke didn't think that George was the one who had murdered Michelle. At the very least, he was the least suspicious suspect. That was because Luke knew that George was in truth a very cowardly person. Moreover, George was actually aware of Michelle's relationship with other men. Likewise, Michelle was also aware of George's relationship with a few of the other cheerleaders. These two were quite a pair. The man enjoyed messing around everywhere, while the woman was like a collector of special editions. Luke was aware of all of it because George had once set his eye on Jimna, and for some reason he had even stupidly decided to threaten Luke, telling him to give up on Jimna. Luke hadn't said anything on the spot, but after school he had blocked George's way when the latter was on his way home alone. In less than 30 seconds, George was already begging for mercy on the ground. The two of them were fairly different in size. George was 62 and weighed more than 220 pounds. With one look, anyone could see that he was obviously a sturdily built youth. Luke was only about 59 in height and only weighed about 170 pounds. He was comparatively much smaller than George. But Luke had been practicing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu since junior high and was on a completely different level than George, whose only training was in football. In roughly 30 seconds, Luke managed to place George's arm in a lock, causing such pain that George started begging for mercy. That was why Luke had never bothered to practice something else like boxing or Chinese martial arts. Generally, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu could be used to subdue and also disable an opponent. Moreover, it was good for close combat and was very suited for day-to-day conflict. With boxing, sure, it felt great to KO someone with one punch, but it would be way too easy to give someone a concussion in boxing. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was more technical and size didn't matter as much. So long as Luke could place George in a lock, it didn't matter that George was bigger. His only choice was to beg for mercy on the ground. After teaching George a lesson, that fellow had avoided Luke ever since. Only about a month later did things return to some level of normalcy between them, but George no longer dared to mess with Gymna. And from this, Luke judged that George was simply a coward. A coward that would appear strong before the weak and weak before the strong. Looking at how George was currently behaving, Luke was certain that he was hiding something. George walked over with an anxious look and stood there. Robert said, "Take a seat, George. I have some questions for you." At that, George broke out in a cold sweat while his gaze drifted to his dad, Buck. Luke's face twitched when he saw what a coward the fellow was. Buck had a complicated look on his face. Anger, helplessness, and anxiety were all present. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and said, "Tell Robert everything you did last night. Answer all his questions. Don't think of hiding anything unless you want to become a murderer." But when the three officers heard those words, their hearts thumped again. This father and son pair must have talked about this before. Buck might already be aware of what happened last night. That was why he had agreed to let George be questioned. But whether George was the murderer or not still remained unanswered for now. It was quite typical that the more one tried to hide something, the more one revealed. After hearing his dad's words, George started talking with a sullen face. After he was done talking, Robert had an odd expression on his face. As for Selena and Luke, they exchanged glances, both sending different messages with their eyes. Luke sensed from Selena's eyes that she was thinking something along the lines of, "Do you still claim that the kids in your school aren't all that wild?" While Luke's eyes said something like, "That has nothing to do with me." Robert continued questioning George. As for Luke, he listened on while pondering what George had said earlier. George had indeed done it with Michelle when they went inside. In any case, since the two had graduated, George had even stolen and brought over a bottle of his dad's tequila. Thus, the two had been drinking madly as they did the deed. Ultimately, George got completely drunk and only woke up after a while. After waking up, he tried to wake Michelle up so that they could continue partying. She couldn't be roused, however, and when he checked, he found that she was no longer breathing. 13 bold deductions and providing clues. In his drunken, terrified state, George's first thought was to not let anyone know that Michelle had died after having S*X with him. And thus, this idiot stealthily took her out of the first-floor bedroom. That was right. George had been in one of the rooms Luke hadn't opened when he and Gemina went looking for a room. Martha's swimming pool wasn't a fully rectangular pool. The pool curved in one corner and was separated from the main pool by a stone platform. Simply put, the main pool was the actual swimming pool, while the smaller curved pool in the corner was for recreational purposes, such as soaking while drinking and so on. Last night, everyone had been busy hanging out around the main pool. Someone would stop at the small pool occasionally, but they would all quickly move to enter the house. When George carried Michelle out, he acted as if they were still making out. Thus, nobody paid much attention to him. Then he placed the corpse on a cushion float in the small pool before slipping away. The pool had a drainage system which activated at fixed intervals. The small pool also had an outlet. Thus, before long, the cushion float drifted out of the small pool along with the body. That was when everyone had discovered it. As for why George had done that, one could only say that he was simply an idiot. Not a single rational thought had crossed his mind. He was a musclehead who loved sports and disliked studying, and one could say that George was only slightly smarter than someone with a learning handicap. Coupled with the fact that people didn't think straight when they were drunk, George decided to do something that stupid. Robert and Selina kept their opinions to themselves. After all, many people would act dumb in front of police officers as a last resort to avoid responsibility for their crime. But Luke believed George. This fellow wasn't lying. He was truly just that dumb. Robert was already done with the questions. Most of the answers he received from George were, "I don't know," "I don't remember," or "I can't remember." Based on what he said, it wasn't weird that he would do something like that when drunk. But similarly, many suspects would use such an excuse to muddle through a police investigation. And because of that, rather than reduce the suspicion on him, he had instead increased it. Robert stood up and said goodbye, and Buck sent them off at the door. Standing at the door, Buck called out to Robert. Selina and Luke proceeded to their car while Robert stopped. Buck and Robert had known each other for years. For his son's sake, Buck would definitely try to plead for leniency. Luke and Selina were tactful enough to give them some privacy. Buck spoke with a pleading expression. However, Robert only shook his head and patted Buck's shoulder before turning and getting into his car. Buck was left standing there helplessly. Luke sighed softly when he saw that. Selina glanced at him and said, "Why are you sighing like you're some old man?" Luke said, "One must never be too stupid. Otherwise, he'll trouble himself and his loved ones. Just look at Buck. His usual coarse and outspoken attitude is nowhere to be seen now." Selina sank into silence when she heard that. "Hence, you learn to be cunning so as not to worry Robert." "Luke, hee. Girl, you make it sound so simple." "Robert isn't the one worried about me. Instead, I'm the one worried about them. This world isn't as safe as you think." When they arrived at the police department, the three of them entered Robert's office again and locked the door. This time, Robert didn't ask for Luke's opinion. Rather, he asked Selina, "Selina, what do you think?" Luke grumbled inwardly. "Robert, are you reenacting an American version of Detective Direnji?" Then the beautiful Selina replied, "George might be telling the truth, but we can't completely remove him as a suspect." Robert understood what she meant. She didn't believe everything that George said. He looked at Luke and said, "How about you? George is from your school and you knew Michelle too. Did you notice anything?" Luke pondered for a bit and said, "Robert, have you thought about it this way? The murderer didn't choke Michelle to death, and instead used something like a pillow to suffocate her to death. What's the reason for that?" Robert answered immediately, "Perhaps the murderer has some common sense when it comes to committing a crime, and was aware that leaving fingerprints behind would expose them. Thus, they used a pillow or something similar instead." Luke said, "There's another possibility. Given the murderer's size and physical strength, she decided to use a pillow instead of her own hands." The other two blanked out before Selina asked, "She?" He and she were different, and the both of them had latched keenly onto that point. If even Selina had caught that, then the experienced Robert had naturally caught it as well. "Are you saying that the murderer is a woman?" Luke replied, "If you want to solve the case as quickly as possible, we have to make bold deductions. Now I'll tell you something I've been withholding before this." The two frowned. Luke continued, "On the day of the murder, I was on a certain balcony on the 3rd floor with Jimna. The balcony faced the pool directly. When we heard the noise downstairs, I looked down and saw that one person in particular hadn't approached the body to see what was going on. Rather, that person slipped away stealthily. And in the subsequent report we made, this person's name also wasn't included in the list of guests that night." Robert and Selina instantly understood his meaning. Someone had been there that night, someone that nobody knew was there. That someone hadn't stepped forward to see what was going on and instead had slipped away silently. And coincidentally, that person had also left from the pool. There were too many coincidences here. "Who?" Robert asked. "Jessica Thompson, a sophomore from school. She's also one of the school cheerleaders," Luke said. The other two exchanged glances. In short, this girl was from the same social circle as Michelle. Selina pondered for a bit and asked, "What is her relationship with George, or is there a grudge between them?" If they were a couple, it was very likely that she was the murderer, and this was a crime of passion. And if she had a grudge against George, then this might be a setup. Luke shook his head. No, she once got into an argument with Michelle, but it wasn't over George. Rather, they fought over Lord. Robert and Selina asked blankly, "Lord?" Luke nodded. "Lord is the quarterback. He's handsome and athletic. Moreover, he does quite well in his studies. He's also from a decent family. There's always been a rumor among the cheerleaders that Jessica was chasing Lord." Robert frowned. "Only a rumor." Luke shrugged. "As far as I know, they indeed aren't together, but there are also rumors that Lord rejected Jessica's advances." Robert and Selina exchanged glances again. This made things interesting. Robert started pacing around the room. After a short while, he pointed at the computer and said to Selina, "Pull up the details on Jessica and Lord." Then he started searching the room before he found a folder. He opened the folder and read it for a bit before he lifted his head. "Selina, are you done?" Selina replied, "I only found their school records." "Do you want me to read them out?" 14 footprints and staying behind. Robert asked, "What size shoes do they wear?" Selina replied, "Lord's size is 44 and Jessica's size is 38. Robert narrowed his eyes, picked up a picture and started studying it as he muttered, "Size 38. Both Selina and Luke could see that it was a picture of a footprint on a windowsill. Selina asked, "Is this the footprint that was found in the first floor room?" Robert nodded as he continued studying the picture. Luke said, "Can I have a look?" Robert glanced at him before passing him the picture. Luke studied the picture for a bit before looking away, seemingly in deep thought. After a while, he inhaled and said, "I've seen this footprint before." Both Robert and Selina stared at him in stupefaction. Luke continued, "This is probably a Nike Flex Essential TR. A while ago, the cheerleaders bought a bunch of them together as the team's official shoes for team activities. I've seen Jimna wear them before." Selina whistled. "You sure are attentive to your girlfriend, even remembering a pair of her shoes so clearly." Luke rolled his eyes. "Because they're very expensive and Jimna didn't have enough money for them. She even borrowed $100 from me for them. That's why after she got them, I took a good look and remembered the pattern on the soles." Robert interrupted, "Where did you get the $100? "Luke, that's a secret." Robert said, "Do you think I won't cut your allowance?" Luke replied, "Sure you will, but I'm officially employed from today onward. Do you want to cut my pay instead?" Robert replied, "Don't forget to give Catherine some money for food expenses after getting your pay." Luke bastard. After some nonsensical talk, Robert finally returned to the topic. "So Jessica has the same pair of shoes?" Luke shook his head. "I don't know, buying these shoes wasn't compulsory. Only those who were interested had to buy them. They paid out of their own pockets anyway. This was only a suggestion that was made to take advantage of the bulk discount the store was offering. I have no idea how many pairs were bought and who bought them." Robert grunted but wasn't too disappointed. Luke added, Jessica's family is quite wealthy. I think her dad is an accountant in Knox City." Robert and Selina exchanged glances. Luke was clearly hinting that Jessica could afford that pair of shoes. "What now, Chief?" Selina asked. In truth, what she wanted to ask was whether they should go look for Jessica now. After all, she was the most suspicious of all the suspects. Robert rapped on the table before he said, "I'll make a call first." He didn't use his cell phone. Rather, he used the office's fixed line to make the call. To the side, Luke blanked out when he heard the content of the conversation. He approached Selina and whispered, "Has Robert always been such a brute when investigating cases?" Selina giggled and glanced at him before saying, "That's because he trusts you." Luke immediately had a bitter look. "But I was merely guessing. I'm not too sure myself. I only provided that information as another avenue of investigation." Why is he acting on it directly? Selina's lips curled up. Don't worry. We're only inviting that girl here to assist in the investigation, not arresting her with a warrant. Robert is not as stupid as you think. You're the one who said the word stupid, not me. Luke suddenly changed the topic. That caught Selina by surprise. Only then did she notice that Robert had already ended the call and was staring at her with a sullen face. Selina realized that Luke had tricked her. Robert merely glared at her before saying, Selina, come with me to Knox City. We'll bring Jessica back for questioning. Luke, stay here and go through these documents. See if you can find anything else that's useful. Luke nodded, sure. Then the two left the office while Luke stood there staring at the folder. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, where's my desk? Shouldn't you tell me that before leaving? Unfortunately, the two had probably left town by now. He could only shake his head helplessly as he walked to reception and said, Hey, beautiful Mary, can you tell me where my desk is? He was talking to a Caucasian woman who was about 40 years old. She wasn't dressed in a police uniform, merely in casual clothes. Hearing his words, the woman seated in front of a computer raised her head. Oh, it's you. Little devil, you sure have a sweet mouth. Did Robert not arrange a desk for you? Go in. There are 2 desks in the left corner. The empty one is yours. Luke smiled and thanked her before asking, So whose desk is the one beside mine? Mary answered, Selina's, don't you know? Hank resigned, and he used to be Selina's partner. Naturally, their desks are situated next to each other. The empty desk used to belong to Hank. Luke finally understood. I see. Mary glanced at him. Don't tell me you don't know that Selina will be your partner as well, right? Luke slapped his head. Yes, I know that. I just hadn't thought of it that way. Thank you for your reminder, Mary. Mary smiled. Do you need my help to clean the desk? Hank's a forgetful fool, so he most likely left some stuff behind. Luke said, No, it's fine. You're very busy, too. I'll do it myself. Do you have any empty boxes? I'll just put all his stuff into an empty box. Mary replied, Yes. Her leg dug into the space below the reception counter before fishing out an empty box. She then picked the box up and handed it to Luke. Thank you for the help, Mary. Luke smiled, waved, and entered the office again. When he found the empty desk, he saw that Hank hadn't left too many things behind anyway. There were only some tiny things that he had no use for or had been too lazy to move. Luke placed the box under the desk. He felt that the current desk was already sufficient for him, so he wasn't in a rush to clean it up and make more space. After he was done with this case, he would probably have plenty of time to do something like clean his desk. Thus, he opened the folder on the table and started going through the documents page by page. In less than half an hour, he finished reading it. There wasn't much information in the folder. It only contained a summary of the initial findings, and for even more detailed information, they had to wait for the forensic results from Knox City. He didn't make any new discoveries either. After all, the information he provided earlier was only available due to his familiarity with the suspect, and also because he had recognized Jessica when she slipped away. He was no master detective. Although he had that completely unresponsive super detective system, he was still a thoroughly ordinary person. After thinking about the case for a bit, he suddenly felt hungry. Thus, he went to Robert's office and took out a lunch box which Catherine had prepared from the fridge. 15. Solving a case and the first level up. While heating the lunch in a microwave in the lounge, Luke also made himself a cup of coffee from the coffee machine. As he ate, he continued going over the folder. After finishing his late lunch, he looked outside and checked the time and discovered that it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Robert wouldn't have forgotten lunch because of work, right? With Selina there, that was quite unlikely. It couldn't be that both of them were absent-minded enough to forget lunch, right? As Luke mused to himself, Robert and Selina returned. Behind Robert was Selina and a girl, Jessica. On the girl's other side were her parents, as well as a man who was dressed formally. This man was also carrying a black briefcase. When Luke saw that, he frowned. The guy walking behind everyone with a briefcase reeked of a lawyer. Luke could guess his identity without being told. It seemed that although Robert had brought Jessica down here, her parents weren't to be trifled with either. They had directly brought a lawyer along with them. Luke mused to himself that they sure were rich. He quickly wiped his mouth and hands with a paper napkin before throwing the trash into the trash can and stepping forward in the newcomer's direction. He remained silent, but when he looked into Robert's eyes, he received no hint that he should do anything. Fine, it seemed that Robert intended to do everything according to procedure. Next, Jessica was brought into the interrogation room while her parents waited outside. Naturally, the lawyer went inside with her as well. Inside the room, Selina asked the questions. Selina spoke gently. "Jessica, where were you between 6 p.m. and 12 a.m. yesterday?" Jessica replied, "I was home with my dad and mom." Bingo, Luke thought to himself. The lawyer didn't prevent Jessica from answering. After all, that was an extremely ordinary question, one that didn't even touch on his client's privacy. Generally, if the suspect refused to say anything, that would be when they knew that they had no hope of escaping. The more they spoke, the more they revealed. In such a situation, the suspect would simply refuse to talk so as not to reveal even more clues. At the moment, Jessica still wasn't under arrest. Thus, the lawyer naturally wouldn't tell her to refuse to answer the questions. But Luke believed that Jessica probably hadn't told her parents that she had been at the party yesterday. Otherwise, the lawyer would have taught her a completely different set of lies to say. The interrogation proceeded smoothly and at a moderate pace, and Selina wasn't too aggressive with her questions. She only asked about Jessica's relationship with the deceased and the other suspects, and asked her if she had noticed anything unusual before this, and so on. In less than an hour, the interrogation ended. Robert then sent the family off together with their lawyer. When Luke saw them drive off, he said in a low voice, "That's it." Robert replied, "Of course. At the very least, we have a recording of the interrogation today. That will serve as strong evidence to support our case." That was true. They only needed to find proof that Jessica had been at the party. By doing that, even if they couldn't prove that she was guilty, they would be able to prove that she was lying. Next, Luke wasn't sent out to work on the case. Rather, he was left in the office on shift work and dealt with the town's minor cases and issues. Luke didn't seem to mind. After solving a case which involved a brawl, he obtained 3 experience and credit points. After solving a missing dog case and delivering the dog back to its master, he obtained 2 experience and credit points. After helping a granny back home, he obtained 2 experience and credit points. After dealing with a noise complaint against some kids who were blasting rock music, he obtained 2 experience and credit points. After issuing a fine to an illegally parked car, he obtained 2 experience and credit points. Luke worked diligently as he handled the numerous issues, such as calling for a dispatch for incidents that required it, solving some unresolved issues on the spot, dragging things out if necessary, or redirecting people back to the police department as needed. After about 5 days, he had accumulated 76 experience and credit points. Excluding the 10 points and 2 points he gained when he had first been hired, and when he had rescued the cat, he had earned 64 points over the past 5 days. He was making more than 10 points per day. Although this was quite slow, Luke was in no rush. And then the weekend arrived. He woke up late on the weekend, only getting out of bed after 9 in the morning. Yawning, he entered the kitchen and gave the busy Catherine a peck on her forehead. "What delicious food are you preparing today?" Catherine smiled. "Steak, salad, apple pie, and tomato soup." Luke nodded. "That sounds so good." It wasn't like he had to do anything himself. He was eating for free. "Was there anything bad about that?" Catherine asked. "Try asking Robert if he has any free time." "Maybe we can have a barbecue tonight." Luke shook his head. "Forget it, he's still busy. I'm sure he won't have any free time." After saying that, he took a bite of bread. Right at that moment, there was suddenly a reaction from the system. Mission: Michelle's murder case solved. Completion of the mission is worth a total of 100 experience and 100 credit. Since the host's contribution to the mission was 70%, 70 experience and 70 credit points have been awarded to the host. As experience has reached 100 points, the host has leveled up to level 1. That caused Luke to choke on his bread before he coughed it out, spraying bread all over the table. This surprise had completely caught him off guard. Faced with Catherine's curious look, Luke said that he had carelessly choked on the bread, before he ran out of the kitchen with the bread and a glass of milk. He sat down on a chair in front of the house and placed the milk and bread on a table before he shifted his focus to the system. This stupid system had remained silent for the past few days, no matter what he did. The only reaction he had gotten from the system were the experience and credit points he had gained from the police work he did. But today, he had actually leveled up. After a short while, Luke checked the information in the system and was overjoyed. Character, Luke alias, Luke Coulson. Extra stat points, 3. Strength, 12. Dexterity, 11. Mental strength, 12. Level 1. Experience, 46. Credit, 146. Holy shit, level up. There were free stat points upon leveling up. That was great news. Luke loved a simple system like this. Fine, he could excuse the system for its lack of reaction. Since he could obtain additional stat points, that was more than enough for him. But 100 points had been deducted from his experience, leaving only 46. As for his credit, he still had 146 points. Evidently, the experience indicated here was something like an experience bar, which only showed his progress for his current level. The missing 100 points had been used for his level up, and the benefit of leveling up was free stat points. He didn't even need the system to explain the stat points. He knew the 3 points could be added to the 3 main stats. What did that mean? An ordinary person would have an average stat of 10 points. Luke only needed to level up 3 times to obtain 9 points, and if he added them all to the same stat, his stat would be nearly twice that of an ordinary person. Upon reaching level 10 or something like that, he would be akin to a mini Superman. But now was not the time to be overly excited about this. Michelle's murder case had been solved, but in truth, Luke hadn't participated in the entire case. And from this, he was able to glean an important piece of information on how the system worked. 16. The truth of Michelle's death and first stat allocation. The super detective system wasn't the same as a superior at the police department. It had its own way of calculating one's contribution to a case. The total points allocated in Michelle's case was 100, while Luke had contributed 70% in solving it. When Luke thought about it, it was probably because he had played a big role in both identifying and capturing the suspect. For example, without what he had seen at the party, the investigation wouldn't have focused on Jessica so quickly. If the case had dragged on until she was already out of town for further studies, it wouldn't have been as easy to look for her to assist in the investigation. Moreover, the longer the case dragged on, the more likely it was for more of the evidence to disappear. At the same time, the memories of the people involved in the case would start growing hazy, and all that would adversely affect the investigation. Because of that, Luke had been accorded a contribution of 70% and awarded 70% of the total points for this case. This implied that if Luke was the chief of police and wanted to gather points via his subordinates solving cases for him, that was unlikely to succeed. He had to make actual contributions to qualify for the rewards. Luke wasn't too disappointed by this discovery. It wasn't that bad. The only thing he was still clueless about was the credit points. What exactly could he do with the credit points? Generally speaking, credit points existed for the purpose of being spent. But the system hadn't shown him any sort of catalog, so the credit points were left untouched for now. Perhaps that function would only unlock after further level ups. He opened his eyes and started eating his breakfast of bread and milk again. After he was done eating, he entered the house. After thinking about it, he gave Selina's official number a call. "It's me, Luke. How's the case coming along?" Shortly afterward, Luke hung up and nodded in satisfaction. The case had indeed been solved. The intelligence he provided had indeed been helpful. Jessica was the murderer. The next day after Jessica's questioning, Robert obtained a search warrant. They caught Jessica by surprise, and from her house, they found the shoes which matched the footprint. Apart from that, they also found several articles of clothing which Jessica hadn't yet had the opportunity to wash. Since Luke had described what Jessica was wearing the other night from memory, Robert had a clear target when searching her house. Next, Knox City's forensics department worked overtime and found George's and Michelle's bodily fluids on Jessica's clothes. That, coupled with the footprint, made it clear what Jessica had done that night. In truth, Jessica had been paying attention to Michelle. When she saw them enter the room, she waited until they were dead drunk after S*X before she snuck in through the window. Then she suffocated Michelle to death with a pillow before leaving through the window. While she was suffocating Michelle, Jessica had been crouched over her. Because of that, some of the bodily fluid stained her clothes. The bodily fluid was the most important evidence, one that played a bigger role than the footprint. After all, Jessica wasn't the only one with that pair of shoes, but the party was the only place where her clothes could have been stained with George's and Michelle's bodily fluids. That was because prior to the party, George and Michelle would only have met at their respective homes, places that Jessica couldn't enter easily. When Robert returned and told Luke the full story that night, Luke was rendered speechless. During the interrogation, Jessica quickly lost her mind and ignored the lawyer who was pleading for her to keep quiet. She started cursing Michelle, and while she was at it, she confessed everything about how she had killed her. It was indeed a crime of passion. Michelle was in a relationship with many guys, Lord the quarterback being one of them. The handsome quarterback was Jessica's true love, but he had rejected her many times. Jessica was sure that it was definitely Michelle who had seduced Lord, causing him to reject her. Now that Lord had graduated and Jessica was still in her sophomore year, the two definitely no longer had a chance of being together. When Jessica accidentally found out about the party, she stealthily drove over, and while everyone was partying, she kept an eye on Michelle. Based on what Jessica said, she hadn't planned to kill Michelle and merely intended to give her a beating. As for how that turned into murder, Jessica said that after she saw what Michelle had done with George, she recalled how Michelle still refused to back off from Lord. In a fit of anger, she picked up a random pillow as she thought about frightening Michelle with it. Alas, Michelle was dead drunk and couldn't even struggle, and was thus directly killed with the pillow. Jessica didn't even realize Michelle was dead. She thought that Michelle had passed out, and she even felt like her revenge had failed. But just as she was about to leave, she saw George come out and place Michelle in the small pool. She had watched on coldly, still unaware of Michelle's condition. Finally, when someone noticed that Michelle was no longer breathing, Jessica had gotten a bad feeling and slipped away. That was also when Luke had seen her from above. When she arrived home, Jessica was uneasy yet unsure about what was going on. Since she also felt guilty, she didn't dare call anyone to ask about it. She didn't even tell her parents anything. As a result, when Robert brought her to the police department the next day, she was greatly frightened. And before her parents could even do anything, Robert arrived with a search warrant the day after. As for what happened after that, it no longer had anything to do with their police department. It no longer had anything to do with Robert as well. They had already done their job. What was left was for the prosecutor to charge Jessica with a criminal lawsuit, while her family would enter a plea for her. In less than a week, the police department solved the case, sufficiently displaying their capabilities. More importantly, Michelle was a children of the town while Jessica was a child of Knox City. Because of that, the residents of the town were satisfied with the results of the investigation. Luke was even more satisfied. Since it was the weekend, he used the simple workout equipment which Robert had in the backyard to test out his new strength after allocating his stat points. He had played a few video games before where he wanted to become a pure strength character. Thus, he first allocated his points to strength. After all, strength was a stat that would definitely be useful. Why was the Hulk so powerful? Because he was strong enough to destroy a battleship with one punch. Of course, Luke had never dreamed of being that powerful, but it was never bad to have more strength. He added all 3 points to strength for a total of 15 points. He tried doing bench presses, deadlifts, and squats, and found that his strength had indeed increased slightly. He could now bench about 280 pounds, lift about 400 pounds, and squat under a weight of about 400 pounds as well. And the reason his results stopped at 400 pounds was because that was all the weight Robert had. Luke only knew that he still had strength to spare, especially during the squats. But he had no intention of doing a test outside, and he also had no intention of letting anyone notice his change. 17. I become stronger and more handsome and lose hair. Fortunately, he had leveled up on a day off. One whole day after his stat allocation, his entire body felt uncomfortable. It was neither painful nor itchy. It was more like his entire body felt sore, as if all his muscle groups were working out non-stop. Luke also learned that allocating stat points wasn't exactly fun in real life, but for the sake of increasing his strength, that small amount of suffering was worth it. For an ordinary person, they had to work out for a long time at the gym and also persevere with their diet before they could build a clearly chiseled body. Comparatively, this tiny discomfort was truly nothing. Before allocating the stat points, Luke's body had still been rather ordinary, with a body fat percentage of about 18%. But after the stat allocation, there was already a faint trace of muscles on his abdomen, signifying that his body fat percentage had dropped. Apart from that, not long after completing his stat allocation, he was assailed by intense hunger. He only felt better after rushing to the kitchen and wolfing down a whole lot of milk and bread. And less than 3 hours later, he was hungry again and was forced to hunt for food once more. Only when the discomfort from his body transformation vanished did he stop feeling hungry. In the span of one day, Luke had eaten nearly 40 pounds of food. Even with the amount of food he ate, his body fat percentage didn't increase. Instead, it dropped further as his chest and leg muscles became even more distinct. Luke took this lesson straight to heart. The strength obtained from the system didn't come from nothing. This transformation was followed by a huge consumption of energy. If he didn't supply himself with enough food, it was the fat stored in his body that would be consumed instead. Moreover, strength as a stat was one that enhanced both his body and health. Luke even found that the freckles on his face had reduced. Thus, strength as a stat still had an obvious result despite the small number of points allocated. Next, he got back to work. The police work in a small town like this wasn't too busy, but it wasn't as if they had nothing to do at all either. If one truly wanted to work, one would be able to find something to do at any time. For example, issues such as quarrels between married couples, or quarrels between neighbors, accidents, drunk people creating trouble, and so on. With everything added together, there were still around 30 to 50 tasks for the entire police force to handle on a daily basis. The patrol units, comprised of 2 officers per unit, were generally able to deal with 5 to 10 such cases. Luke rode along in Selina's car every day, and occasionally, Selina would steal some of his cases, causing him to lose some experience and credit points. Most of the time, however, he would take the initiative to work and solve the cases. Luke's explanation for his actions was that he wanted to quickly familiarize himself with police work. Thus, Selina took on the role of a good guide and instructor. Selina was personally very satisfied with this arrangement. For her, these minor cases were boring, and some couples could even quarrel 5 days a week. It was almost as if quarreling was their day job. As for other cases such as water leaks, gas leaks, wild animals, and so on, those were similarly dull cases. Since Luke wanted to do more work, Selina would never refuse. Luke welcomed all the work too. Although dealing with all that was boring, he only took about 10 to 20 minutes to deal with each of them, and he was able to earn between 2 to 5 points after that. With that, he was able to accumulate between 10 to 20 points per day, and after 4 weeks on the job, he leveled up again. System notification: experience points have reached 300. The host is now level 2. Extra stat points, 3. This time, Luke didn't allocate the points right away. Rather, he waited until the weekend and bought a bunch of high-calorie, high-protein, and high-fat foods with his pay before allocating his points. Again, he increased his strength. Nothing was better than a stronger body. Furthermore, he reaped both external and internal benefits by increasing the strength stat. After adding 3 points to strength, he now had 18 points of strength, which was nearly twice that of an ordinary person. At the next level up, he could add 3 more points to strength to reach 21, which would officially be more than twice an ordinary person's strength. How powerful would he be at that time? Luke daydreamed as he stuffed himself with food inside his room. After that, he used Robert's workout equipment to do a short test again. This time, he was able to bench about 330 pounds. He couldn't test how much he could lift and squat as there were no additional weights, but since he worked out daily, he could sense that a weight of 440 pounds was starting to feel trivial to him. Clearly, his strength had increased greatly. As usual, Luke maintained a low profile. He planned to keep at it for at least half a year. Then he could start claiming that he had been working out hard to become stronger physically. That would be more believable. After all, it had only been a month since he started. If he suddenly became strong, it would be a tad too suspicious. Of course, that didn't matter too much. However, Luke didn't enjoy revealing his trump card for everyone to see. The stat allocation this time had an even more obvious result. If it wasn't for Luke's dislike for showing off, he would only need to raise his shirt to flaunt his six-pack, like those bodybuilders, and maybe attract some muscle-loving girls. Even with him keeping a low profile, Selena had still asked him if he had been working out since his arm muscles were looking very nice nowadays. The only thing Luke could do was change the topic. After all, the uniform he wore was a short-sleeved light brown uniform. In a hot place like Texas, only an idiot would wear a long-sleeved uniform. Thus, it was natural that he couldn't hide his arm muscles. Fortunately, arm muscles weren't as conspicuous as chest muscles. Selena dropped the subject soon enough. After the second level up, Luke became even more diligent. Others worked for their pay. Even if they slacked off a little, their salary would still remain the same. On the other hand, Luke could see the accumulation of experience and credit from work with his own eyes. Looking at his past 2 level ups, the current level up requirement wasn't too high yet. He would probably level up again in a month. What would his body look like after he added 3 more points to his strength? Would he look like one of those super bodybuilders? Luke estimated that his body fat percentage had dropped to about 15%. Otherwise, his six-pack wouldn't be so visible. At the same time, his skin had also become much healthier, and his body hair was falling off as well. It was as if his skin was changing back to the skin of his previous self. Yes, in his previous life, for some reason he had better skin than even many females, and he didn't have a lot of body hair either. In this life, he was Caucasian. What he disliked about his present body was the body hair. Now, with the change in his constitution after the stat allocation, he felt incredibly joyful. His hard work brought him another benefit. The veteran officers at the department were all friendlier toward him nowadays. Nobody would hate a hardworking colleague, especially when this was a colleague who wouldn't cause one to lose their job. Thus, the more hardworking Luke was, the easier life became for the others. Luke treated his job like a video game and his tasks like he was farming game monsters. Because of that, his other colleagues' workloads had lightened considerably. 18, speeding, seaweed, and a chase. Previously, Robert had used his position as chief to help Luke directly become an official member of the police force. There were still some lingering issues there, waiting to erupt. But now, Luke relied on his seriousness and hard work to make the existing members of the force acknowledge and accept this new colleague, and they no longer simply tolerated him out of respect for Robert. As for Robert, he was even happier than the others to see this. He had bragged many times that he had been right to hire Luke. Luke was simply born to be in the force. Luke merely sneered when he heard that. "Chief, if it's just empty praise, forget it. Will you be raising my pay?" Robert immediately chased him away when he heard that. What kind of joke was that? Luke had only been on the job for a month. The only reason Robert hadn't been reported for abusing his authority was due to his prestige in town. If he dared raise Luke's pay, someone would definitely report him for abuse of authority. And just like that, time passed peacefully and Luke's second month at the police force arrived. Today, he was out patrolling with Selena as usual. After a while, Selena stopped the car in front of a supermarket and went inside to buy a can of Coke and a can of Dr. Pepper. The people of Texas loved Dr. Pepper, and Luke could only comfort himself that he couldn't get used to the taste because of his Chinese soul. In truth, it wasn't like he loved Coke too. He had drunk too much of it in his past life. But Selena insisted that they get fat together, and she wouldn't allow Luke to drink plain water when she was drinking some fattening beverage filled with sugar. She got into the car and tossed the Coke to Luke before opening her own Dr. Pepper. She took a big mouthful of the drink before burping in satisfaction. When she saw Luke fiddling with the can of Coke, she was immediately unhappy. "What are you doing? Are you trying to wait until we finish work before leaving it behind in my car?" Luke could only helplessly open the can of Coke when he heard that. He planned to take a few sips just to make her happy. At that moment, raucous music started resounding in the air. Far away at first, it got louder as it approached them. Along with the music, there was the sound of two people roaring with laughter. After a while, a car sped past on the road. The supermarket Selina had stopped at was located at an intersection. In order to avoid the sun, she had even parked in a small alley beside the supermarket. Thus, the cars on the main road couldn't see the police car. Selina frowned. That's probably above the speed limit, right? Luke immediately nodded. Absolutely, it's about 90 mph. He also seized the opportunity to move the can of Coke to the side. This place was near the town's north exit. Even so, it was still inside the town, where the speed limit was only 40 mph. 90 mph was definitely above the speed limit. Selina immediately shifted into gear and slammed her foot down on the pedal as the car sped off. Let's issue them a large fine, then. The town has been complaining recently that we're being paid too much. Let's try making some money for the town. Luke nodded with a grin. He had also heard of that. If the town did decide to act on the complaint, it would be a reduction in either pay or manpower. Either of those would affect Luke, as he was the newest member on the force. The moment Selina stepped on the pedal, the car's police siren started blaring as well. Luke didn't bother to use the loudspeaker to warn the speeding car, as it was already quite far away from them. But a short while later, Luke had a feeling that something was wrong. In the United States, the moment a police car turned its siren on, the car ahead would normally slow down and see if the police was coming for them. Those who didn't slow down either weren't thinking straight or harbored ulterior motives. A trace of excitement flashed in Selina's eyes as she said, "Nice. This time we can issue a fine of at least $500. Luke replied, "Sure, anything to make you happy." After a 10-minute chase, the car was still speeding, with the police car several dozen meters behind it. The car they were chasing was a Ford sedan, a decent car that was lighter than Selina's F-150 and which also had better acceleration. If it wasn't for the fact that the sedan driver occasionally swerved left and right for some unknown reason, Selina wouldn't even be able to catch up to them. Suspiciously, smoke could be seen trailing out the sedan's windows every now and then. Cigarettes? Not quite. Luke believed that it was far more likely that they were smoking weed instead. That would explain why the driver was swerving so much. That would also explain why they didn't stop even after hearing the police siren. Just as Selina clenched her teeth and Luke reckoned that they might have wasted their gas for nothing today when they saw the road sign for Knox City not far ahead, the sedan swerved again. This time, the sedan wasn't as lucky. It swerved off the road at high speed, knocked into a concrete barricade, and spun a few times before stopping. Overjoyed, Selina turned the steering wheel and stopped the police car 7 or 8 meters away from the sedan. The heroic Selina then opened the door and hopped out of the car, her right hand already on her gun. As for Luke, he used the loudspeaker and started going through the motions. "People in the Ford, this is the Shackleford PD. Please get out of your car for a police inspection." He repeated himself a few times, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Taking cover behind the car door, Selina said, "Issue them one last warning. If there still isn't a reaction, we'll rush in." Luke nodded and issued a final warning. They still received no response. He put the loudspeaker down, opened the door, and got out of the car as well. At the same time, he unbuckled the holster of his gun. Unfortunately, he wasn't too good at shooting. At this distance, Selina was a much better shot than he was. Thus, his hand on his gun was just for show. His other hand was still holding the can of Coke which Selina had bought him. He was taller than Selina and moved faster than her too. With a few steps, he had already arrived at the passenger's seat. The window on the passenger's side was open. Luke could smell a familiar yet unfamiliar smell in the air when he approached. It was familiar because it was quite an odd smell, and at the same time it was unfamiliar because Luke had never smoked it before. Indeed, they were smoking weed. The two fellows in the car probably weren't so bright. Given how high they were lucky enough not to get into an accident driving. Obviously, luck wasn't on their side today. In fact, they were cursed. They could even hit a random concrete barricade in the middle of nowhere. They were truly unlucky. In fact, they were extremely unlucky as they just had to hit the barricade when a police car was chasing after them. As Luke mused to himself, he was finally 1 meter away from the passenger's seat. From there, he could see the passenger clearly. It was now that he noticed that the two people in the car were moving, but they were still in a daze from the accident. Thus, they were moving slowly but frenetically. However, Luke's enhanced vision was very keen, and he was able to immediately notice that their movements were abnormal. In the United States, it was common sense to place one's hands where the police could see them after a police warning. For example, letting their hands rest on the steering wheel or raising them. As for the two in the car, their hands were at their waists, seemingly searching for something. Luke was immediately alarmed when he noticed this. 19. Arrest and first big haul. On the other side of the car, Selena was already 2 meters away from the driver's seat with her right hand on her gun. She yelled, "Hands where we can see them. No unnecessary movements." Luke narrowed his eyes as he could see the man in the driver's seat move his right hand. A black metallic object appeared before Luke's eyes. Gun? The man in the passenger's seat also started to raise his right hand. At that moment, Luke yelled, "They have guns." On reflex, he threw the unopened can of Coke in his left hand through the car window. He currently had 18 strength points. Although his throw had been too sudden, he was close enough to the car. A can of Coke had a certain weight to it, and in a sense, it was almost similar to a brick. The red can flew in a straight line, and with a loud thud, it smashed into the passenger's face. The hard impact caused the man's vision to darken as he was knocked out. The impact was so hard that the can of Coke was even bent out of shape. With a bang, the can exploded and foam sprayed everywhere, drenching the driver's face in foam and Coke as well. The sudden attack caused the person to panic, and he even forgot to raise the gun in his hand. Luke abruptly stepped forward and pushed the passenger to knock into the driver. Fortunately, not only had the two been speeding and smoking weed, they also didn't have their seatbelts on. With Luke's current strength, it wasn't hard for him to even lift an adult. Within moments, one person was knocked out in the car while the other was left unable to move under the weight of the unconscious passenger. As for Selena, the moment Luke yelled that they were armed, she pulled her gun out and aimed it at the driver as she yelled, "Freeze! Freeze! Raise your hands slowly. Do you hear me? Do it or I'll shoot." At that moment, Luke finally pulled his gun out as well. Similarly, he aimed it at the driver through the window on the passenger's side. The driver, who had been about to resist a moment ago, finally sobered up somewhat. With two pitch-black muzzles aimed right at his face, he stood no chance. This was Texas. Since he had already revealed his gun, if he dared move again, he was sure he would be immediately pumped full of lead. Although his mind was still somewhat hazy, he still understood the police force well. If he dared move in this situation, he would definitely die. If he allowed himself to be arrested, he could live and might even be free in a few years. He quickly shouted, "No, please don't shoot. I'm raising my hands. I'll raise them slowly. Please don't shoot." As he spoke, he slowly raised both his hands. Selena didn't lower her gun. Rather, she kept it up in one hand while she reached over with the other and pulled the car key from the ignition before she quickly took 2 steps back. "Step out slowly. Keep your hands up and no unnecessary movements, or I'll shoot." The driver replied with a sullen face, "But I'm stuck here because of this fellow." Selena replied, "You still need to come out. Open the door slowly and crawl out of the car." Thus, the driver could only helplessly do as told. The 2 guns pointed at him were less than 3 meters away. He didn't dare disobey in such a situation. With great difficulty, he slowly moved and crawled out of the car after opening the door. Selena didn't step forward. Rather, she yelled, "On the ground. Lie on the ground, hands on your head, don't move." As she yelled, she signaled to Luke with one hand. With his gun raised in one hand, Luke dragged the unconscious passenger out of the car with his other hand. Then he quickly put his gun away and took out his handcuffs to cuff the man's hands behind his back before tossing him on the ground. Next, Luke jogged around the car and pounced on the driver, keeping him on the ground. Selena kept her gun on the driver and only lowered it when Luke was on him. With her free hand, she took her handcuffs from her waist and tossed it over. Luke caught the handcuffs and cuffed the hands of the person under him. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "Done." Selena finally put her gun away, stepped forward, and rubbed Luke's head. Good boy, well done. Luke rolled his eyes and stood up. All right, I'm not Dollar. Dollar was Selina's golden retriever and a very obedient dog. Selina laughed heartily and said, You're much sturdier than Dollar. He can't catch criminals. As she spoke, she gestured at Luke to deal with the driver while she walked back to the police car. She lifted the radio and dialed in. Front desk, we caught 2 armed suspects. Please send a squad over. We suspect that they have something in their car, likely drugs. As for Luke, he carried the driver over and plopped him down beside the passenger. It would be much easier to keep an eye on both of them in the same place. After Selina was done talking on the radio, she walked over. When she saw that Luke was watching the two, she bent down and started looking around the somewhat damaged Ford. After a while, she cheered. Oh, I see. These 2 are indeed criminals. Look what I found. Luke looked over and saw a bag of white powdery stuff. Inside the large bag were over 20 smaller pouches. Cocaine? He asked. Selina nodded and placed the bag she was holding on the driver's seat before she continued her search. Next, from the glove box, she found a box packed with cigarette-like items. She sniffed at them and said, Some weed, nothing much. Luke nodded. Compared to the bag of cocaine, the weed was indeed nothing. At that moment, their reinforcements arrived. Just by listening to the engine, Luke knew it was Robert. Sure enough, Robert's loud voice soon rang out. Ha ha, let me see what our hardworking lad and girl found this time. Selina stepped away from the car and laughed as she beckoned at Robert. Chief, we got a big harvest. Robert walked over for a look. Oh, not bad indeed. From the looks of it, there's almost 1 kilo here. Selina nodded, almost. Their tiny town of Shackleford was a quiet place and wasn't part of any major smuggling route. It was very rare for a player of this level to be caught here. Of course, among true drug smugglers, the amount these 2 were trafficking was certainly nothing. But for a tiny town, this could already be considered a big case. What happened next wouldn't have much to do with Luke and Selina. Robert would be the one to handle the items they'd seized, while someone else would be in charge of the interrogation. As for Luke and Selina, they got the largest portion of the credit for this arrest. The 2 didn't go straight back to the police department. Rather, they got into the car and resumed their patrol. 20, shifting the focus of hard work and mutual training. Selina was obviously excited as she spoke much more than usual. As for Luke, he merely played along and gave some non-committal responses. His actual focus was on the information he had just gotten from the system a while ago. Mission: Arrest drug traffickers, seize cocaine, completed. Completion of the mission is worth a total of 200 experience and 200 credit. Since the host's contribution to the mission was 80%, 160 experience and 160 credit points have been awarded to the host. As experience has reached 500 points, the host has leveled up to level 3. Extra stat points, 3. Prior to this, Luke's experience points had been 473, which wasn't far from the 500 required for a level up. With the sudden arrest, he obtained a large number of experience points that helped him level up. He even had a leftover of over 100 points after leveling up. Luke was most certainly overjoyed about that. But during the arrest earlier, he also found that there were some problems with his line of thinking. Small towns were generally more peaceful as the population was sparse. Almost everyone knew each other and there were few outsiders in town. To complete missions, he only needed a strong body. After all, the police force in small towns rarely needed to use their guns. Most of the time, they relied on their physical strength to solve any conflicts they ran into. In the past 2 months, Luke had never pulled his gun out of the holster. That was clear proof that the police force here rarely got a chance to use their guns. Thus, Luke had been focused on allocating points to strength. Only when he arrested the 2 drug traffickers earlier did he realize that, as a police officer in the United States, a day would come when he would face someone armed with a gun. Even if he had 20 or 30 strength points, he wouldn't be able to stop bullets. The moment he faced someone with a gun, regardless of how strong he was, when would he be able to get into a brawl with the enemy? He would only die faster if he attempted that. In truth, during his early days as a police officer, He should instead focus more on learning how to properly use his gun. In using a gun, strength wasn't the most important factor. Rather, it was dexterity. With twice the dexterity of an average person, Luke would be able to sling out his gun and put it back in the holster all before his enemy could even raise his gun. And for a police officer in an emergency situation, reaction speed was more important than pure strength. Even during a brawl, high dexterity would be a huge advantage. It seemed that his habit of focusing purely on strength in video games couldn't be applied here. This was real life, not a game. Luke pondered and decided that this time he had to allocate all the stat points to dexterity. A day later, it was Luke's day off again. He prepared a large amount of food as usual and even stocked up on some vitamin tablets and calcium supplements. After a sumptuous breakfast, he returned to his room to allocate his stat points. What followed was a day passed in suffering. Different from when he allocated stat points to strength, after adding 3 points to dexterity, his entire body felt ticklish and his cells started twitching. This sensation wasn't limited to just one part of his body. Rather, he felt the same sensation inside out, all over his body. His energy consumption was also far less, about half of what he required when allocating stat points to strength. Luke could only smile bitterly at that realization. If this was what it was like, he would probably end up mentally scarred after allocating points to dexterity a few more times. And then he recalled that there was a mental strength stat that he had yet to upgrade. That was most likely something related to his brain. What would happen then? Unfortunately, he didn't know what to do for now. He would only think about it during the next level up. Although the arrest of the drug traffickers was a large case, for the police department, it brought them limited benefits. Comparatively, Luke would have rather caught traffickers carrying large amounts of cash instead. The cash would belong to the police department, and he would even be rewarded with an individual bonus. In the United States, the police force had the authority to seize any money carried on the criminals they arrested. After all, there was reasonable suspicion that the cash was used for criminal activities. Officially, they were keeping a temporary hold of the cash. If one wanted the money back, they had to file an official complaint locally, and those cases were usually handled by the district attorney. Most of the time, the district attorney would have close ties to the local police force, and it was very unlikely that the seized money would be returned. Generally, only around 20% of arrested suspects asked for their money back, and just less than 10% of them successfully got it back. One could say that after entering the police department, the money was as good as gone. As for illegal drugs, there was nothing the police force could do with it. Were they supposed to go around peddling drugs or something? Or award the drugs to their fellow officers as a bonus? Today, after work, Luke finally said to Selina, "Hey, when you're free, can you give me more training in shooting?" Selina stopped walking and looked at Luke with an amused expression. "Why the sudden request?" Luke shrugged. "After arresting the 2 traffickers, I realized that I should have drawn my gun immediately. That way, it would have been a lot less dangerous for both of us. But I really am quite a bad shot, which is why I didn't pull my gun out immediately, and used the Coke can as a weapon instead." Selina giggled and nodded. "True, it's the same as driving. A new driver will be nervous when they see a lot of cars on the road, but I'm quite curious. Isn't Robert an expert shot? Why don't you learn from him?" "Luke, what if I say I don't want to see his smug face?" Selina had a curious look on her face. Why would he be so smug? "Luke, because I never planned to be a police officer. Thus, every time he offered to teach me in the past, I rejected him." To be precise, he had even sneered at Robert in the past. The two were already used to bickering with each other, and out of habit, they would trash-talk each other, saying things like, "I would rather swallow 100 bullets than learn to shoot from you," and so on. Selina roared with laughter and then patted Luke's shoulder. "You're very brave to have the guts to talk back to Robert." Luke appeared indifferent. "He's my family. Of course, family members need to tolerate each other's faults." Selina nodded after thinking about it. "True. Fine, I can train you, but what do I get in return?" "Luke, I thought we're partners." Selina grinned, "But the training isn't part of the job." Luke said, "What do you want then? A month of lunch or soft drinks?" or even desserts. Selena replied, "No, I want you to join me in my combat training." Luke blanked out. "What kind of combat training?" Selena replied, "Mixed martial arts." Luke immediately shook his head. "I only know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I don't know much about mixed martial arts." Selena said, "That's why I want you to train with me. You're pretty good in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right?" Luke nodded after a slight hesitation. "I'm decent at it." Selena said, "Perfect. Consider it a mutual learning experience. I've always wanted to learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I once read that it's very suitable for females and is great for subduing stronger opponents." Luke replied, "Fine. What the hell was that about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu being suitable for females? He was male through and through." The two didn't bother to change. Selena drove directly to a shooting range. To be precise, this was a gun store with a shooting range attached to it. It was built outside the town so as to avoid noise complaints. 21, Course Old Patrick. This place was also considered the police department's collaborative partner, as this was where the town's police force practiced shooting. Robert was old acquaintances with the owner of this place. After they entered into an agreement to make this place a training location for the police department, the entire police force was offered a special discount. Also, because of the agreement, most of the police force didn't bother to keep an eye on this place. No business would enjoy being under the watchful eye of the police force. As for whether or not this place made extra income from any less than legal side activities, Robert couldn't be bothered about it. This was Texas. Any random house would contain several firearms. Walking along the street with a rifle slung over one's back was a common occurrence here. In fact, open carry was allowed by the law here. The owner of this place was an old man of about 50 years of age with a head of white hair. When he saw Selena walk over, he whistled and said, "Wow, the beauty is here again." Selena gave him the finger and said, "Old Patrick, leave your dirty talk to those strippers in Knox City." The old man shrugged. "Business has been bad recently, so I haven't visited that place in a while." At that moment, he noticed Luke behind Selena and immediately smiled. "Oh, look who's here, the little girl from Robert's household. Why are you here?" "I thought you hated guns." Luke wasn't offended. Patrick was a person with an extremely coarse mouth, but a long time ago, Luke had taught him a lesson. Since then, he had been pettily calling Luke a little girl. This was because Luke had always been lukewarm toward firearms, and for people like old Patrick, a real man would always love firearms. In fact, he was already pulling his punches when he called Luke a little girl because of how close they were. Luke gestured at what he was wearing and said, "See." Old Patrick curled his lip. "It's just a police uniform. What's so special about it?" There were police officers coming here almost every day to practice shooting. Luke replied, "If you see it, why do you need to ask? I didn't train previously because I wasn't interested. Now I'm training because of work. Are you telling me that all chefs love to cook before they become chefs?" Old Patrick was speechless, unable to offer a retort. Work was work. Just because someone was performing a task as part of their job didn't mean that the person loved it. Luke gestured at Selena as the two headed to the shooting range behind the store. Everything was bigger in Texas, including the shooting range. Especially shooting ranges outside of town like this one. The owners could make them as large as they wanted. When Luke and Selena headed over, the shooting range looked empty at a glance. However, the sound of gunshots could still be heard. Only when they took a proper look did they see that there were about 5 or 6 people practicing shooting at the range, and even with that number of people, the place still felt rather empty. When the two arrived, one of old Patrick's employees came over with guns. Selena was a regular customer here. Unless she made a special request, she had the same requirements every time she was here. As for Luke, old Patrick still held a grudge against this fellow who had been able to counter his words to the point of leaving him speechless since young. Thus, old Patrick didn't bother asking Luke what he needed, and directly gave him the same gun that Selena used. But of course, old Patrick had still glanced earlier at the gun Luke had at his waist, and recognized it as one of the guns most commonly issued to police officers. 5 out of 10 police officers would be issued this gun. Luke was curious. "Are we not using our own guns?" Selena said, "Sure you can, but aren't you here for practice?" Luke replied, "Yes. Wouldn't it be easier to learn with our own guns?" After all, in the novels he read, things like gun sense and so on were frequently mentioned. Selena said, "You aren't a complete rookie. Please tell me you're not totally clueless about guns." Luke replied, "Oh, sure, I know how to fire a gun. I have all the basic skills. I just have bad aim." Selena said, "That's your answer. If you have bad aim, shoot until you have good aim. And to have good aim, you just have to practice and become good through sheer amounts of it. Before you reach the height of your talent, the only thing you need to do is shoot and get used to the sensation of shooting." Luke had a pensive look. "I see, practice until it becomes second nature." Selena asked, "What?" Only then did Luke realize that he had accidentally spoken Chinese, so he quickly changed his words. "In other words, so long as I have the basic skills, I only need to achieve a degree of familiarity, and my aim will improve along with it. Am I right?" Selena nodded. "Yes. Therefore, to quickly improve your aim, the easiest way is to come here and shoot a gun about 100 times or so after work each day. Of course, if your hands can take it, firing 200 or 300 shots would be even better. In a few months, your aim will naturally improve." Luke nodded. "I understand. Why can't we use our own guns, though?" Selena rolled her eyes. "To improve quickly, you'll have to fire thousands, if not tens of thousands of shots in a few months. After that, you'll need to change your gun barrel, and after that, your aim will be affected. More importantly, you need to write a report when you change the barrel. That's way too troublesome." Luke was hit by a realization. "I see." Selena picked up the gun provided by the store and started inspecting it as she spoke. "Therefore, when I come by, I use the guns here most of the time. As for my own gun, I'll only fire it a couple of times every few days just to retain a certain level of familiarity with it. With that, I might only need to change the barrel once before retirement." "Luke, should I praise you for being so smart?" Selena looked at Luke suspiciously. "Why do I feel like you're mocking me instead?" Luke, hee. Next, the two stood about 7 or 8 meters away from each other and started practicing. Selena's movements were extremely fast. She had been in the force for 5 years. She started at 19 and was now 24. Her marksmanship had long reached the limits her talent would allow. If her full potential was 100, she was already currently at 90. Thus, she only needed to come every few days to practice and keep her skills polished. In less than 10 minutes, she emptied 2 magazines. She placed her gun down, removed the empty magazine, and went over to check on Luke. After watching for a bit, she couldn't help but start to give him advice. Luke had indeed learned how to use a gun, and he had even learned from a veteran like Robert. Thus, he had a stable foundation, and his firing motions were very textbook-like. But he rarely fired a gun, and his interest hadn't lasted long. Real life wasn't the same as an action film. After a few days of target practice, he got bored and stopped practicing. Because of that, he was akin to someone who once learned to drive and had a driving license, but still couldn't drive well. When handling and firing a gun, he had many bad tics. Without someone else to correct him, he wouldn't notice these bad habits. Selena slowly corrected all the bad habits. Right now, Luke was in a different state of mind. When he learned from Robert in the past, it had been a hobby, but learning from Selena now, it was for work. And thus, he was learning seriously, which yielded completely different results. Of course, Selena's aim wasn't as good as Robert's. In fact, her aim was much worse. That was because she only had a police background and her training was generally in accordance with how the police did things. And in terms of handling guns, there was a difference between the police force and other professions. 22. Relying on face and training. When a soldier carried out his mission, killing his target would be the priority most of the time. And killing the wrong target was always better than being killed instead. But the police couldn't do the same. They had to first decide if the person they were facing was an innocent citizen or a criminal, and then decide whether to open fire or prioritize evasive maneuvers. After all, if they killed an ordinary citizen by mistake, they might even lose their job. The first mission which Luke's super detective system gave him was to officially become a police officer. He had no intention of losing this identity. The shooting lesson continued with non-stop practice, and Luke and Selena spent an hour there just like that. Luke had emptied 10 magazines during his practice, and his hands were starting to feel uncomfortable. Thus, he decided to stop. They called the shooting range employee over to take their guns before they headed to the gun store. Luke rushed forward to pay for the both of them with his card, and Selena didn't reject his gesture. Since she had instructed Luke in his shooting, she didn't feel guilty about him paying for her. Patrick's mouth was as coarse as ever. "Yo, has little girl Luke fallen for the beauty as well? Look at how thoughtful you are. Do you have the money for a candlelight dinner and everything else after that, too?" Luke smiled and patted Patrick's shoulder as he said, "Patrick, don't you know that I can rely on my face to put food on the table?" Patrick was confused. "What do you mean?" The smile still on his face, Luke said, "What I mean is, I'm the kind of person who can comfortably wait for my girlfriend to cook for me while I lounge on the sofa and watch TV. And after the meal, I can just leave if I want to." Patrick didn't believe it. "Does Robert know how amazing you are?" Luke shook his head. "That's not the point. My point is, I don't need to pay for women. But you, on the other hand, need to spend a lot for a woman to be willing to have dinner and a post-dinner workout with you." Patrick was still confused when Selena started roaring with laughter. She wrapped her arms around Luke and pecked his cheek. "Kid, I like you." That shocked Patrick. "Are you too serious?" Luke shook his head helplessly. "She's just in a good mood after finding out about your sorry life." That caused Selena to burst into another round of laughter. As for Luke, he no longer bothered to continue mocking Patrick and left with Selena. A few minutes later, a furious shout rang out from the store. F***CK. Did you imply that I can't get any action without paying? You damn mother **seeking ***. Meanwhile, Selena and Luke were happily leaving the store. When they got into the car, Selena didn't start driving right away. Instead, she said, "It's still early. Want to come get some exercise with me?" Luke checked the time. "It's 6:12. Aren't you going home for dinner?" Selena appeared indifferent. "They'll keep some food for me. Let's go." Luke said, "But it's close to dinner time at my place." Selena replied, "Call them and get them to save you some food." Luke said, "I don't have my workout clothes with me either." Selena replied, "Go home and get them then. That way you don't even need to waste money calling home." Luke thought to himself, "You're pretending like gas is free. But then again, money for gas can be claimed on a police car, so long as the amount doesn't exceed a limit." Ultimately, Luke surrendered. After all, Selena had been very earnest when training him earlier. To repay kindness with kindness was a great virtue of the Chinese. Although Luke was now Caucasian, he still remembered that. Thus, after Selena sent him home, he grabbed a martial arts training outfit and told Catherine to put some food aside for him before he left. He got back into the car and it sped off. Catherine stood in the kitchen and gazed at the departing police car. She then turned to look at Robert, who was seated at the dining table. "Are the officers in your police department allowed to date each other now?" Robert didn't look up from the newspaper he was reading. "No." Catherine said, "Then aren't you going to stop them?" Robert replied, "It's still too early for that. It'll only happen if Selena takes the initiative." "That brat will never take the initiative." Catherine said, "Are you sure?" Robert replied, "Do you remember Jimna? That girl spent 2 months courting Luke before she succeeded." Catherine grinned, "But I think Selena will be even more straightforward and aggressive than Jimna." Robert finally set the newspaper down and sighed. "What can I do? Fire them. I might as well pretend I didn't see anything." That rendered Catherine speechless. "So it turns out you just can't do anything to them." The car drove back to the police department. Someone was always stationed at the police department, which was open around the clock. This time, Bob was the one who had stayed behind on shift. When he saw the two of them come in, he smiled. "Oh, you guys are such great friends. Are you here to keep me company because you know it's boring here?" Selena curled her lips. Bob, worry about how to keep your girl happy first. All right, we're headed to the gym. Have fun. The poor middle-aged soul could only watch with a bitter expression as the two of them went to the basement, where a small gym was located. Sandbags, dumbbells, barbells, chest expanders, and numerous other types of equipment could be found here. Although the equipment here couldn't compare with what a proper gym had, the basic equipment was all available. This was considered a benefit for the members of the police force. Otherwise, if they spent all their time patrolling and snacking without working out, they would turn into fatties very quickly. In the corner of the gym was a boxing ring, a place for the officers to beat each other up when they were bored out of their minds. Selena nonchalantly took off her uniform and her trousers to reveal sports undergarments. Luke scratched his head. "Selena, aren't you going to get changed?" Selena flexed her healthy body and said, "Do I not look good?" Luke gazed at Selena, and when he saw her healthy tanned skin and nicely chiseled athletic body, he gasped in amazement. It was clear that her body fat percentage was below 20%. How she maintained that with the amount of Dr. Pepper she drank every day was a mystery. But since even Selena didn't mind, Luke didn't bother going to the changing room as well. He took his clothes from the bag and changed right there. He was now wearing a sleeveless t-shirt and baggy sports shorts. Compared with the body-hugging outfit Selena was wearing, Luke's outfit was simply too conservative. Selena raised her eyebrows and said, "Are you a little girl? Why are you covering up your entire body?" Luke merely smiled and didn't answer. He had no plans of baring his upper body. If he did, he would no longer be able to hide his explosive chest and abdominal muscles. "How do you want to train?" He changed the topic. Selena pointed at the ring. "Let's spar first. Show me how great your Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is." Luke said in astonishment, "Are you sure?" Selena jumped a few times, her footwork extremely nimble as she moved in a lithe fashion, akin to a restrained leopard. "Yes, let's do it." Luke gave it some thought and decided not to defeat her too badly when they sparred. When the two stood facing each other in the ring, Selena shouted, "Here I come!" She then rushed Luke. It was obvious she had learned boxing before. Her posture was very similar to how a typical boxer moved. Her eyes were filled with concentration. She quickly stepped forward and sent a jab straight at Luke. With a smile on his face, Luke didn't bother to block the incoming jab. His hands were still hanging by his side, and instead he abruptly leaned forward. 23, wrestling a beauty, and Claire attacked. Selena's fist struck the empty air above Luke's head while Luke grabbed her waist with his arms and instantly bore her down on the ground with his massive strength, as if she was a helpless doll. Before Selena could even react, Luke shifted his body and wrapped his arms around one of hers while his legs wrapped around her chest to suffocate her. Luke said, "Selena, you lose." Selena replied, "I haven't surrendered." Luke replied, "Sure, try moving." Selena started struggling, only to find that she couldn't even budge. Her right arm was completely locked by Luke, and his legs kept her body on the ground. As for her left hand, it couldn't exert any strength at all in her current position. After struggling for half a minute, she said helplessly, "Fine, release me." Luke released her and stood up before helping her up with a smile. "I thought you practice mixed martial arts. If so, you should be rather familiar with an arm lock, right?" Selena replied, "I learned from a cousin, but he's busy preparing to join the UFC. In any case, he hasn't taught me the arm lock." Luke was speechless. "So your so-called mixed martial arts is in fact something you learned from a cousin who isn't even in the UFC yet?" After thinking about it, Luke said, "I'll go get a pair of punch mitts. You can try punching them." Selena nodded. The short spar earlier taught her that what little skills she had was far from enough against Luke. Next, muffled sounds rang out in the ring as she started punching the punch mitts. After a few minutes, Luke finally signaled for her to stop. Selena sat down and gasped for breath. Luke set the mitts aside and sat down before saying, "You have a basic foundation in boxing. For someone doing it as a hobby, you're very decent. However, I think you made the right choice in deciding to learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. After all, you're a woman." In situations where your body size and physical strength can't compare with your opponent's, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu will allow you to subdue your opponent using skills instead. Moreover, boxing is very widely practiced, and you can easily encounter someone even better at it than you. Of course, there will also be criminals who have practiced Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but the number definitely won't be as high as those who have boxed before. Therefore, you'll be able to catch them by surprise, increasing the chances of you winning in a brawl. Selena nodded. When will I reach your level? Luke smiled. In terms of technical skills, so long as you aren't too stupid, you won't have trouble reaching my level in 3 years. Selena replied, that's a long time. Luke shrugged. I've been training since middle school. It's been 4 years for me now. Only after hearing that did Selena accept that it would take years for her to reach his level. After all, she clearly wasn't a genius fighter. Luke didn't tell her that even if she was on the same skill level as him, he would still be able to defeat her instantly. After all, his 18 points of strength and 14 points of dexterity weren't for show. One of the reasons why he had defeated Selena so swiftly was that she wasn't very good at boxing in the first place. Moreover, she was only about 177 centimeters tall and only weighed about 60 kilograms. On top of that, both her physical strength and dexterity were far lower than Luke's. Since her skills, strength, and dexterity were no match for his, it was natural that she would be instantly defeated. Even after improving her skills, she would still be completely suppressed by Luke in terms of dexterity and strength. At most, she would be able to survive a few seconds more compared with today. Then again, there was no need to tell her all that. That would be too discouraging, and in any case, Luke wouldn't be one of the enemies Selena would face in the future. Next, instead of sparring, Luke proceeded to teach Selena the basics of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. This was something that required time. Only after practicing for a while would she be able to use what she learned in combat. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was an extremely technical martial art that wasn't simple to learn. If the two of them practiced boxing, they might end up punching each other and leaving bruises on each other's faces. As for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it was much simpler. So long as they held back the right amount and stopped once the opponent was subdued, there wouldn't be any injuries. In any case, practicing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu with a beauty was a pleasant experience. Luke would naturally never say anything unnecessary during such a training session. After an hour of practice, Luke stopped the session. All right, take it slow since you're just starting. Don't injure yourself since we still need to work tomorrow. Selena nodded and leaned against a pillar, drenched in sweat. Luke smiled and helped her stand straight. Come on, you still need to send me home. Selena rolled her eyes. I have no energy left and you still want me to send you home. Luke shrugged. Fine, I'll drive you. Just don't ask for my driving license. Selena asked curiously, Where's your driving license? It's been 2 months. Luke replied, I wish I knew. Do you want to go ask the people at the Department of Motor Vehicles for me? Ask them what's the hold-up. Selena snorted, Forget it. Those people are no different than sloths. They always take their sweet time doing anything. Before long, Luke drove Selena home in her car. After tactfully rejecting her mother's invitation to stay for a meal, he left on foot. He strolled back home casually. Generally speaking, in the United States, being outside at night was rather dangerous, even in a small town like this. But Luke was a police officer and was armed with a gun. He doubted that there was anyone brave enough to rob him. If he drove from Selena's place to his house, it would only take a few minutes. On foot, it was over 20 minutes. Luke was in no rush. He strolled casually along the street and even spared the time to help a girl lift her bicycle out of the drain. Apart from the girl's gratitude, he also obtained 2 experience and credit points from the deed. When he was nearly home, he saw a familiar figure standing several hundred meters away. Luke burst out laughing when he saw who it was. It was Claire. This naughty girl was now in her sophomore year of senior high school. She was playing around on a skateboard outside their house. From her movements, it was obvious she was quite good at it. Luke didn't call out to her but continued strolling toward her. Suddenly, a car sped over from the other side of the road. The car abruptly stopped beside Claire. Then a head popped out from the car as if someone was asking for directions. Luke frowned when he saw that. He had been a police officer for 2 months. Whenever he saw someone new, it was now second nature for him to judge whether they were dangerous or not. The stat points he allocated to strength had also enhanced his eyesight. Thus, he was able to see that the person in the car was a Latin American, and for some reason he had a feeling that this person was up to no good. But Luke quickly told himself that he was being oversensitive. Next, the car door suddenly opened. Someone reached out from the back to pull Claire into the car. Luke's face fell as he quickly rushed forward, but the kidnapper had obviously planned ahead. Although Claire instinctively struggled, she was still pulled into the car. It was too late. Luke grew anxious. 24, screw you. I told you I'll blow your head off, I'll do it. Luke was now less than 200 meters from Claire, but it would still take more than 10 seconds for him to reach the car. Given his aim, he had zero confidence in stopping the car from speeding off. Moreover, with Claire in the car now, he was even less inclined to entrust her life to his aim. If he opened fire and hit Claire instead of the kidnapper, things would get really awkward. Right at that moment, an energetic old woman's voice rang out. Keep your hands off her, or I'll blow your head off. This was followed by a gunshot, shocking the kidnapper so much he froze. The gunshot caused quite a ruckus. Luke was pleasantly surprised when he saw that it was Granny Lucy who was aiming a double-barreled shotgun at the car from her window. Smoke was still trailing from the muzzle of the shotgun. The shot had clearly been fired from this shotgun. The kidnapper grew nervous. When a shotgun was fired, its pellets spread. Thus, even if it was a granny who was pointing the shotgun at them, they had no intention of testing their luck with her. What if they made her so nervous that she accidentally fired the shotgun? Luke was overjoyed at Granny Lucy's sudden appearance. With this interruption, he was confident he could arrive at the car before it drove off. Noiselessly, he rushed toward the car while staying hidden in the cover along the road. It was quite late, so he blended well into the shadows. And finally, the kidnappers reacted. The person pulling Claire finally dragged her into the car and put her between himself and the shotgun. As he did that, his other hand reached for his waist. As for the driver, he was also drawing a gun out. Luke narrowed his eyes and his hand shot out abruptly to grab a trash can by the road. Then he tossed the metal trash can out. It spun like a frisbee and streaked across the air straight toward the car's windshield. At the same time, Luke dashed forward, his body so low to the ground that he was nearly sticking to it as he moved. The instant he arrived at the car, he reached out with both hands for the person who had dragged Claire into the car. He wrapped his arms around the person's neck, bent over, and dragged him to the ground. At that moment, Luke's 14 points of dexterity worked to his advantage. Even as he was dragging this person down, he was still able to twist the person's neck before slamming his face into the ground. With a loud thud, the trash can finally hit the windshield and cracked it. At the same time, another thud sounded as the person whom Luke had grabbed got his head smashed into the ground. That person passed out before he was able to do anything. Since Luke had shifted his center of gravity so that the kidnapper's face took the bulk of the momentum before Luke slammed him to the ground, the kidnapper's face must be flattened by now. Claire had also been pulled to the ground along with the kidnapper, and Luke quickly shouted at her, "Stay down." Then he reached for the bag behind him and opened the zip before reaching inside for his gun. At the same time, he pressed himself against the car so that the driver couldn't get a clean shot on him. As Luke drew his gun, he yelled, "Police! You're surrounded! Raise your hands and freeze or I'll shoot." Luke was merely going through the motions when he yelled those words. In fact, he had already decided that so long as the driver dared to even open the door, he would open fire without any hesitation. Since the unconscious kidnapper on the ground had a gun at his waist, that was enough grounds for Luke to use whatever force he deemed necessary with the driver. Luke maintained perfect calm the whole time. In any case, Granny Lucy was backing him up with a double-barreled shotgun, while his house was right behind him with Robert right inside. Robert would most likely arrive in less than 2 minutes. There was no way the driver could escape. He couldn't drive off even if he wanted to since the windshield was completely cracked after Luke tossed the trash can at it. The driver wouldn't be able to see anything through it. If he dared drive with such a windshield, he would probably crash into something instead. After yelling, Luke held his gun in front of him as he slowly moved toward the trunk of the car. With his left hand, he gestured for Claire to move to the trunk as well. For now, the trunk was the safest spot. After all, this car was 5 meters away from the nearest building. If they ran, they would be sitting ducks. But since this was Luke's neighborhood, he didn't mind taking his time and dragging this out. Abruptly, the front car door opened as a man rolled out. With a ferocious expression, he stared at the rear of the car and prepared to open fire. Luke's heart thumped as he retreated without hesitation. It was obvious that the driver was aiming the gun at him. He had no intention of exchanging fire with this person at such close range. They would only end up killing each other. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 bangs, the neighborhood sank into silence. Luke was stunned. What's going on? Then Granny Lucy's voice rang out. You scum, didn't you hear me? I told you I would blow your head off if you move. Luke trembled and walked over to see Lucy lowering her shotgun and reloading it with a smug look on her face. When Luke looked at the driver, he saw the latter sprawled on the ground with his butt up in the air. His gun was now nowhere to be seen, and when Luke focused, he saw a bloody hole in his back. It seemed that Granny Lucy was mistaken. She hadn't blown this person's head off, but blasted a hole through his torso. Only then did Luke say, Claire, stay low and hide behind the building. When he said that, he pointed at a nearby house. Claire was very obedient. Staying low, she ran for cover. As a police officer, Robert had educated them properly on what to do in a situation like this. Luke only needed to remind her, and she followed like it was second nature to her. As for Luke, he stood guard as Claire ran. Only when she got to safety did he sigh with relief. He then rushed forward and kicked the guy whose face he had slammed into the ground earlier. And when Luke heard a loud crack, he knew that this person wouldn't survive. After all, he had kicked the person's neck in his fury, and he must have broken it. He wouldn't spare anyone who dared threaten his family with a gun. He then walked toward the pitiful soul whom Granny Lucy had shot. He only gave that person a glance to confirm that he was already dead. The shot had gone straight through his heart. Only Wolverine would be able to survive such a wound. Luke heaved a breath of relief as he double-checked the car to make sure that there wasn't anybody else inside. When he rushed over earlier, he had already scanned the car. Only after making sure that there were only 2 of them did he dare attack. 25. Gratitude, the family that can't be lost. Not far away, Robert was already running out of their home while yelling, Luke, how are you? Luke shouted back, I'm fine, both criminals are dead. As he said that, he stood up and gave Granny Lucy a thumbs up. Lucy, you should join the Olympics. With your skills, you can get a gold medal. A wide smile bloomed on Granny Lucy's wrinkly face as she said, Ha, of course. I was bear hunting with my grandpa by the time I was 5. In fact, I inherited this gun from him. Luke thought, shit, no wonder this gun is so powerful. So it was used to hunt bears a couple of decades ago. Back then, smaller caliber firearms weren't as popular, and all sorts of firearms were used for hunting. There was even a so-called lion hunting gun with an excessively large caliber which might even dislocate someone's arm when it was fired. In comparison, Granny Lucy's bear hunting gun was completely normal. No, not really. Her gun was still excessively scary no matter how one looked at it. It was at that moment that Luke vowed to allocate even more stat points to his dexterity. When facing a scary gun like that, a nimble body that could quickly hide was much more useful than a strong body. When Robert arrived, Luke gave him a simple explanation. Robert started calling more people over to deal with it. Although Luke was a police officer who had been directly involved in the incident, Robert wanted to let him rest instead of continuing to work on the case after that life-threatening situation. After Robert told Luke to go back home, Luke went over to the side of the road and gave Granny Lucy a big hug. Lucy, thank you. Thanks to you, Claire is safe and sound. Lucy smiled and patted Luke's back. As Lucy had a petite build of about 160 centimeters, she could only pat Luke's back. I've known Claire since she was a baby. I'll kill anyone who dares lay a hand on her, Granny Lucy declared. Luke nodded and smiled. That's right, but still, thank you. In the future, feel free to look for me if you need anything. Granny Lucy smiled. Don't worry about it. Just remember to help carry Mickey home whenever he climbs someplace high again. Luke smiled and gave her another hug. All right, no problem, Mickey, you heard her. The cat sitting behind the granny merely shot Luke a glance and didn't bother making a sound. Lucy then said, Go back home. You just left work, only to have this happen right after. Go back and get a good rest. Luke nodded. You rest well too, Lucy. When Luke took his leave, Robert had just finished his work at the scene as well. He came over and patted Luke's shoulder before saying, Let's go home. Luke asked, You're not saying anything to Lucy? Robert replied, I'll come visit her with Catherine tomorrow. We'll come with gifts as well, don't worry about it. Luke nodded. Even if Robert forgot, Catherine wouldn't. But inwardly, Robert grumbled to himself, back when I was a little boy, I went to a camp with Lucy. Right before my eyes, she fired 4 times in 10 seconds and killed 4 wild boars charging at her. After seeing that, how would I dare forget to thank her for her help? She was simply a super assassin encumbered by her identity as a housewife. As for Claire, Catherine had already brought her home. They were currently sitting on the sofa, and Claire didn't seem frightened at all. Instead, she was talking excitedly about her experience while Catherine listened attentively. Even when Robert and Luke returned, the two didn't notice them. Luke smiled at the sight. Claire, the naughty girl, was busy telling the story of Luke's heroic exploit earlier. But what was up with her description of him flying over 20 meters like Superman before crashing straight into the bad guy? If he really could fly, would he need to run so hard until he was drenched in sweat? Luke grumbled inwardly, but kept the smile on his face, which calmed Claire down. Luke didn't want to lose even one member of this family. That was how he felt even if he wasn't Robert and Catherine's biological son. When he woke up at 5, he learned that his biological parents had passed away a year before. Child Protective Services thus sent him to Catherine. Catherine was his biological father's sister, Luke's paternal aunt. Claire wasn't Robert's biological child either. She was the child of Catherine and her former husband. Claire was only 3 years old when Luke started living with them. Thus, the two grew up together, and their relationship was no different than between regular siblings. Of the 3 children in this house, only 5-year-old Joseph was the biological son of both Catherine and Robert. In fact, Robert had deliberately waited for Claire and Luke to reach a certain age before deciding to have a baby. It was obvious that Robert was a good man. He wasn't Luke's nor Claire's biological father, but he assumed the role of one very well. Robert stepped forward and interrupted Claire's storytelling, telling her to go wash up and sleep. She still had school tomorrow. Claire's face fell in despair. Do I need to go to school even after this? Catherine slapped her head with a smile. Look at how you're behaving. You look completely fine. All right, go shower and sleep. In truth, Claire herself was the reason she couldn't skip school. After that incident, she was still as lively as ever. Thus, she would have to attend school as usual. Catherine was a biology teacher, and Claire couldn't fool her even if she wanted to. After Claire went upstairs, Catherine walked over and hugged Luke tightly without saying anything. The force of the hug shocked Luke, and he quickly said, Don't worry. It's all fine now, Catherine. We're all fine. Only after more than 10 seconds did Catherine release him. She said solemnly, Promise me, never take such a risk again in the future. Luke answered, Okay, I promise. Catherine stared at him for a bit before she shook her head and sighed. Forget it, you won't listen. Just remember to stay safe. Luke nodded, I understand, Catherine. Both of them understood that if Luke had decided to do nothing in that situation, Catherine would have been disappointed in him. After all, Claire was her daughter, the person who had grown up together with Luke. If Luke could choose to do nothing even when Claire was in danger, it would only prove that Catherine had raised Luke for nothing. Robert's reaction was less extreme. He only patted Luke's shoulder and said, Go to bed earlier. We'll know what the situation is at work tomorrow. Luke nodded and went upstairs to take a shower as well. Of course, there was only one bathroom upstairs. Claire was still inside. Thus, Luke stood outside waiting with his clothes. Both his eyes went blank as his consciousness sank into the system. Mission, Rescue the kidnapped victim, Claire. Completion of the mission is worth a total of 250 experience and 250 credit. Since the host's contribution to the mission was 50%, 125 experience and 125 credit points have been awarded to the host. 26. The Mad Carlo's family. The experience gained was insufficient for another level up. After Luke's previous level up, he had only accumulated around 400 experience points. With his newly gained 125 points, his total experience was still less than 600 points. There was no helping it since Granny Lucy had been too ferocious. Looking at the mission contribution rate, it was obvious that Granny Lucy had snatched the other half of the contribution. This hunter Granny had first frightened the kidnappers with 2 warning shots. After that, she even killed one of them. Thus, it wasn't odd for her to earn half of the total contribution. Luke could only grumble inwardly that she was too formidable, excessively formidable, in fact. She didn't have a system, and she didn't need all those contribution points. What was the point of working so hard then? But grumbling was all that Luke did. He was also aware that without the granny's help, Claire might have been kidnapped, and things could have been much worse. Just from how the two had drawn their guns without any hesitation, it was obvious that they were hardened criminals. In fact, they didn't even look like your average kidnappers. Thus, Granny Lucy deserved every bit of the contribution credited to her. As Luke was deep in thought, the bathroom door opened. Claire walked out with only a towel wrapped around her. When she saw Luke, her eyes lit up as she bounced forward and hugged him like a spoiled child. "Luke, you were so amazing today. Will you turn into a superhero after today?" A superhero like the Green Arrow or something." Luke rolled his eyes. "Do I look wealthy to you?" Claire shook her head without hesitation. Luke replied, "There you have it. The Green Arrow is a rich Mr. Perfect with nothing better to do than become a superhero. I'm a police officer and catching criminals is my job. I make a living out of catching criminals." Claire asked, must superheroes be rich?" Luke replied, "Not really, but do you know what's the strongest superpower?" Claire shook her head. Luke answered, "Money. Money is the strongest superpower." Claire was unconvinced. "How is that possible?" Luke replied, "Well, you might understand the truth in about 5 years or so." Luke knew that in 5 years, a super wealthy playboy would appear and start showing off in front of the entire world. As Luke mused to himself, he lowered his head and said, "Hey, are you getting off me or not? I'm sweaty all over. You're done with the bathroom, right?" Claire got off him resentfully and pinched his chest before saying, "You're so muscular. Why can't you let me lean on you for a little while?" Luke's face was filled with dark lines. This naughty monkey's mouth was getting more and more deadly nowadays. Claire walked away and didn't forget to snort arrogantly as she left. When Luke glanced at her, he was rendered speechless. The stupid girl didn't even wrap the towel around herself properly. Part of the towel was still raised behind her. But more importantly, as she had just finished showering, she was wearing nothing inside. Thus, her fair backside was out for all the world to see. Luke couldn't even be bothered to say anything about that. They grew up together. He had seen far more than this. In fact, the family album was filled with her naked baby pictures. After the naughty sister left, Luke entered the bathroom. After a quick shower, he returned to his room and went to bed soon after. The next day, Robert and Luke went to the police department early in the morning. A few police officers were already busy working. Some of them were filled with energy. These were the ones who had arrived that morning. Some of them were dead tired with dark circles under their eyes. These were the unlucky souls who had worked overtime last night. Robert asked, "Bob, what do we know about these two?" Bob was the poor sod that had to work through the night. Normally, he would be able to goof off and take a nap during the night shift, but he had to work through all of last night to gather information on the two kidnappers. Attempting to kidnap Robert's daughter was akin to poking a hornet's nest in this town. Bob opened his mouth in a wide yawn, gunk still stuck in the corner of one eye as he replied, "Chief, both of them are gang members with criminal records." He paused to look at Luke before continuing. Moreover, they were from the same group as the drug traffickers Luke caught previously. Robert frowned. "Anything else?" Bob lowered his voice almost subconsciously as he continued. This gang seems to be related to the Carlos gang in Mexico. Robert asked, which Carlos? Bob replied, the Carlos family which just rose to power in the last 2 years. Even in Mexico, they're known for their ruthlessness. Robert's eyebrows knitted even tighter when he heard that. Send me a copy of everything you have. He then left. Luke also frowned deeply. Mexican cartels had always been known for their ruthlessness. If this Carlos family was known for their ferocity, in particular in a place like Mexico, that meant that they were big trouble. Luke walked to his own desk. Selena was already there, currently busy with work. When Luke greeted her, she stopped whatever she was doing and asked in excitement, "Did you really pick a fight with the Carlos family?" Luke shook his head. "I don't know. When I was on the way home last night, I saw 2 people trying to kidnap Claire, so I killed one and Lucy blasted the other with her shotgun." Selena asked blankly, "Which Lucy?" Luke replied, "Lucy at 36 West River Street." Selena had a look of disbelief on her face. "That Granny Lucy, she's almost 60 years old, right?" Luke replied, "Yes. She just celebrated her 61st birthday 3 months ago." Selena replied, "You're kidding me, right?" She had just arrived at the police department and had yet to go through the case file. Thus, she doubted Luke's words. Luke replied, "No, I'm not kidding. If I had her aim, I would have been able to kill the 2 criminals instantly." Selena replied, "You're exaggerating, right?" Luke continued, "She used a double-barreled shotgun which she inherited from her grandfather. The first shot was a warning, and with the second shot, she blasted a hole through the criminal's torso." Selena, 0, done talking, the 2 started working. They were busy gathering information on the backgrounds of the 2 kidnappers as well as the Carlos family. After an entire morning, Luke had an unsightly expression on his face once he went through the information he and the other officers had gathered. The 2 dead criminals were members of an American gang, the Lime Dog gang, which was backed by the Carlos family. But more importantly, the fellow Luke had kicked to death was one of the important ringleaders of the Lime Dog gang, Francisco Carlos. His elder brother was the current leader of the Carlos family, Diego Carlos. Big trouble was on the horizon. From the information gathered so far, the Carlos family did things in an extremely vicious and bloody manner. Previously, Luke had merely caught 2 insignificant underlings of the Lime Dog gang, yet Francisco Carlos had personally come to kidnap Claire in response. Now that Luke had killed Francisco Carlos, Diego Carlos would be crazy for revenge. They owed their fame to their ruthlessness, and if they allowed the death of their leader's brother to slide, the entire criminal organization would crumble before long. Luke grumbled inwardly that he had only been on the job for 2 months, yet something like this had happened to him. He was truly unlucky. 27. The darkness disperses, the correct stat point allocation method. Selena comforted Luke. "Luke, don't worry, it'll be fine. This is America. The Carlos family can't do whatever they like here." Luke could only nod silently. Sure, they couldn't do whatever they like. If they couldn't use the AKs and grenades they wanted, they would attack with pistols instead. Both he and Robert could stay vigilant and protect themselves. But what about Catherine and Claire and 5-year-old Joseph? They would be completely helpless against the gangsters. Luke sank into a short silence before he stood up. "Let's go, Selena." Selena asked blankly, "Where are we going?" Luke replied, "Patrol. That'll help calm me down." Selena replied, "Oh." She quickly got up and left with him. Robert had said that they didn't have to patrol today as long as they paid attention to emergency callouts. They could dedicate the day to gathering information instead. But since Luke wanted to go on a patrol to calm down, Selena would most certainly back her partner up. In any case, Robert wouldn't do anything to Luke. So, was Luke really going out to calm himself down? Of course not. When facing something like this, he needed to get stronger, and the easiest way to do that was to level up. He had about 600 experience points right now. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he reached level 4. Sure enough, after Luke issued a ticket for illegally parking 3 days later, he received a notification from the system. Mission dealing with illegally parked vehicle issuing a ticket completed. Rewards, 2 experience points, 2 credit points. As experience has reached 700 points, the host has leveled up to level 4. Extra stat points, 3. Luke was overjoyed when he received the notification, and he nearly used the stat points on the spot. But he managed to stop himself. When they returned to the police department at noon, Luke seemed preoccupied. Selina asked curiously, "What's up with you?" Luke answered, "Nothing. Are you going to have lunch?" Selina nodded. "Yeah, coming with." Luke took out $10 from his wallet and said, "Buy me 3 sandwiches and a bottle of mineral water." Selina snorted, "You're really shameless." Luke didn't seem to care. He remained single by choice, so he didn't really care what women had to say about him. Even when he was munching on the sandwich Selina bought for him, Luke's mind was still preoccupied. Selina had brought her lunch back to the police department and was eating beside Luke. She much preferred Luke compared with her previous partner. This new partner was hardworking, a good fighter, and a brave officer. More importantly, Luke was much more handsome than her previous partner. They had been training together for the past 2 days, and Selina had also discovered a tiny secret about Luke. They had been practicing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu together frequently, and she wasn't an idiot. She was in fact a very observant veteran police officer. She didn't need to see with her own eyes to be sure of how muscular Luke was. Just from their body contact when they trained, she could tell that he was completely ripped. Selina had always been a woman who loved guys with muscles, and for her a perfect man was akin to Captain America, both muscular and handsome. Although Luke was rather ordinary and was only slightly above average in terms of looks, he was still pleasing to the eyes. Coupled with his perfectly chiseled body, it was impossible for Selina to not like this new partner. When she saw Luke spacing out, she asked, "Are you still worrying about the Carlos family?" Luke shook his head, "No." Selina continued, "Don't lie. Apart from them, nobody can make you this worried." Luke replied, "Fine, yes, I'm still somewhat worried." Selina spoke fearlessly, "If they dare come, I'll deal with them for you." Luke raised an eyebrow. "They aren't pushovers. The next time they come, it might be in a large group of about 10 or 20 people." Selina gave it some thought and said, "Well, just find a way to split them up before killing them off one by one." Luke replied, "Split them up. Sure, you still need someone to do it, though. Unless they're stupid, huh?" "What did you just say? Split them?" Selina asked doubtfully, "What? Is it really such a bad idea?" A look of realization flickered in Luke's eyes as he muttered, "Right, why didn't I think of that? Yes, I can split them up." Then he stood up. "I'm going to take a quick break." Selina, huh? Luke was so happy he even gave Selina a hug and said, "Thank you for the reminder. Lunch tomorrow is on me." Selina was completely confused, and when Luke entered Robert's office, she muttered, "What's up with this guy? Why is he suddenly so happy? And lunch on him? Lunch won't cost him more than $10 anyway. What a cheap guy." Even though she grumbled, her lips still curved in a smile. No matter what, she was still happy to see Luke recover from his depressed mood. After entering Robert's office, Luke lay down on the sofa. He was the only person here that could do this. Nobody could say anything about it. Then, in the invisible character window, Luke started allocating his stat points. Dexterity +1 to reach 15 points. Then, the familiar numb feeling assailed his body again. But as expected, the sensation was much less intense this time. This was an idea he got after speaking with Selina. All along, he had been allocating all 3 points from his level up in one go, like how he would in a video game. Today was the first time he asked himself why he was allocating all the points at once. Allocating skill points usually came with discomfort as the system altered his body. That was something unavoidable. But what if he only allocated 1 point at a time? When he first allocated stat points to dexterity, he added 3 points at once to reach 14 points. A simple calculation showed that in one level up, his dexterity had increased by about 27%. A massive transformation like that would cause him great discomfort. But now, he was only adding 1 point to his existing 14 points of dexterity. It was only an increase of about 7%, which was roughly a quarter of his growth from when he had first allocated stat points to dexterity. and as expected, the sense of discomfort was significantly less as well. Previously, the intense numbness and stabbing pain assailed him mercilessly, but now he only felt a faint numbness that came and went. Compared with his previous experience, this level of numbness was something he had no problem enduring. There was no fear of mental trauma. Apart from that, he could also deduce that when he next allocated a stat point to dexterity, the numbness would only lessen. After all, he would have 15 points of dexterity by then. Thus, the change would be even smaller. By using the 3 points one by one instead of all together, it wasn't even a waste of time. Instead, it helped him manage his time better. If he allocated all 3 points together, he had to rest for a long time. Otherwise, he would feel too unwell to do anything else. Thus, he could only do it during the holidays or weekends. But now he no longer needed to take that into consideration and could allocate his stat points at any time. In fact, his next break was scheduled for 3 days later. But after 3 days, these 3 stat points would be long gone. 28. Someone from the FBI and a joint investigation. Luke's mood also improved significantly after this realization. After work, he went to practice his shooting as usual. Now, he no longer needed Selena with him all the time. Nowadays, they would first agree on a time beforehand for their Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training sessions. Selena would usually come pick Luke up after his shooting practice before heading to the police department's gym for their Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training. Today was the same. After an hour of training at the shooting range, Luke hopped into Selena's car. The two then headed to the gym for another hour of training. After the training session, Luke passed Selena a glass of water. Selena drank slowly. Gasping for breath, she said, "You freak. Why do I feel like you're getting stronger? It almost feels like I haven't improved at all, and I've gotten weaker instead." Luke smiled. "No, Selena, you've improved greatly. In fact, it took me 3 months to reach your current level back then." Selena replied, "Are you sure?" Luke replied, "Yes. If you continue training, you'll be able to utilize a majority of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu techniques during actual combat in half a year. Of course, you still won't do well against a pro fighter." Selena wasn't discouraged when she heard the last bit of Luke's words. She knew that the so-called pro Luke was talking about referred to those who trained specifically to counter Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or those that were very good in hand-to-hand combat. But in real life, these people were very few in number. Even among gang members, most of them only knew basic boxing skills and weren't good at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or any other martial arts that were counter to the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Thus, she was satisfied with her rate of progress. Even Luke had needed 4 years to reach his current level. Selena didn't think that she was any more talented than he was in martial arts. Right at that moment, Luke's cell phone rang. It was currently the year 2003, and the cell phone was already a widespread item. But of course, cell phones in this era were nothing like the later smartphones. Luke took out a cell phone that looked more like a brick. "Luke here." Robert's voice rang out. "Where are you? Still at the police department?" Luke replied, "Yes, I'm in the gym. I just finished training with Selena." Robert sank into a short silence before saying, "Go wash up and wait for me. Both of you, wait inside my office." Luke asked, "Did anything happen?" Robert replied, "Someone from the FBI is here. It's related to the Carlos family." Luke replied, "Oh, okay." He then hung up with a pensive look on his face. Selena asked, "What's up?" Luke replied, "The FBI is here. Robert told us to wash up and wait for him in his office. Let's go." Selena stood up. "Why are they here?" Luke replied, "Robert said that it's related to the Carlos family." Selena stopped walking as her face lit up with excitement. "For real? Hee, looks like I'll get a chance to have some fun this time." Luke smiled bitterly. "Why are you so happy? Do you want to draw the Carlos family's attention?" Selena snorted coldly. "Remember, both of us were involved in catching the 2 drug traffickers. Do you think they'll spare me after they're done with you?" That left Luke speechless. Although the Carlos family might not necessarily come looking for her, since Luke was the one who had killed Francisco Carlos, nobody knew for sure what those madmen would do. Thus, something had to be done about the Carlos family. A cold glint flickered in Luke's eyes when he made this decision. When they arrived at the bathroom, Selena stepped forward before sneering as she said, "Do you want to join me, my little Skywalker?" Luke shivered and said, "No, I wouldn't dare. Enjoy yourself, m'lady." Selena roared with laughter before entering the bathroom. The two took turns showering and they put on their uniforms. It was a good thing they had been in their sportswear when training. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a different set of clothes to change into right now. They waited in Robert's office, and in a few minutes, Robert arrived. When Robert entered the office, he said, "I'll give you a rough explanation now before they arrive." The two nodded. Robert said, "The FBI is here to bust the Carlos family's smuggling route. They received intelligence that the Carlos family has spent the past few years looking for a suitable smuggling route. Our town is part of some of the routes being considered. That was why the two traffickers you guys caught were here." Their expressions turned solemn. Robert continued, "The FBI found out that we're investigating the Carlos family and that Francisco Carlos was killed here a few days ago. After some back and forth, they've decided to send someone here to talk to us and see if we can deal the Carlos family a heavy blow this time." Selena asked, "They want to use us as bait?" Robert nodded. "That's right, I haven't agreed. I need to know first what you guys think." Selena knew that Robert mainly wanted to know her thoughts. After all, he had plenty of other opportunities to ask Luke the question if he wanted to know Luke's thoughts. Without any hesitation, she answered, "I'm in." Robert asked, "Don't you want to think about it?" Selena replied, "I don't want to gamble on whether those madmen will spare me and my family." Robert nodded, "Okay, how about you, Luke?" Luke answered, "I'm in too, but what's the plan?" Robert said, "Well, we'll wait and see what the FBI has to say." Luke thought about it and said, "So long as we can keep our families safe, I don't mind not taking any credit for the operation at all." Robert waved his hand, "Bullshit. So long as the operation is successful, everyone will be recognized for it. The only difference will be the amount of credit everyone gets. Focus on how to deal with the Carlos family instead." Luke found himself in agreement with that and thus shut up. Less than 10 minutes later, two men in black suits walked in. One was a Caucasian who was around 40 years old, while the other was a Latin American who was about 35 years old. The Caucasian reached out and said, "Hello, Chief Robert. I'm Agent Chris Jones. This is Agent Mario Santos." Robert maintained a flat expression and shook his hand lightly before saying, "Welcome. Let me make the introductions. This is Selena Hayek and this is Luke Coulson." They were the officers who caught the two traffickers. The four shook each other's hands before sitting down. Robert stood at the table with the agents to his left and the officers to his right. He said, "All right, let's cut to the chase. Chris, tell us your plan." Chris wasn't too startled by this straightforwardness. He nodded and said, "I have a group that has been monitoring the Lime Dog gang for a year. They are in fact a front for the Carlos family on this side of the border, helping them with their drug distribution. We're planning to get rid of this gang." Robert frowned. "Shouldn't that be the DEA's job?" Chris nodded. "If the Lime Dog gang was focused on just the sale of drugs, we might not have set our eyes on them. After all, that's what the DEA is for. But they're behaving like the Carlos family as well. In a short span of 3 years, they've been involved in several dozen shooting cases in the country, and a total of 17 civilians and 3 police officers have been killed." 29. The death-seeking Carlos family and Operation Bait. At this point, Chris paused slightly before resuming in a heavy tone. "Moreover, 2 of our agents have even gone missing." When Robert and the other 2 heard this, they all gasped in shock. Are they crazy? After what the Carlos family had done, they now had the attention of both the police and the FBI. And since they were involved in drug trafficking as well, they had also attracted the DEA's attention. After all that, they still had the guts to kill police officers and FBI agents. They were simply asking for it. Any organized crime group in America who committed any one of these deeds would suffer. The former meant that the local police force would hold a grudge against them. No police force would tolerate criminals who had murdered a police officer to operate in their jurisdiction, and the latter would result in an unrelenting hunt by the FBI, one of the most powerful law enforcement agencies in the country. This was also the moment Robert and the other two understood why the Lime Dog gang had come looking for trouble after Luke and Selena had arrested two insignificant underlings and seized a mere 1 kilo of drugs from them. This was simply a bunch of madmen that would be eradicated sooner or later. They just happened to stumble upon Robert and Luke before their eventual demise. Robert said, "All right, now I know how bad you guys want this. Since my man killed Francisco Carlos, they won't let this rest. Tell us your plan." Chris said, "I can't tell you the entire plan, but our group will be monitoring all roads in and out of town. We'll know when they're coming. At that time, you guys only need to appear in a suitable location and work with us to arrest all of them." Robert frowned and sank into deep thought. He agreed that this was indeed a simple yet practical plan. This was a simple entrapment, the oldest trick of humanity that even now was still useful. If the Carlos family wanted revenge, they would definitely come to this town. The FBI had far more advanced surveillance systems than the town police. They also had a lot more manpower working on the operation, and since they would know before the criminals arrived, they would be able to deal with them accordingly. With the FBI's help, a situation like the criminals suddenly appearing in front of Robert's house to kidnap Claire wouldn't happen again. Basically, the FBI wanted to use the abundant resources available to them and take down the madmen from the Carlos family. That shouldn't be too difficult. Robert replied, "How many people do you have? What do we need to do to help?" In the face of the insane Carlos family, Robert didn't intend to clash with the FBI just for credit. Thus, he cooperated nicely and directly made it clear that the FBI would take the lead and they would be assisting. Robert cared more for his family's safety than some credit. After all, if he cared about achievements, he wouldn't have stayed in a small town like this for so long. Chris sank into a short silence before he said, "The total number of agents we have working on this operation is confidential, but trust me when I say that we have sufficient numbers to deal with no more than 20 armed individuals. Your people only need to be ready for whenever we contact you. We'll then get them all at once." Robert understood clearly. There were at least 10 people in this group, all highly trained and fully equipped. Otherwise, Chris wouldn't dare make such a claim. And coupled with the assistance of 10 police officers, there wouldn't be any problems with this operation unless the Carlos family decided to send a large group of over 30 people. "Okay, we'll follow your lead. But I need to be present for the planning phase of any operation which involves the two of them." Robert pointed at Luke and Selena. Luke was family, while Selena had worked under Robert for a long time. Thus, it was impossible for him not to worry when the two had to take part in this dangerous operation as bait. Chris agreed without hesitation. Of course. Since Robert had so easily allowed them to take the lead, it would be too discourteous of him to disagree over something so small. The local police force might be obligated to help the FBI when required, but most experienced FBI field agents were glad to receive their help and didn't mind sharing the credit either. Otherwise, if the local police decided to make life difficult for them, it would only make their job harder. After all, those who knew their territories well would always be troublesome opponents when one was on their turf. Chris was a capable and experienced agent, and in fact was quite similar to Robert. Both of them had similar backgrounds as ex-soldiers who returned to the country after a few years overseas. The only difference was that Robert had decided to go back to his hometown and start a family. As for Chris, he joined the FBI due to his ambitions, but their choices did nothing to change the military way in which they did things. Chris only needed to use a few simple sentences to finish telling Luke and Selena what they needed to do. Their mission was in fact very simple, just continue with their daily lives as usual. Go on patrols when they had to go on patrol, go home when it was time to go home. The only difference was that they had to choose a location that couldn't be easily ambushed for their training sessions, and they couldn't take random strolls after work anymore. As for their patrols, they would no longer be patrolling randomly like they used to. Instead, they had to follow a few fixed routes so as to avoid falling into an ambush when help was far away. At the same time, the two were encouraged to wear bulletproof vests when they were on duty and had to keep their guns loaded. As long as they followed these rules, they could do whatever they wanted. Chris would only be giving them reminders when necessary. After Robert sent the two agents off, he returned and got the officer on duty to prepare a document. He then signed the document before tossing it to Luke. "Take this to the armory. This is approval for the two of you to use heavy firearms on this assignment." Selena's eyes lit up. "Can we bring an RPG along?" Robert stared at her expressionlessly. "Do you think this is the Middle East or Afghanistan? At most, you can only carry an automatic rifle and one additional pistol each. Don't even dream of touching anything else. You're only dealing with some gangsters, not terrorists." Luke nodded with a smile before dragging Selena away. When the two left, Robert sighed before mumbling to himself, "Damn it, don't you think I want to give you something good? I would give you some tanks if I could. But do we even have something like that here?" The next 3 days passed uneventfully. Luke and Selena no longer left their car as frequently anymore while out on patrol. They would only get out of the car when necessary. It was summer in Texas, but they still had to wear bulletproof vests. That caused them no small amount of discomfort. They only felt better hiding in their car with the aircon on at full blast. There were 2 new heavy firearms in the car. Selena had selected a M4A1, while Luke had selected a Remington pump-action shotgun. He wasn't too confident in his aim, and thus decided to select something where aim wasn't too important. Today, they received a message from the FBI. The Carlos family was indeed insane, as they had started gathering their men. From the FBI intelligence, they found that not more than 10 people had gathered in Mexico, and all of them were experienced and vicious criminals. Apart from that, the Lime Dog gang had also been busy. It seemed that they would be sending men on this operation as well. After several discussions between Chris and Robert, they came to a decision together. 30, the missing gunmen, night shift, and cigarette butt. Chris's group transferred a few more agents to the operation. After all, the Carlos family might be sending over 20 people this time. The Carlos family was no ordinary organized crime group. They were in fact a drug smuggling organization, and if they wanted to, they could even equip themselves with things like AKs and grenades. Robert had also opened the armory to the other officers of their department. As of late, everyone had 2 additional heavy firearms in their cars. Otherwise, if they relied on pistols alone, they would be completely helpless against enemies with AKs. Meanwhile, Luke had already finished allocating his stat points. Since he had found the right method to do so, he didn't suffer as much. His dexterity had increased to 17, and the discomfort he experienced during the increase didn't even affect his daily life. Moreover, the benefit of allocating stat points this way was that he didn't have to eat a massive meal before the allocation. He only needed to eat double his usual portion at meal times, and that was enough. But of course, the allocation of stat points to dexterity required less energy compared with strength anyway. A week later, the FBI received more specific information. The people from the Carlos family were coming. They would arrive here from Mexico in less than 3 days, but what they would do was still unknown. Robert had already made preparations beforehand with Catherine. The moment the Carlos family was within 100 kilometers of the town, Catherine would hide out with Claire and Joseph at her father's ranch outside town, which wasn't easy to find. As for Selena, she couldn't do anything in advance. Her family was too huge. There were over 20 of them, including her parents, cousins, uncles, aunts, and so on. Thus, the only thing she could do was have some officers posted close by at all times. If required, they could move her family to a safe house temporarily. On the second day, they received bad news. Chris's group lost sight of the members of the Carlos family from Mexico. The gunmen all vanished roughly 500 kilometers from town. The FBI couldn't find any trace of them either. That caused Chris's head to ache. The Carlos family had been able to grow in power in Mexico because they were truly capable criminals. At the very least, they were capable enough to completely vanish from the FBI's radar. Nevertheless, that didn't change the fact that their final destination was still the town. The only thing Chris could do was get the FBI to keep searching for those gunmen. At the same time, he also placed the roads coming into town under heavier surveillance. The Carlos family might send up to 20 people here this time. A large group like that wouldn't be able to completely evade surveillance. As for Robert, he had already brought Catherine, Claire, and Joseph to his father-in-law's ranch outside town. He no longer allowed them to remain in town. On the third day, there still wasn't any trace of the gunmen. The police force and FBI agents in town were all on high alert. It was rather troublesome that they couldn't ask for any help. To ask for reinforcements last minute, they had to know exactly when the attack would happen. After all, the other agencies and departments all had their own jobs to do and couldn't wait around blindly like them. On the fourth day, nothing happened. On the fifth day, nothing happened as well. Today was also Luke and Selina's off day. The FBI still couldn't find any trace of the gunmen. Robert had even called Chris to his office to question him about the situation. Waiting like this was too torturous. Everyone felt extremely jittery, as if they were dolls that had been turned on but weren't allowed to move. Robert almost got into a fight with Chris. Staying on the defense forever always resulted in defeat. This was a concept Americans knew as well. No defense lasted forever. Their enemy was free to attack any time they were fully rested and prepared. On the other hand, the police force and the FBI had to stay on guard, waiting day and night in exhaustion. If this lasted a few more days, their combat effectiveness would probably go down by about 30%. The sixth day was still Luke and Selina's off day. Chris finally found something as well. Their agents had discovered traces of the gunmen at a town a few hundred kilometers away. They would probably be able to locate the gunmen before long. On the seventh day, Luke and Selina worked the night shift. Since the town's police department wasn't large, officers normally took the night shift in teams of 2 and only needed to go on patrol once every few hours. Luke and Selina kept to their usual routine of going on a patrol every 2 hours. At about 2 in the morning, Luke woke Selina up. She was sleeping on a makeshift bed she had assembled with 2 chairs. The two washed their faces and checked their equipment before leaving the department. In truth, the best thing for them to do in their current situation was to stay holed up in the police department. But Chris once told them that, although the people from the Carlos family were savages, they were also crafty and sly. If Luke and Selina strayed too much from their usual behavior, the family might change their plan as a result. At that time, Selina had asked, "What's the new plan then?" Chris sank into a short silence before saying, "Timed bombs, long-distance sniping, and so on. Based on the information we have, a few of the Carlos family members are retired members of the Mexican Special Forces." That caused both Luke and Selina to sink into silence. In Mexico, it wasn't too rare for members of the law enforcement agencies to turn into members of organized crime groups instead. In order to lure the gunmen out, Luke and Selina could only stay on full alert while they still went about their daily routine. They still had their bulletproof vests on, and Luke even had an additional bulletproof panel on him. It was quite heavy, but that was better than being killed by bullets. At Luke's suggestion, Selina also put on a few bulletproof panels as well. But since she wasn't strong enough physically, she could only put on enough to protect her vitals such as her heart. Naturally, the bulletproof panels wouldn't guarantee their safety, but at least it made them feel better. Since it was night, the 2 heavy firearms that usually rested in the trunk were now placed between the 2 front seats for easy access. As usual, Selina was the driver. The car slowly moved down the town's main road. In about 10 minutes, they reached the northern border of the town before they turned around and headed south. When they were nearly there, Luke caught sight of a red dot out of the corner of his eye. He now had 18 points of strength and 17 points of dexterity. Not only had the strength stat enhanced his physical strength, his eyesight, hearing, and sense of smell had all improved as well. As for dexterity, not only had his speed increased, his reaction time, dynamic vision, and so on had also improved. And after 2 months as a police officer, his observation skills and sense of vigilance had only increased. Thus, he only needed a split second to determine what the slow-moving red dot in the darkness was: a cigarette butt. It was this late at night, yet someone was out here smoking on a street corner instead of sleeping at home. There might be people like that in China, where drunkards staggering around in the middle of the night in summer was a common occurrence. But this was America, or a small town in Texas, to be precise. Only criminals or those in special situations would be out here in the middle of the night. Luke immediately focused on his right, but the red dot was already gone. Then, as the police car slowly moved ahead, he saw a vague outline of something massive on the street further back from where he had seen the red dot. 31. Truck ambush and AK strafing. A truck, Luke shivered and abruptly said, "Speed up." As he spoke, he pressed on Selina's knee to make her step on the pedal. Selina's car was an automatic since she found manual cars troublesome. Thus, Luke only needed to press on her knee to make the police car speed up. The two had been partners for 2 months and frequently trained together. Thus, they had developed a certain level of tacit understanding. Selina reacted quickly and stepped on the pedal since she understood what was going on the moment Luke pressed on her knee. The engine of the F-150 roared as the car accelerated. At the same time, Luke noticed the massive outline move. Its lights lit up as its engine roared before it charged out of the street. Luke's heart thumped when he saw it. The car lights were blinding, and after that brief disorienting flash, a monstrous truck could be seen trying to ram into their car. He yelled, "Speed up, speed up." Bang! At the loud bang, Luke felt the world spin around him. It wasn't him passing out, but the car that was spinning. The police car spun through a row of wooden fences before it crashed into the front yard of a nearby house and stopped. Luke's vigilance, his reaction speed, and the mutual understanding he shared with Selina had saved his life. The truck failed to hit the passenger's seat. Due to Selina's sudden acceleration, the truck only hit the back of their car. If the police car hadn't accelerated, or had sped up even a second later, Luke would have turned into meat paste by now. His heart was thumping furiously after the close brush with death. About a dozen meters away, a pair of sinister eyes stared at half the police car that was still visible amid the flower hedges. The owner of that pair of eyes commanded, "Now." Da-da-da, da-da-da. A continuous series of gunshots rang out. Luke's physical constitution was nearly twice that of a regular person. Thus, he wasn't in much discomfort when the car spun. However, the seatbelt was pressed tightly against his chest, which made him feel suffocated. The impact from the crash had been quite strong. The instant the gunshots started, he crouched down and shouted, "Leave now." Selina was still dizzy from the crash, but she still reached out to the door, unlocked it, and pushed it open. But the door refused to budge. Selina grew anxious. "My door's stuck." Luke glanced over and found that her door could only be opened about 5 centimeters wide, as there was a wooden railing in the way. F***CK? He cursed as he quickly removed his seatbelt. He also unlocked his door before kicking it wide open with his leg. Fortunately, there weren't any obstructions on this side of their car. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the heavy firearms between the seats and yelled, "Crawl over here. We'll leave from my side. Move." They had to be fast. In the span of a few seconds, the gunshots had already gotten closer to them. The hedges and plants around them were torn apart by the bullets, and more of the bullets were starting to properly hit the car as well. The enemy seemed intent on turning both them and their car into a hornet's nest. Luke pushed with his hands and legs at the same time, sending himself sliding out of the car in an odd posture. And right after he left the car, he felt a stabbing pain at his waist, as if someone had jabbed him in the ribs. He understood that he hadn't been hit by a bullet. Rather, it was a stray bullet brushing past his ribs. Against AKs at such short range, the bulletproof vests wouldn't do much. But no matter what, it still helped. At the very least, he wasn't bleeding, though it was still extremely painful to be hit by a stray bullet. He groaned in pain, but didn't stop moving. He held his weapon in one arm and reached inside the car with his other hand to pull Selina out. Then the two of them crawled over the ground and hid in a corner of the yard. Although there was a hedge around the police car, their surroundings were too exposed. They would be sitting ducks if they remained there. The two were still desperately gasping for breath when gunshots rang out in the distance. The two blanked out before turning around. Their expressions changed at what they saw. The gunshots were coming from the direction of Selina's house. Selina paled and clenched her teeth before she tried to run off. Luke stopped her and dragged her back behind cover. "Stop being stupid!" There were at least 7 AKs firing at them outside the yard. They were facing heavy firepower here. If she charged out, she would only die. Selena howled, "Let me go. I need to rescue my mom, my sister, and my brother." Luke slapped her without hesitation and said, "There are at least 7 or 8 gunmen here. Do you want to lead them to your family to slaughter them?" That stunned Selena. Luke continued moving as he put on a bullet belt before picking up his shotgun. He also tossed a tactical vest to Selena and said, "Put it on. Let's kill all these mother-of-asterisk-seekers." He didn't forget to comfort her. "Trust Robert, he won't leave your family unprotected." Hesitation flickered in Selena's eyes, but she still decided to believe in Luke and Robert. Both of them were reliable people, especially Robert, who was a war veteran. 2 officers in civilian clothes were posted in her family's vicinity at all times. Both of them were also Army veterans and were equipped with heavy firearms. They were definitely the most experienced and skilled officers after Robert in town. Given their advanced preparations, they would be able to keep her family safe. Thus, they had to focus on dealing with these gunmen first before Selena could rush back home and check on her family. She quickly put the tactical vest on. There were 5 magazines in it, and after grabbing the M4A1 Luke tossed her way, she said with a murderous glint in her eye, "Kill these be asterisk stards." Luke heaved a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that Selena wouldn't be able to control her emotions and would rush out only to be killed. He led her in a retreat as he said in a low voice, "Stay here and keep firing as you fall back. Keep them occupied." Selena asked, "How about you?" Luke slung the shotgun over his shoulder and said, "I'll take a detour and close in on their rear from Bill's house." Selena immediately understood his plan. Bill's house was right opposite them. If Luke could get there, the 2 of them would be positioned on both sides of the road. At that time, if the enemy continued firing from the road, the latter would be no different than sitting ducks. "Understood," she said, before rushing to a secure corner and opening fire on the gunmen that were advancing on them. 32. Perseverance and FBI assistance. The gunmen who were merrily firing at them were shocked by the return fire and quickly took cover as well. Previously, they had only dared to fire their guns from right in the middle of the road because of their superior numbers and firepower. But now it turned out that their opponents were equipped with heavy firearms as well. Selene nearly hit 2 of them. Those were assault rifle bullets. Just one hit would already be extremely punishing. As Selena fired and kept moving non-stop, the gunmen no longer dared to be as arrogant. They started working with each other to suppress her as they closed in on her. While Selena opened fire, Luke quickly rushed to the side. With his immense strength and dexterity, he moved quickly and silently. Soon, he arrived at the yard next door. Leaning against the wall, he glanced at the ongoing shootout. He was facing a road about 15 meters wide. Everything was bigger in Texas, and the roads were wider as well. If he tried crossing the road just like that, he would probably be killed before he even reached the other side. From what he could see, they were facing 8 opponents, each of them an experienced combatant. They worked well to ensure that there were 6 people firing at all times while the other 2 reloaded. Luke also noticed that a certain person never opened fire. He hid behind the truck the whole time. This person was the greatest threat right now. Luke scanned his surroundings and picked up a round pebble from a flower pot. He weighed the stone with his hand and found it suitable for the idea he had in mind. It was somewhat heavy, but not overly so. He focused, and then abruptly exerted himself as he tossed the pebble at the truck and shouted loudly, "Fire in the hole!" All the gunmen instinctively paused. Unfortunately for them, nobody could see in the dark that the falling round object was in fact a pebble. The pebble flew straight at the truck and hit the windshield with a thud before bouncing off to land on some metallic object which clanked as the pebble rolled over it. The gunmen were all greatly shocked. "What the hell? A random small-town police officer has a grenade like this on him. Is he a SWAT member?" The gunfire stopped and everyone leapt for the nearest cover they could find. And then nothing happened. At the exact moment the pebble landed, Luke saw the gunmen's reactions and how the person behind the truck hid underneath it, and he dashed across the road. In 2 short seconds, he dove into Bill's front yard. The gunmen waited a few seconds, and when they didn't hear an explosion, they immediately understood that they had been fooled. One mustn't think that they were stupid for falling for this. In truth, they had been through too many bloody battles and had witnessed far too many deaths of both their comrades and enemies by grenades. That was the reason for their hasty reaction. In any case, they were in Texas, the state with the highest rate of private gun ownership in America. This was also the state with the highest number of Army enlistments. Any random Army veteran could very well have a grenade or two stored in their home. Right after Luke crossed the street, he heard a gunshot far in the distance. He narrowed his eyes when he realized that the sound came from the direction of his house. Exactly how many people had the family sent here? They actually had sufficient numbers to attack 3 locations at the same time. Nevertheless, Luke wasn't anxious at all. Who was Robert? He was an Army veteran who had served in a war zone for 8 years. His skill set would be very reliable in their current situation. Moreover, Robert wasn't operating alone. Apart from Luke and Selena, Robert still had 8 officers ready to move at any time. In fact, they could even face a dozen or so gunmen head-on if they wanted. Thus, Luke wasn't as nervous as Selena had been earlier. Instead of rushing to open fire, he waited patiently. The entire situation had happened abruptly. In fact, it had been less than 3 minutes from the moment their car had been rammed until now. To stay hidden, the FBI agents and other police officers were only stationed at specific locations in town and would only move when required. Given the size of the town, it wouldn't take them more than 5 minutes to reach Luke and Selena. Sure enough, just as the gunmen stood up and fired at Selena in their fury, a Chevrolet SUV arrived. The lights of the car were off, and the car thus wasn't very noticeable under the cover of night. The car stopped roughly 100 meters away from the gunmen and 4 agents got out, all of them fully armed with automatic weapons. They remained silent and were in no rush to open fire. Keeping close to whatever cover they could find along the road, they advanced swiftly while staying hidden. FBI agents naturally weren't as stupid as the films made them out to be. They wouldn't do something as stupid as drive right into an active combat situation and shout at the criminals. If they did that, they would have long been turned into a hornet's nest by the criminals. Only when the agents were about 50 meters away did the gunmen notice them. Without any hesitation, 4 of the gunmen aimed at the agents and started firing madly. At that moment, one of the agents finally shouted, "FBI, you're surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately." Luke smiled. It wasn't like the FBI agent was shouting because he was stupid. Rather, it was part of procedure. If even a single enemy refused to lay down his weapon after the FBI agents had clarified their identities, the latter were free to fire. As members of a law enforcement agency, it was important for them to follow procedure. For example, officers in New York would have to yell NYPD before breaking into a building. The shout clarified their identities and was used to frighten their targets. The people inside the building would thus be warned that resistance was illegal, and if they were killed for it, they only had themselves to blame. The gunmen were professional killers from Mexico, but the FBI agents who had just arrived were also well-trained and cooperated well with each other. Both parties were armed to the teeth. Across a distance of 34 meters between them, the 2 parties started firing at each other. The FBI agents and Selena formed a 90-degree angle that assaulted the gunmen from 2 positions, making things difficult for them. As for Luke, his eyes flickered, but he still didn't open fire. Instead, he moved around Bill's house and climbed the wall that ran along the street which the truck had rushed out from earlier. Instead of hopping off, he bent his dexterous body and advanced along the wall. And from on top of the wall, he was finally able to get a clear look at all the gunmen. The truck that had rammed into them was in fact a garbage truck. Standing beside the truck was a guy who gave out one command after another, while it seemed that there was also a driver seated inside the truck. Coupled with the 8 gunmen, there were 10 of them here. Based on Chris's estimate, it was a group of 20 people that had made their way to the town. Thus, that could only mean that only 10 other people were attacking both his and Selena's homes. The FBI agents and the town's police officers numbered around 20 people as well, so they weren't at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Furthermore, they were the ones on the defensive. They only needed to drag this out, and more police officers would arrive from Knox City. At that time, these gunmen wouldn't be able to escape at all. 33. 3 kills, reload, 4 kills. Luke advanced a dozen meters or so before he curled up and hid behind a decorative object on the wall. After observing the combat situation, he drew his pistol with one hand and adjusted the shotgun with the other so that it was under him, unnoticed by the gunmen. Finally, he checked his waist to make sure all 5 pistol magazines were there. He then took a deep breath. He slowly adjusted his posture and raised his pistol with both hands at the gunmen that had their backs to him. Bang, 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 bang. Instantly, Luke unleashed the prowess of his high dexterity. Regardless of whether his bullets hit their targets or not, he emptied the magazine in less than 3 seconds. Then he directly leapt off the wall and into the yard before dashing away. The heavy gunshots paused slightly before starting up again, but this time they were far less intense. Selina and the FBI agents who were facing the gunmen in a firefight suddenly saw 3 gunmen at the back of the group collapse to the ground. Although the area was filled with the sound of automatic rifle gunfire, and a Glock 17 going off would be rather subdued in comparison, the people present could still recognize that a Glock 17 had been fired. This was the most common gun issued to police in America. Thus, the person who had fired those shots was most definitely a police officer as well. Nobody assumed that the person was an FBI agent since they were all heavily armed and wouldn't even use a pistol in this scenario. Selina grew excited as she aimed at the nervous gunmen and started firing madly. She successfully hit one in the shoulder, causing that person to yell miserably before he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the FBI agents who were no longer under heavy fire successfully hit a gunman who was retreating in a panic. The gunmen's morale plunged. Half of them had gone down in an instant. What the hell was going on? Since the start of the fight until now, both parties had fired over 1,000 bullets at each other, yet not a single one of them had been injured. But in the span of just a few seconds, 5 people from their side were suddenly down. The gunmen could no longer be bothered with Selina and the FBI. They turned around anxiously and aimed their guns at the dark alley, but they couldn't see anything. Luke only took 3 seconds to empty his magazine and immediately fled after that. The gunmen weren't given a chance to even react. As he ran, Luke popped out the empty magazine and replaced it with a new one. He then swung the shotgun from his back to his front, gripping it in his hand. Then he ran to Bill's front yard. There he crouched down and took a peek at the current situation. Bingo! He found that his firing spree earlier had actually hit 3 gunmen. He had only expected to hit 2, and he could even accept hitting only 1. Although he had 17 bullets to fire, he truly had no confidence in his aim. As for the gunman who was clutching his bleeding shoulder, that definitely wasn't Luke's work. After all, that gunman was positioned further from where Luke had been aiming earlier. As for the other gunman who was currently struggling on the ground, he was facing off against the FBI agents. All the 3 whom Luke had hit were those who had been firing at Selina. They were also the only ones whose backs were completely exposed to him earlier. They gave him a wide target to fire at and were also closely grouped together. That was why he could take 3 of them down with his Glock. Luke took calming breaths and listened to the commander talking non-stop on the other side of the wall. To his great regret, Luke found that he didn't understand anything that the person was saying. That guy was speaking Mexican Spanish, and Luke could only understand a handful of words. Most of what he knew, he had learned from Selina when they were joking around. But one of the words Luke happened to know was the word for retreat. They were going to flee. Luke sneered as he thought to himself, "What, do you think this is a public toilet and you can come and go as you wish?" When he heard a few people yelling at each other, he took a quick peek at them again. 2 gunmen were standing on the step behind the garbage truck, one on each side. The commander hopped into the front passenger seat while the other gunman stood on the side step of the truck's door. The garbage truck slowly moved and turned right. When the truck turned, the 2 gunmen at the back finally faced the direction that the 4 FBI agents were in. Luke stood silently in front of Bill's house. The wooden gate was already open, and he silently waited with his shotgun in hand. When the truck turned, it started to accelerate. The moment the truck started to speed up, the front of the truck appeared on Luke's left. Luke moved at an unprecedented speed and fired the first bullet. Bang! The gunman hanging outside the door was sent flying by the shot. Catcha! Luke pumped the shotgun. Bang! There was a huge crack in the truck's windshield. Catcha, bang, yet another bullet was fired at the windshield. This time it was clear that a bullet had finally gone through the windshield. Although Luke couldn't see it, he could hear the driver's wail before the car swerved to the left. Luke remained unmoved. Catcha, bang. The gunman on the right at the back of the truck was sent right in Luke's direction as the truck swerved. With a distance of less than 5 meters between them, he took a shotgun blast right in the face before his body spun away from the truck. Catcha, bang. The other gunman was blasted by the shotgun against the back of the truck. Luke then watched coldly as the truck swerved and crashed into the yard across the street before it finally stopped after it rammed into Selina's car once more. Then he took out some bullets from his bullet belt and leisurely reloaded his shotgun. He rarely used shotguns and had only practiced using one in the past few days. He still wasn't at a level where he could fire 2 shots in 1 second, but he wasn't in a rush. It was late at night. If he showed himself, Selina might be able to recognize him, but the FBI agents might send a bullet his way instead. Thus, he was in no rush to make any sound. The leader of the gunmen should still be in the front passenger seat. Luke watched as the passenger door suddenly opened and a figure rolled out. The person nimbly rolled under the truck before crawling to the other side, not giving Luke a chance to fire at him. F***CK? Luke cursed. That was the leader of the gunmen, and he was indeed a crafty person. Luke was forced to walk around the house and get on the wall again. From there, he looked down at the gunmen who had been taken down earlier. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and without any hesitation, he aimed his shotgun at the gunman whom Selina had hit in the shoulder. Bang! The gunman was already drenched in sweat from the pain when a bloody wound suddenly opened up in his chest. He stared at his chest in disbelief before falling still. Luke then leapt off the wall and pumped his shotgun. At such close range, he no longer needed to aim. He shot the gunmen sprawled all over the ground once each. After he was done, he finally shouted, "I'm Luke. This place is clear. Be sure to not open fire on me." The FBI agents were initially shocked when they heard the sudden gunshots. But when they heard that it was Luke, they heaved sighs of relief. They knew that none of the gunmen used a shotgun, and they were all aware that Luke, the bait, had a shotgun in his police car. 34, Pursuit and Lasso. The FBI agents still remained vigilant and only lowered their guns when they saw Luke slowly walk out of the alley. Luke yelled again, "I'll chase after the escapee." "You guys can deal with this place. It's best if you wrap it up quickly, though. There's an intense shootout going on at Selina's house." The FBI agents were rendered speechless as they thought, "Are you telling us what to do now?" But none of them said anything. They all clearly saw what happened earlier. When the shotgun fire rang out earlier, all the remaining gunmen had been killed off with a shot each. They had been working together for so many days, but this was the first time they realized that this normally friendly-looking young man was actually so vicious. Luke left in pursuit, and when he passed by the garbage truck, he drew his Glock. Bang! He aimed the Glock at the head of the person hanging from the driver's seat before pulling the trigger. "Selina, gather the FBI fellows and take them with you to your place as backup," Luke said before rushing away. The FBI agents only just arrived at that moment. With their guns raised, they slowly approached the alley. When they managed to get a clear look at the situation there, they all gasped and looked at each other silently. What Luke did was beyond vicious. He was savage, even executing the injured combatants. Selina came over as well. "Is everything all right? They're all dead. My car's ruined. Can you guys send me home? I keep hearing gunshots and only 2 of my colleagues were posted there." The reason why Luke said what he did to Selina was that he was afraid she would foolishly rush over alone. As for the FBI agents, they would be able to remain cool-headed since it wasn't their house that was under attack. The 4 discussed it for a bit before sending one person to drive Selina over. The scene was a mess, with so many people dead as well as a bunch of weapons lying around. They couldn't leave everything as it was and move on. The person who would drive Selina home would take no more than 10 minutes to come back to the scene anyway. Meanwhile, they could ask Chris for further instructions. When Chris heard what happened, he blanked out for a bit before saying, "Ignore the bodies. Get over here too, but there's no rush. Push on to Selina's house so we can finish off the remaining gunmen." Chris hadn't expected that they would be facing so many attackers this time. 10 of them had appeared on Luke's side, and there were even more people at Selena's house, with 20 attackers appearing there. It was clear that they had planned to execute her entire family. And from what Robert told him, 20 people had gone over to Robert's house as well. They got into a gunfight with Robert, 2 other police officers, and 2 FBI agents. With them working together, Robert didn't fear the attackers' superior numbers. He was somehow firing the M4A1 in his hand as if it was a sniper rifle instead of an automatic rifle. He would stay silent for a long while without firing a single bullet, and the moment he opened fire, someone would go down. In less than 5 minutes, 6 attackers had been taken down, all hit by Robert. At that point, the gunmen didn't even dare flee anymore. After all, the first to run would also attract a bullet from Robert. On the other hand, an intense gunfight was still happening at Selena's house. The majority of the police force and 10 FBI agents were involved in an intense shootout with the gunmen there, with neither party winning a clear advantage yet. This was the plan Robert and Chris had come up with. Robert only needed 4 people with him. As for Luke's side, a squad with great teamwork had been sent over, and their combat prowess was in fact even higher than perhaps 8 or 9 of the local police officers combined. Therefore, most of the remaining reinforcements were now focused on Selena's house. It wasn't that the officers and agents posted there were terrible, but the situation at Selena's house was simply too chaotic. There were too many objects littered around the house, with random piles here and there. Farming tools, dilapidated furniture, and old electrical appliances were also strewn everywhere, turning the area into some sort of maze. Thus, both sides remained cautious and neither dared to advance rashly. The only thing they did was to shoot at each other from a distance. Of course, the police and the FBI were in no rush anyway. Time was on their side after all. Chris, who was the overall commander of the operation, had already informed everyone that only one criminal had escaped from Luke's side, and the people there were currently rushing over as backup. As for Robert's side, he would be able to clean up his opponents in about half an hour. At that time, they would be able to come and help too. Because of that, these 20 gunmen wouldn't be able to last longer than half an hour. In fact, this was already a conservative estimate since some of these gunmen were armed with grenades. Chris didn't want to push them too hard, to the point that they started tossing grenades into civilian homes. If some random civilians ended up killed, the credit he stood to earn from this operation would be greatly reduced. As Chris's party advanced slowly and steadily, Luke had already caught up to the escaped commander. Although that person was fleeing, he still held on tightly to his weapon. Luke was wary of the might of an AK. Thus, he didn't dare charge straight at his target. When he saw his target enter a small alley, he was overjoyed to realize that his target wasn't too familiar with this area. Without any hesitation, Luke slung his shotgun over his back before jumping over the wall beside him. He jumped into a front yard and was welcomed by 2 dogs that lifted their heads vigilantly. He quickly said to them, "Harry, Betty, stay." The 2 dogs woofed lightly at him before lying down on the ground again. The owner of this house was David, and he was rather friendly with Luke's family. Luke used to visit this place a lot as a kid, and he was very familiar with the 2 dogs. This also showed how well he knew the surrounding area. His target had entered a L-shaped alley, and Luke only needed to go through this yard to intercept that person at the other end of the alley. If that person didn't randomly decide to climb over a wall, he would definitely appear at the other end. Luke quickly ran across the yard toward the alley's exit. When he arrived, he didn't hear any footsteps. His target was indeed slower than he was. Luke was about to raise his gun when he saw a rope coiled around a random pole near the mouth of the alley. The pole was in fact a horse post, and the rope was probably something which David had left there. A new idea surfaced in Luke's mind as he ran over. He folded the rope in 2 and wrapped it around the post before dragging the other end back to where he was standing. There were no street lamps here, so this alley was very dark. Luke sneered inwardly as he walked 2 meters away from the post to the other side of the alley opening. In the dark, he kept the folded rope at chest level. Soon, hasty footsteps rang out from the alley. His target was moving at a moderate speed. Luke listened carefully and found that his target wasn't slowing down at all. Soon, his target arrived at the exit. And then, Luke felt a massive force on the rope. Next, a figure could be seen hanging in the air. This person was about 10 centimeters shorter than Luke, so his neck was level with Luke's chest. He had crashed right into the rope by the neck as his body jerked forward slightly at the momentum, making it look as if he had been left hanging. When Luke released the rope, the person was already falling on his back since the lower half of his body was still moving forward. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, 35, shooting from behind and headshot. Luke swung the shotgun over his shoulder and gripped it in his hand again. At the same time, he removed the safety lock, his finger landing on the trigger. Bang! The shot was fired straight into his target's chest. When Luke saw the person twitching on the ground, he pumped the shotgun without any hesitation. Catcha! Bang! He unloaded yet another round into that person's chest. This time, that person fell still. Only then did Luke step forward and kick away the AK lying beside the fallen man. Luke pulled out a flashlight from his waist and shone it on the man's face. There was no mistaking it. This person was Hernandez Carlos. The information from the FBI indicated that this person was an important leader of the Carlos family. He was considered one of the commanders who led their hitmen and was also Diego Carlos's cousin. After feeling this person's neck, Luke finally heaved a sigh of relief. There was no pulse. This person was confirmed dead. Luke would never spare anyone from the Carlos family. If possible, he would kill instead of arrest them. That was also why he had shot the ones that were already down. The Carlos family would most certainly come for him to avenge their losses. He had no intention of letting any of them leave. After confirming Hernandez's death, Luke stood up and put his flashlight away. He slung the shotgun over his back again before he headed for his house. Robert would probably be fine, but Luke still wanted to go check on him. He ran back home, and when he was roughly 200 meters away, he slowed down and started scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound as he saw several people running in a panic toward him from the opposite direction. Luke was much quicker to react than these people. At the exact moment they appeared on the road, he had already hidden himself in an adjacent yard. Only half of his head cleared the fence as he peeked out to observe these people. There were some street lamps here, but they were few and far between, so the area was lit dimly. In the darkness, only the outlines of the people were visible, but Luke soon saw that they were all armed with AKs. That was a clear indication of who they were. None of the FBI agents or the police officers were equipped with AKs. These people running away in panic were most certainly the gunmen from the Carlos family. Sure enough, a few people appeared behind them and started firing at them. Luke saw a familiar figure in the second group, Robert. He heaved a sigh of relief at the sight. Robert indeed was as amazing as Luke had imagined. The gunfire here was rather intense, which had worried Luke deeply. But from what he was seeing, it was clear that Robert had finished off quite a number of them. Luke remained silent and shifted positions while he was still crouched in his hiding place. He leaned against a car in the yard and continued to observe the fleeing group. They fled in panic, and when Robert appeared, one of them went down. Robert fired at that person's back with a rifle. The bullet went straight through that person, creating a massive hole in his torso. With one look, Luke was sure that the person was dead. The fleeing group grew even more panicked as only 4 of them were left now. They started running madly, and one of them even tossed his gun away. That was a smart choice. In a confrontation with an army veteran like Robert, they should give up completely on fighting back as they ran for their lives. One only needed to run faster than the others, and Robert would most certainly prioritize the others that still had their guns. The other 3 still seemed clueless as they continued running with their guns. Luke reached for the Glock on his waist. He remained crouched as he moved around the car to position his back to the incoming group. Then, he assumed a comparatively comfortable stance before forming a triangle with both his arms and aiming his gun straight at the pavement on his right. Shortly after, the sound of footsteps approached him. The person running in the front was the smart guy who had thrown his gun away. Instead of firing, Luke allowed him to run past. Less than 2 seconds later, 3 other people appeared in his sight. Luke emptied his mind of all thoughts, focused on what he had learned during the past 2 months, and fired his gun repeatedly. Bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Next, 2 bullet holes appeared in the back of each of the 3 fleeing gunmen. The 2 at the front swayed lightly before collapsing to the ground. As for the third person, he staggered slightly before he continued running. Without hesitation, Luke fired again. Bang. Bang, again he fired 2 shots at the man's back, finally causing the man to collapse to the ground as well. Then, Luke rushed out from behind the car and moved forward with his body still bent low. When he arrived at a spot with a direct view of all 3 men, he raised his head and glanced at them. The 3 were all on the ground. The third person twitched slightly before falling completely still, clearly dead. The first person was still groaning and crawling slowly over the ground. The 2 bullets had hit him in his left arm and right shoulder. That was why he could still struggle. As for the second person, he was less lucky. Both bullets had struck him in the left side of his chest. He was already completely still on the ground. A cold glint surfaced in Luke's eyes as he stood up slightly before raising his gun at the person who was crawling over the ground. Bang! That person's face slammed into the ground. At such close range, Luke's bullet landed right in the back of his head. Bang! Bang! Once again, Luke shifted his aim and quickly fired a bullet each into the heads of the other 2. He wouldn't spare any Carlo's family member. Not far away, Robert yelled, "Who is it?" Luke replied, "It's me, Luke. 3 suspects have been killed." Robert thought to himself, "What the hell? This kid is here to steal my prey." Soon after, they regrouped. Robert started giving one command after another. The police force was different from the FBI. Their priority would always be the safety of the civilians. Thus, Robert already had the officers stand guard at the scene to avoid anything untoward happening. As for the FBI, they had a clear goal. Since they were all well-trained, they were sent to Selina's house as backup. Of course, Robert wasn't an unfeeling person. After an officer drove his car over, he called Luke to hop on before he drove to Selina's house as well. Based on Robert's and Luke's combat ability, just the 2 of them would be far more helpful than 4 or 5 other police officers. On their way there, the police officers started chattering on the police radio. "The chief killed 9 people alone. All of us together killed 2 of them and injured 5. When Luke was in pursuit, he killed 3. Only 1 escaped. Holy *T, the chief is amazing. Did you think Robert served in the army for nothing? Let me tell you, all the 9 people were killed with 1 shot each. He didn't need more than 1 bullet for each of them. Hey, all 10 suspects at Bill's place are dead. Aren't you guys shocked?" "You mean where Luke and Selina were ambushed?" 36. Nobody left alive, psychiatrist, and advancing to level 5. "I checked. 4 of them have pistol and shotgun bullet wounds. The other 5 were all killed by shotgun bullets." The radio sank into silence at that. Nobody from the FBI used a shotgun. They were either armed with assault rifles or submachine guns. They were also armed with pistols, but they wouldn't use them today. Luke was the only shotgun user here. Everyone knew that he had a Remington shotgun in his car, and his service gun was a Glock 17 that had even better firepower at close range than a shotgun. He was the only one who would use a pistol since his shotgun would be too slow in the face of a large number of opponents. "Luke is so ruthless. I was still laughing at his aim last week," one officer said hesitantly. You can take a look for yourself." "All right, cut the chatter and focus on work. Finish up your tasks and go help out at Selina's place. They're still fighting a battle with 20 gunmen there." "Oh, I wanted to say that the chief and Luke are already headed over there." There. In the car, Robert was listening to the radio chatter. He glanced at Luke and said, "You killed all the attackers in the ambush." Luke hummed a response, but his eyes were still focused on the road ahead of him. Robert said, "When this is over, I'll find you a psychiatrist." Luke smiled. "It's okay. Since they had the guts to come, I had the guts to kill them." Robert asked, "Are you sure?" Luke laughed. "Yes, I am, but I think you can find Selina a psychiatrist." Robert asked, "Have the 2 of you really gotten together?" Luke rolled his eyes. "She's a woman. Wouldn't it be weird that she wouldn't need to consult a psychiatrist after something like this?" Robert laughed in response, an odd expression on his face. After Robert and Luke arrived, the final batch of gunmen didn't last much longer. When the group of criminals encountered an army veteran with sharpshooter skills, Their ferocity was completely suppressed, and their lack of discipline was immediately exposed. With the help of the FBI agents, this group was sent fleeing everywhere in less than 10 minutes. By this time, Robert had already taken down 6 of them. One of them was thinking of barging into the buildings in the neighborhood to avoid capture, but at the first door he opened, he was faced with a pitch-black muzzle. Phoo! He didn't even finish cursing when a gunshot rang out and he staggered backward. The one who had opened fire was a Latin American woman. After blasting the invader out of her house, she didn't appear too flustered. Rather, she shut the door and returned to her couch, her gun resting on the armrest and aimed straight at the door. Beside her, 2 girls and a boy were lying obediently on the ground. The eldest girl whispered, "Mommy, when will Selena be back?" The woman replied in a whisper as well, "Soon. I heard her voice, but there are still bad guys outside. We can't go out and we can't speak loudly either." Oh, the little girl immediately shut her mouth. Ultimately, only 2 of the gunmen escaped. As for the others, they were either caught or killed by the FBI and the police before daybreak. Even the 2 gunmen that had escaped didn't actually manage to get very far. This was a large but sparsely populated town. There was very little human presence several dozen kilometers outside of town, and only ranches and farms could be found beyond that range. One of the gunmen entered a ranch and tried to kill the ranch owner before escaping by car. However, the town police had informed nearby ranch and farm owners to be wary of strangers and never approach them, as any stranger might be a gang member sent to assassinate the town police. Thus, right after this gunman pulled his gun out, a bullet hit him in the arm holding the gun. The truth was that the lad who shot him had been aiming for the gunman's head. Alas, he missed terribly and hit the arm instead. As for the other gunman, he was better off and was only found at noon 3 days later. He had been starving for 2 days. Suffering from thirst and hunger, he fainted on a ranch. The ranch owner found him, and instead of approaching him, called the police. 1 hour later, the police arrived, cuffed the poor soul, and took him away. With this, all the gunmen sent by the Carlos family were dealt with, and none of them escaped. Chris from the FBI was overjoyed and distressed at the same time. He was overjoyed because this operation was a success. He was distressed because Luke had killed an important Carlos family member like Hernandez Carlos. Of the 50 gunmen, less than 10 of them survived. Of the gunmen who were injured, most of them died before they even reached the hospital, and 3 more died in hospital. Because of this, the information which Chris was able to get from them was rather limited. This was especially true of the group of 10 that had ambushed Luke and Selena. A leader like Hernandez had been in charge of them, and the others in the group had all come from Mexico as well. They were all elites of the Carlos family, and probably knew more about the Carlos family than the other 40 combined. Of course, the 2 strongest ex-Special Force members of the Carlos family hadn't been part of this group. The rest of the gunmen were all Lime Dog gang members, and were all average street thugs who didn't even know how to handle combat properly. The only thing they knew to do was pull the trigger and empty the magazine. That was also why they had been so miserably defeated, despite their numbers' advantage. Similarly, these street thugs wouldn't know much about the Carlos family's internal affairs. It was discovered that these people had used a garbage truck to enter the town in batches. That was why it had taken them so long to mount an attack. The garbage truck in question was the one that had rammed into Luke and Selena. Chris couldn't do anything about the result. Both Robert and Luke had killed more than half the gunmen. What could Chris do about it? Complain? That wouldn't do. They had already agreed to let the FBI take more than half the credit. It would be unreasonable to expect them to try and keep the enemy alive at the risk of their own lives. When Luke returned home, he told Robert he was going to bed before he went straight upstairs. He wasn't in the mood to clean up the living room. After a shower, he lay down on his spring mattress right away. Finally, he had the time to check the system. Mission: defeat the Carlos family gunmen completed. Completion of the mission is worth a total of 2,000 experience and 2,000 credit. Since the host's contribution to the mission was 42%, 840 experience and 840 credit have been awarded to the host. As experience has reached 900 points, the host has leveled up to level 5. Extra stat points, 3. Luke allocated 1 point to dexterity before falling into a deep sleep. ignoring the slight feeling of discomfort. On the second day, Chris left with complicated emotions. But before leaving, he left Luke his contact details. Maybe after 2 years, if you're interested, you can consider applying to join the FBI. After passing the evaluation, there'll be a spot for you on my team, Chris said. Luke smiled and put the name card away. We'll see. He had a feeling that Chris had extended this olive branch casually. After all, Luke had only been a registered police officer for 2 months, and he didn't even have a high rank. As for his level of education, he was only a high school graduate. 37, double act, furniture, and new sofa. If Luke wanted to take the FBI application test, he would have to wait a few more years to get the required experience and rank in the police force, as well as get himself a college degree. Only then would he have any chance of success, but who knew what would happen in the meantime? Since Chris had left his contact details, however, it was clear that he still regarded Luke highly. With this name card, Luke could ask Chris for help whenever necessary. But who knew how much help Chris would give him since Chris hadn't promised anything? Luke didn't mind. He considered this a backup for when it was required. What Luke didn't know was that Chris really did think very highly of him. Thus, if it was something that he could help with, he would do his best if Luke needed it. In a single night, Luke, who was only 18 years old, had killed 13 AK-wielding criminals. Moreover, he had only been in the force for 2 months or so. People like him were extremely rare, even in the whole of the country. Chris was seriously planning to recruit Luke for himself after 2 years. What his team lacked was someone as good in combat as Luke. Unfortunately, Luke was still young. Youth meant immaturity and fickleness. But if Chris invested in him early on, it would be easier for him to forge a friendly relationship with Luke. People capable of taking down so many attackers in a single night weren't necessarily rare in the country. For example, Robert was also capable of the same. But Robert was an old fox who was too smart, with numerous established habits from his years in the service. It wouldn't be easy to control a subordinate like him. On the other hand, Luke was someone who usually tried to never offend anyone. Throughout the week, Chris's observation was that Luke had a mild personality, was above average in his ability to learn, and was very willing to help others. He was basically the prime example of a Mr. Nice Guy. The town residents all praised him greatly, and Chris had yet to meet someone who spoke badly of him. Of course, it was quite scary that this Mr. Nice Guy had killed 13 criminals in a single night. But Chris could understand why Luke had done it. Even Robert, who hadn't killed a single person after being a police officer for over 10 years, had also killed more than 10 criminals that night. The wrath of a Mr. Nice Guy was truly terrifying. Since Luke was Robert's adopted son, it was understandable that the two had similar personalities. In any case, the FBI had strict recruitment requirements. Luke was a police officer, his foster father was a police officer, and he had also performed well during his 2 months in the force. He was a perfect example of someone with a clean background and who could already be considered part of the law enforcement system. It was people like these whom the FBI would give top priority to during recruitment. In addition, Luke wasn't stupid. Although he hadn't furthered his studies, his high school results indicated that it wouldn't be hard for him to do so. And more importantly, Luke was an excellent combatant. Luke's name was already on Chris's list of promising candidates. He would be paying close attention to Luke from now on. The moment he got the chance, he would drag Luke into his team. 2 days later, Catherine returned with Claire and Joseph. Facing the empty living room, she was stunned. "Can one of you explain to me what happened here?" The two looked at each other and said at the same time, "He'll tell you." Followed by, "Why me?" Followed by, "Of course you." Catherine was speechless as she thought to herself, "Are you guys running a double act?" Ultimately, it was Robert who surrendered, as their living room had been messed up when he was here. Luke had only arrived afterward. But he only told Catherine. There was no need for Claire and Joseph to know anything. It would do them no good to know anyway. Catherine was in a bad mood. Although the Carlos family had suffered a terrible defeat, their base was in Mexico. So long as they continued to exist, they definitely wouldn't spare Luke and his family. But at least there was good news. The Lime Dog gang had been effectively crippled. In America, a gang with over 40 gunmen was already considered a sizable and powerful gang. With the Carlos family's support, the Lime Dog gang had about 50 gunmen. One could say that the bulk of their muscle had been eliminated during the operation. Their remaining members were no more than low-level street thugs who only knew how to wave their guns around to frighten others. Thus, it would be quite a long time before Luke's family was attacked once more. Although Luke pushed Robert into taking the blame for the destruction of their living room, he still offered to share in the repair costs. After working in the force for 2 months, he had received about $6,000 in pay. Luke, who had been Chinese in his previous life, viewed money differently compared with other Americans. He didn't smoke, drink, or party. At most, he gamed at home, and his biggest hobby since his school days was Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. After he started working, he had an additional hobby, gun practice. He was living with family, and although Robert had jokingly told him to pay for food, Luke had been rejected when he offered to pay Catherine. Up until now, Luke had only spent about $600 of his salary, and that was also to buy Catherine a cosmetic set. He didn't spend much on other things. Thus, Luke still had about $5,000 in savings. For a newly employed young man, this was a large sum of money. Other young men would likely use this money to buy a new car or something. But since Luke had been getting free rides in Selena's car every single day, he didn't even need to buy one for himself. Catherine originally didn't want Luke to pay for the living room, but Luke insisted that he wanted a large and comfortable sofa. And since that was his wish, he would take responsibility for it. Ultimately, he spent about $2,000 to order a custom-made sofa, a side table, a TV cabinet, and 2 tiny tables from Old Bill. Old Bill was a carpenter who handled the numerous carpentry jobs in town. A job worth $2,000 was a large project for Old Bill. Since he was close to Luke and his family, he patted his chest and agreed immediately to the deal. He even promised to finish everything in 3 days. When the sofa and furniture arrived, Catherine immediately shut her mouth. In his previous life, Luke had lived until the year 2018. Although he wasn't an expert on the trendy furniture of the time, he still had a vague idea how they looked. The sofa was wide and comfortable, the design minimalistic and simple. It was large enough to serve as 3 single beds after taking it apart. The day the sofa arrived, Joseph and Claire spent the day rolling on it in excitement and going on and on about how this new sofa was much better than their old sofa, which had been too old-fashioned. After dinner, the whole family lounged on the sofa. Some watched TV, some read the newspaper, and some played on their cell phones. At that moment, Catherine sighed emotionally. "This sofa really is quite good." In the past, Joseph and Claire would always mess around on the floor. The previous sofa simply hadn't been big enough for the entire family. But now, Catherine and Robert could lounge in the middle of the sofa while Joseph and Claire hung out on the right side. As for Luke, he alone occupied the left side of the sofa. There was more than enough space for everyone. Robert took a swig from his can of beer and said, Yes, it's really comfortable." With his size, he had never been able to lie down on their old sofa, which had been too small for him. If he lay down, he would simply slide off instead. Thus, the old sofa hadn't exactly been good for resting. 38 Daddy System's super cheat tool. Robert could lie on the new sofa like a paralyzed person, and he still wouldn't slide down. It was an extremely comfortable feeling. Luke picked up the newspaper which Robert had just finished reading and said with a smile, "It's good that everyone is happy." During the past few days, he had already spent the 3 stat points he received. All of them had been allocated to dexterity. After that night, he gained a profound understanding of the importance of dexterity. It helped him become more nimble, control his body better, and improve his shooting speed. Although his aim wasn't very good, he could simply fire until he hit his target with his improved dexterity. Of course, strength was just as useful. It helped stabilize his grip on his gun, which made it easier for him when he was sprinting or climbing walls, and improved his sight and hearing, which helped him detect his opponents before they could detect him first. Strength and dexterity were like a couple that complemented each other, and neither one was dispensable. If he had allocated all his stat points to strength, he wouldn't have been able to react in time during the battle with the Mexican gang, and would have wound up rammed to death by the truck. Or the subsequent rain of bullets might have killed him instead. And if he had focused only on dexterity, his brain might be able to react fast enough, but his body would lack the strength and resilience to execute the commands from his brain, also putting him in great danger. And if he had allocated all his stat points to mental strength, he would probably be dead by now. If he treated this like a game where focusing on a single stat was enough, that would be akin to suicide. Real life wasn't anything like a game. Since the system had provided him with 3 different stats, all of them had to be useful. Strength was the foundation of his body, dexterity determined the efficiency with which he used his body, and mental strength probably had an even bigger effect. He could prioritize certain stats, but he still had to maintain balance and ensure that no one stat fell too far behind. Nevertheless, he still decided to allocate more stat points to dexterity for now. Dexterity was much more helpful for when he was using a gun, but this time, something unexpected happened when he allocated stat points to dexterity. After he allocated the final stat point to dexterity, it reached 20 points. Suddenly, the sense of discomfort intensified, and the feeling was even worse than the first time he allocated stat points to dexterity. Fortunately, he had gotten off work at the time. He only recovered after spending half a day in bed. He soon discovered that the discomfort had been well worth it. Luke discovered that after his dexterity reached 20 points, his body had been enhanced significantly. He tried asking the stupid system about it, but received no response. After many tests, he concluded that when a stat reached 20 points, it would advance to the next level. Thus, 20 points of dexterity wasn't as simple as being slightly more dexterous compared with 19 points of dexterity. Rather, he was twice as dexterous now. But of course, there was no way for him to accurately measure his dexterity. He could only make an educated guess. But at the next level up, he could consider focusing on strength instead to see if his conclusion was correct. After all, being twice as strong as an ordinary person or 4 times stronger than an ordinary person was completely different. Plus, he only needed 2 more points for his strength to reach that level. The stat points spent would be well worth it. As he pondered, he flipped through the newspaper. At that moment, Robert raised the remote control and switched to a sports channel as he said, "Today is the match between the Dallas Cowboys and Green Bay Packers. We can't miss it." Luke's eyes didn't move away from the image of a certain handsome, bearded guy in the newspaper as he said, "It's going to be a boring match. The Green Bay Packers are too strong." That provoked Robert. "Bullshit, the Dallas Cowboys aren't afraid of anyone." Luke merely hummed a response before he shifted his focus back to the newspaper. That annoyed Robert even more, and he said, "Let's make a bet. I'll bet on the Dallas Cowboys." Luke, hee. After a short while, the bet was set. Each of them put down $10, and Catherine would be in charge of the prize money while the match was ongoing. Regardless of who won the bet, the $20 would ultimately be given to Catherine to buy whatever she deemed necessary for the living room. This development caused Catherine to be speechless. The 2 boys were getting all excited over a bet of $10. Then again, that was how America was. People enjoyed betting there, and police officers were no exception. Of course, when betting against close friends or family members, the wager would be small, such as a few dollars. Thus, the result of the bet didn't matter much. An hour and a half later, the match ended. It was Robert's defeat. He kept grumbling that the Dallas Cowboys would win next time, but Luke couldn't be bothered to bicker with him. Right as the match ended, the system suddenly reacted. "System, you have defeated Robert Grayson. Learning conditions have all been fulfilled. Super learning mode is now activated." This retarded system had developed a new function. The name of the new function alone filled Luke with expectations. Of the numerous systems he had read about, the number 1 essential function was a storage function. And the number 2 essential function was something like a learning space or something that could speed up the host's learning. That would help the host quickly learn and master numerous skills. Suddenly, Luke had a feeling that he should just address the system as Daddy's system. After all, although this system had few functions, each of them was very useful. After interacting with the system for a bit, an odd expression crossed Luke's face. He made up his mind. Moving forward, the system would be called Daddy's system. That was because this so-called super learning mode was very different from what he had imagined. This thing was more like a cheat tool. Super learning mode function. the host may obtain a list of a defeated opponent's skills and may purchase the skills with credit points. If this wasn't a cheat, then what was? Wasn't this the same as a copy and paste? It was also at this moment that the purpose of the final stat given by the system became clear. The credit was indeed the same as in the other systems he had read about. It was a type of currency for the system. Luke had a feeling that this was in fact the most important stat in the whole of the super detective system, since he could purchase skills with it. The only inconvenience was the fact that he had to defeat opponents to obtain a list of purchasable skills. Numerous ideas emerged, and certain thoughts that he had long buried in the depths of his mind surfaced uncontrollably. Perhaps I can try it out. He glanced at the newspaper on the side at the image of the bearded guy who was smiling, and numerous odd ideas filled his mind. After excusing himself, Luke returned to his room. When he looked at the list the system had just obtained from Robert, his eyes lit up. Character: Robert Grayson. Abilities: basic firearms, basic military combat, basic special combat, basic driving, basic special vehicles piloting, basic tactical command. Holy shit. Robert was indeed a treasure trove. He actually had 6 abilities. But of the 6 abilities, only basic firearms, basic military combat, and basic driving were lit up with a note at the end saying that these abilities were available. The other 3 were blacked out with "not available" at the end. The list was shown on an interface which Luke had recently forced the system to use. He really couldn't get used to looking at only a string of data in his brain with no user interface. The price was also listed next to each ability. 39. Vacation, psychiatrist, and lone trip. Basic firearms, 100 credits. Basic military combat, 100 credits. Basic driving, 100 credits. Basic special combat, 200 credits. Basic special vehicles piloting, 200 credits. Basic tactical command, 300 credits. Luke pondered as he looked at the 3 abilities he couldn't learn. The 3 abilities unavailable to him required more credits. Perhaps these were high-level abilities. But he already had more than 2,500 credits now. So the restriction wasn't due to the lack of credits, but perhaps because he didn't meet certain conditions. This super learning mode was only activated after he won a bet with Robert. And if he wanted to learn new abilities, he had to defeat an opponent. So, did he have to defeat Robert again to unlock these abilities? With that in mind, Luke spent the next few days betting with Robert. He lost 2 rounds and won 3 of them. He found that the restriction really was due to him not meeting certain conditions. After an overall total of 2 victories in his bets with Robert, all the abilities became available to him. Moreover, after spending 300 credits on basic firearms and basic special combat, all the abilities were still available for him to learn. So the condition he had to meet was indeed to defeat Robert. Also, it was likely that the condition was assigned a numerical value, and the ability was unlocked when that value was met. This small test also helped Luke figure out how this so-called condition functioned. When he made the bets with Robert, he found that if his total victories dropped to 0, all the abilities on the list would be blacked out. Even the 2 abilities he had already purchased would be blacked out, and his body seemed to forget how to use them as well. In other words, the moment he stopped meeting the condition, the abilities he got would stop working. This entire thing felt like a video game. It was similar to many video games in his previous life. For example, the equipment he already had would stop working if he suddenly stopped meeting the requirements for using them. But Luke also discovered something that was different from video games. After learning Robert's basic firearms and basic special combat abilities, he still continued with his daily shooting practice. When he practiced shooting after losing Robert's ability, the results told him that he hadn't exactly lost everything. He only had Robert's abilities for 2 days, and only used them in a brief 2 hours of shooting practice. In 2 sessions, his aim transformed from that of a complete newbie to a veteran. From this, Luke concluded that if he practiced and used his opponent's abilities while he had them, his own skills would still improve. This was akin to a low-level character unlocking a temporary high-level skill. Even after the duration of use for the high-level skill passed, the experience and loot earned from using the skill to hunt monsters remained. Even after losing Robert's ability, Luke might still be able to retain that level of skill after a few months or years. No wonder the super learning mode wasn't called the super duplication mode. The core function of this mode was still to learn instead of copy. It helped Luke to learn and improve quickly. After understanding everything, Luke became very excited. He was a conservative person by nature, and he loved things that were truly his. That included skills and abilities. In a flash, it was the end of his 3rd month in the force. It was now that Luke applied to Robert for annual leave. Technically, someone who had only started working for 3 months shouldn't be taking annual leave, but Robert still agreed. That was because Luke told him he needed to go on a trip to take his mind off the stress. When Robert heard that, he stared at Luke for a long time before asking, "Do you want me to introduce you to a psychiatrist?" "I guarantee that it's an excellent psychiatrist." Luke smiled. He understood what Robert meant. He was trying to assure Luke that the visit to the psychiatrist wouldn't be logged in the system. After all, if there was a record of it, Luke would have to head over to Knox City to get a mental evaluation done. Actually, he had already gone once after the battle. In fact, all the police officers involved in the shootout had gone as well. But the mental evaluation showed that Luke's mental condition was still perfectly normal. Ultimately, with just a large rucksack over his shoulder, Luke got Selina to drop him off at the bus station. Traveling alone, he got on a Greyhound bus and left town. Luke headed south on the cheap Greyhound bus, and when he arrived at his destination, he rented an old pickup truck. After buying some stuff, he headed for the border. The border of Mexico and the United States was a stretch of land so wide that there wasn't enough manpower to guard the entire length. Thus, the number of Latin Americans in Texas increased every year. Currently, Caucasians only made up about 50% of Texas's population. Latin Americans made up 30% of the population, African Americans 7%, and various others made up 10%. And most of the Latin Americans were from Mexico. Every year, a large number of Mexicans would enter the United States illegally in search of the so-called better life. Mexico was too far from heaven and too close to the United States. It was the largest source of drugs that circulated in the United States. In a few years, the war on drugs would begin as well. At that time, the Mexican military and police would engage in a large-scale conflict with the drug cartels. Similarly, the drug cartels would become increasingly vicious and even better at what they were doing. The Carlos family couldn't be allowed to survive that long. The coming chaos would either destroy them or enable them to grow even stronger. Luke drove the truck around, and after a while, he finally found a suitable location. The truck sped through the desolate wilderness and arrived at a tall wire fence on the border. Looking at the spikes on the fence, Luke scanned his surroundings for surveillance cameras. It was impossible for the United States to install surveillance cameras all along the border. That would be a waste of resources. Generally, surveillance cameras were only installed near roads or highways. Luke was currently at the border in the middle of nowhere. Even illegal immigrants wouldn't pass through here as they usually traveled in large numbers and required cars. Thus, they would usually travel where there were roads. Of course, the odd illegal trespasser or so did still opt to travel through these desolate areas. It wasn't as if the government could catch all of them anyway. Luke removed the planks from the back of the truck and set up a platform which sloped from the back of the truck up to its roof. He then opened his rucksack and took out a pair of odd items that looked like artificial limbs. These were actually similar to stilts with springs on them, which he had put together himself. He put them on, and after affixing them firmly to his feet, he stood up. He warmed up as he tried running around the area in them and also to test if they were working as intended. When Luke was done with all his preparations, he stopped and adjusted his breathing. 40, jump, travel, and arrival. Luke withdrew over 10 meters away. He then sped up and rushed forward. When he approached the truck, he leapt onto the back in a single bound. Then he used both legs to leap onto the plank on the roof of the truck. That sent him flying high up into the air. The truck was about 1.7 meters tall, and using the makeshift stilts, Luke sprang high into the air over the fence. At the exact moment Luke approached the barbed wires on the fence, he curved his body and the stilts landed right on the barbed wires. Then, just like a circus performer, he leapt off the top of the fence. There was no cushion to soften his landing. Thus, borrowing the power of inertia, he did a forward somersault before adjusting his body when he was about 2 meters from the ground. He landed on both his feet and continued hurtling forward with the momentum for over 10 meters before finally stopping. 41. Enter and action. The two Mexican beauties had seen how generous Luke was with his money and were hoping to make some cash off him as well. Luke still behaved like an idiotic tourist and stuffed them with cash as well. Yes, stuff. Both his hands were stuffed into the deep valleys on their chests, and after leaving the cash there, he didn't forget to give them a pinch. The two beauties didn't appear displeased at all. In fact, their smiles became even wider, and when they heard him speak English, they brought him to a private room in one corner of the club. This so-called private room wasn't an actual room, but a corner of the club which had been partitioned off to give the guests there some privacy. When Luke sat down, the two beauties politely asked him what he wanted. Luke didn't say much and merely told them to bring him some of the good stuff. 42. Scumbag, bitch, and a good person. The sturdy man reacted swiftly as well. He instantly noticed that Luke was swaying a lot quicker than he should be, and was thus robbed of the chance to draw his gun. The man's palm, which was already raised to his chest, turned into a fist as he punched right at Luke's head. An expert. Luke was alarmed at the realization. This level of vigilance and flexibility in combat only proved that this guy was no ordinary street thug. Luke was still nimble, however, so he abruptly bent even lower, dodging the incoming fist. After he bent over with half of his back to the man, both his hands shot out and grabbed the man's arm before locking it on his shoulder. As Luke pushed with his legs, his shoulder shot up while his hands pulled down at the same time with even more force. With a crack, the man's right arm was twisted grotesquely out of shape. The man yelled while his left hand reached for the combat knife that hung at his waist. 43. Take them from behind. As Luke had thrown the gun in a rush, he wasn't able to aim properly, but the gun still struck the man in the shoulder, slowing the latter down slightly. Taking advantage of the short interruption, Luke dashed forward and kicked the man in the crotch. The man immediately turned pale and then red. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The throbbing pain in his crotch seemed to have locked his vocal cords, only allowing him to helplessly gasp for breath. Luke didn't stop. He wrapped his arms around the man's head and pulled it down as he brought his knee up. With a thud, knee and face connected, the impact even causing Luke's knee to ache. As for the man in front of him, his nose had already caved in and his breathing was very faint. As usual, Luke dragged the two into a random storeroom next door. He then twisted their necks before tossing them into a corner of the room. 44. Killing Diego Carlos. After knocking the two women unconscious, Luke started searching the room for more guns and bullets. Most of them were equipped with M1911s. Since the creation of this weapon, tens of millions of this gun had been manufactured worldwide, both authentic and fake. Two of the people here had different weapons. One was equipped with a Desert Eagle while the other had a Glock 17. Luke stuffed both the Desert Eagle and the Glock into a tiny bag he found in the room before slinging the bag onto his back. As for the other guns, he left them behind. He only took all the magazines and put them all in the bag as well. He then stepped toward the door, and using the reflection in a pair of glasses, he checked to see if there was someone outside. Although a large battle had erupted in this room, the door was closed. Since the room was soundproof, the people outside couldn't hear anything at all. 45. Sudden return and Alessandro Carlos. The bodyguards were in too much of a rush and couldn't even stop in time. They had never expected an ambush to be waiting for them here either. After all 7 bullets of the Desert Eagle were fired, 5 people were sprawled all over the stairs. Luke quickly reloaded the gun and kept it pointed at the stairs. He suddenly heard a clinking sound before a round object flew at him from the corner of the stairs. Luke had excellent eyesight, and his dynamic vision was strengthened thanks to his 20 points of dexterity. Thus, the moment that object appeared, he clearly saw that it was a grenade. At that discovery, he retreated and dove into a room. Behind him, there was a rumble and the burst of a shock wave which extended into the room. Luke didn't stop once he was inside the room. He ran to the window and jumped out, instantly reaching the first floor. 46. Nothing a good old RPG can't solve. The instant the door was pushed open, The MP5 in Luke's hand instantly fired. Making use of his immense strength, he suppressed the recoil of the MP5 and sprayed the people outside with bullets. He was about 40 meters from them, and in about 2 seconds he had already emptied the magazine. Luke didn't bother to stay and continue fighting. Instead, he stuck close to the wall and started running. The instant he reached the inner door which he had come from, the outer door about 10 meters behind him was blasted apart by a rain of bullets. Luke rushed up the stairs and went back to the second floor. He strained his ears and listened. The people downstairs opened fire but didn't chase after him. Evidently, they were too fearful of Luke's ambush. Luke sneered and returned to the third floor. He entered the deluxe room again and started searching the place. Soon, he found a weapons cabinet in one corner of the room. 47. Return trip and kill Gaines. Now that he was done with his mission, Luke didn't want to waste any more time here. If his guess was correct, when his strength reached 20 points, he would feel a strong sense of discomfort as well. Following that, his body would be significantly enhanced. Because of that, he planned to rush back to the United States and check into a motel for one night. There, he would push his strength up to 20 points. His return trip was different. With a much nicer car, he didn't need to worry about it and could speed all the way. After an entire day of travel, he arrived at the border town before nightfall. There, he dumped the F-150 in a random alley before buying another old truck to continue his journey. After an hour or so, he arrived at the fence on the border. When he saw that his truck was still parked on the other side, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that nobody had been here for the past 2 days. 48, 2 sisters, 2 girlfriends, and a gift. After getting off the bus, Luke casually strolled back home. It wasn't even 5 minutes before he heard a police siren blaring behind him. He turned around to see Selina's smiling face in the car as she said, "Cutie, need a lift." Luke replied, "Oh, thank you God for bestowing this kind angel on me," as he walked over and tossed his rucksack into the back of the car before getting into the car himself. As she drove, Selina asked, "Why are you back so soon?" Luke replied, "I went on this trip to take my mind off the stress. Naturally, I'm back now that my stress is gone. I'm prepared to cut my leave short and get back on the job with you as soon as possible." Selina replied, Sure. By the way, my mom invited you over for a meal." Luke asked curiously, "Why?" He was quite close to Selina and had eaten at her place before. But whenever he did, there was usually a reason for it, and he didn't frequently eat there either. 49, so when are the 2 of you getting married? Luke rubbed her head and said, "Yes, I got a pair for Andrea as well." Talia replied, I'll go get her," and ran off. Luke shrugged and called Joseph to come in before he shut the door. This was a single-story house, and compared with Robert's place, it was rather small. Selina, her parents, her 2 sisters, and 1 brother all stayed here. 6 people lived in this house of about 100 square meters. Before long, Talia arrived with her younger sister, Andrea. The 6-year-old girl happily received her gift. They thanked Luke before gleefully running back to their room. From the clamor inside, it was clear that the 2 little girls were trying on their new shoes. With a thud, a door not far ahead opened. Selina came out wrapped in her bath towel. When she saw Luke, she nodded. "You're here, have a seat." "Let me get changed." 50, you've changed. Did I grow stronger or become more handsome? Dinner was a rather casual affair. Mexicans attached great importance to family, and they had a habit of chatting with family members over dinner. The kids gathered together and muttered among themselves. Selina's siblings and Joseph had agreed to go play in the yard after dinner. As for the toys they would be playing with, it would naturally be Joseph's football and Julio's baseball. Even their family dog, Dollar, would be playing with them. As for Luke, he chatted with Selina and her mother on various topics. But when Sandra accidentally mentioned the Carlos family, the mood became rather gloomy. Both Sandra and Selina understood that after suffering such a loss, the Carlos family's revenge would be even fiercer, and at that time moving would probably be their only option. But they would require a large sum of money to move, especially for a family as large as theirs. And after moving away from town, they would also lose their jobs. 51, taking the blame, change of workplace, and lucky guess. For many reasons, the crime family that was at loggerheads with the Carlos family also took credit for the Saprilla Club massacre. When Luke heard that, he was stunned for a bit before a smirk crossed his face. With those people taking the blame for him, the numerous questions surrounding the Carlos family's destruction would vanish. Nobody would be able to tie that to Luke. Chris felt helpless. After doing so much work on the Carlos family, it was the enemy of the Carlos family who had benefited instead. That didn't feel good at all. But no matter what, they had still contributed to the collapse of the Carlos family. As for rebuilding the Carlos family's smuggling route, it would take other criminal organizations several years. Thus, they would be able to take credit for that. Recently, Robert didn't speak much, and when he looked at Luke, it was with a complicated gaze. Robert had a lot to say, but he left everything unsaid. 52. Houston, transfer and setting off. Of course, this was all still speculation. But Luke believed that he only needed to find a bad person to try and defeat instead of kill. By observing whether that person would become unlucky, Luke would be able to draw a conclusion. Without bad luck, Robert's efficiency increased. After Luke's 4th month in the force, he and Selena were called into Robert's office. After Luke shut the door, Robert picked up 2 documents on the desk and handed one to each of them. Luke skimmed through the document and said in astonishment, "So fast." Selena was also astonished. Westside Houston Police Department's Major Crimes Division, Chief, how did you do this? Robert had a nonchalant expression. Are both of you ready? Luke looked at Selena and asked, You're transferring to Houston as well. Selena grinned and said, Why? Are you disappointed that you can't get rid of me? 53, Scheme, Reporting, and Newbie. Luke lifted the bag in his hand and said, See, I even have your lunch prepared. A capable person like you will have to do more. Selena curled her lip but didn't continue the topic. Where are we staying in Houston? Luke was slightly stunned. Where are we staying? Something seemed wrong about that. Selena had an odd expression. That's Houston. Do you think you can still stay in a 3-story house like in Shackelford? How rich are you? Luke finally understood what she was getting at. His mind had been preoccupied with other things as of late. Thus, he hadn't even thought of this. He humbly asked for Selena's guidance. What do you have in mind? Selena answered, Simple. We rent a place together. Luke nodded and... Selena continued, By staying together, we can continue to use your car to and from work. With that, we can even save on transportation fees. 54. Troublemaker, Request, and Still Partners. Although Brock was unhappy, Deputy Chief Thomas had made it clear that he had the backs of these 2 newbies. Thus, he couldn't cause trouble for them for no reason. The Major Crimes Division was an extremely busy department, and the 2 newbies would still be of help in some way. He decided to first let them work on some less important cases. Right after he stepped into the office, Brock called a female officer over and got her to take the 2 to their seats. He then turned and looked at the 2. Selena, you'll be going to Berkeley. Luke, you'll be going to Ferrigno. Millie will bring you to them. Learn properly from them and try not to mess things up. He was about to leave when Luke suddenly said, Boss Brock, can we stay partners here? Brock's face fell. He hated these troublemakers the most, even more so when these ones had only joined through their connections. But when he thought of Thomas, he suppressed his anger and asked, Why? 55, New house and first homicide case. The 2 thanked Millie before leaving the department together. The department had given them 3 days to get settled before they had to officially start work. That was because the Major Crimes Division was very busy, and the moment they started, they wouldn't have the time to properly settle down. That was why they were given a grace period first to get everything done. The 2 didn't tarry. They spent half a day visiting 8 houses they shortlisted and ultimately settled on a 2-bedroom apartment near the police department. The biggest benefit of the place was the relative quiet of the area. There was no major traffic or large crowds anywhere near them, the only road close to the apartment being a tiny one at the back of the building. 56. Witch, missing body, and malfunctioning surveillance cameras. Naturally, there weren't any surveillance cameras in these old apartment buildings. The only security measure the apartment building had was an elderly lady who watched the main entrance. She was about 60 years old and still looked quite spirited despite her age. Luke mused that this granny here definitely wasn't as terrifying as Granny Lucy. Selina went over and showed the granny her badge wallet with the new badge on it. On one side of the wallet was a police badge, while on the other side was an ID card. They were most commonly issued to officers dressed in civilian clothes. The granny remained calm and wasn't shocked to see the police. When she heard that they wanted the key for the apartment where the murder had happened, she fished out a key from behind her. "This is the only copy I have. Remember to return it when you're done." Selina thanked her with a smile. The two then headed up the stairs to the third floor. 57, Case Gone and the Walking Dead. Suddenly, Luke's phone rang. He answered the call, talked a bit, ended the call, and sank into silence. Selina was driving. She glanced at him and asked, "What now?" Luke had an odd expression. "Deputy Chief Thomas called me. He told us the case has been handed off and we can stop working on it." Selina asked, "Handed to who?" Luke replied, "FBI." When the two returned to the police department, they saw 4 people come out, with one in the lead while the other 3 followed closely behind. All 4 wore black suits and sunglasses and had solemn expressions. They looked like gang members from a movie. The 4 walked past Luke and Selina. Luke and Selina returned to the Major Crimes Division and headed straight to Brock's office. When they returned, Brock nonchalantly asked, "Anything?" 58 on our side and FBI? A red flash appeared in Luke's line of sight as he quickly turned his head and said, "Slow down." She went into the street on the left. This time, Selina no longer reacted excessively. She turned around at a normal speed before driving toward the street Luke mentioned. When they arrived, the street was completely empty. All they could see was an untidy street devoid of people and illuminated by bright sunlight. After thinking for a bit, Luke drew his gun and checked it quickly before stuffing it back into the holster. "Let's get out and take a look around." Although the case had been taken away from them, it now involved the resurrection of the dead. How could Luke resist something so interesting? He made sure Selina was behind him before he took the lead in the search. Selina asked, "Where?" Luke's gaze landed on an old iron door and said, "She went in there." Selina asked, "Do we go in as well?" 59, Evidence, Help, and Action. This Cheney had been one of the 4 men in black, and they had most likely been there to see Thomas. Luke said, "Selina, call Deputy Chief Thomas. I have his office number in my phone." Selina did as told. A short while later, the call connected, and after a short conversation, she turned on the phone speaker and placed the phone in front of Cheney. Cheney spoke quickly. "Deputy Chief Thomas, this is Agent Charles from the FBI. I was there when our head, John, went to see you. We're currently trying to arrest the suspect. Can you get your officers to provide us support?" Thomas asked from the other end of the phone, "Where's your head? Get him to talk to me." Thomas was quite helpless himself as he had never spoken to this Agent Charles before, so he didn't recognize the voice. 60, Kill shots and close-range combat. Luke was moving to a new position when he heard someone wail in pain before collapsing to the ground. Reflexively, he fired 2 bullets into that person's head. The warehouse then sank into dead silence. This time, nobody dared to fire at Luke anymore. It had only been a minute, and 5 of them were already dead. This was a nightmare for them. They couldn't understand who they had offended. Why were there suddenly so many enemies? Cheney, who was taking cover in a corner, whispered something. Luke didn't bother to try and figure out what he was saying. There was still an unknown number of enemies in the warehouse. He continued moving in that odd squat-like posture with his AK raised at all times. Suddenly, someone appeared before him. Luke nearly opened fire when he noticed who that person was, and he quickly withdrew. Bang, bang, 61, SWAT, DEA. IRS, Sheriff. Cheney finally met up with his teammates. They were all surprised as they watched Luke swiftly drag their wounded colleague toward them. How could he run so fast in such a strange stance while dragging another person along? Furthermore, Luke's grip on his gun was steady, and he stayed on alert the entire time for possible danger. After dragging the man over, Luke said in a low voice, "His leg is badly injured. You better send him to the hospital ASAP or he might die. The 4 agents were led by a middle-aged man. He hesitated for a long moment and finally gnashed his teeth. Let's retreat and call in reinforcements. They were about to help their wounded colleague back to his feet when Luke waved his hand and said, "He'll slow you down. I'll take him out first, you can follow us." Having seen how fast Luke moved with their colleague, the agents had no objections. It was a sound plan. 62. Carol's gratitude, windfall, and cooking. System, you have received Carol Myra's appreciation. You may now learn all her abilities. Carol Myra's abilities: elementary self-healing, X-gene. Prerequisites: 40 strength and 10,000 credit points. Luke couldn't help but smile. Why had he let Carol go instead of capturing her? It was because she had been a huge surprise. Carol Myra was none other than the ordinary woman who had been shot in her apartment. He had accepted the case that morning. Carol was only a waitress in a restaurant and had no criminal history. It was one of the reasons why Luke had let her go. As for why SHIELD agents were after Carol, the answer was obvious. SHIELD. Might have noticed that Carol could come back to life. The agents were here precisely to deal with the issue. 63. A superhero comics and movies ignoramus. The taste was acceptable with the soy sauce. He poured the food from the pot into the 2 bowls in even portions until the bowls were full. Looking at the food, Selina was a bit dazed. Well, it doesn't seem yummy. Luke said, "This is for you to eat, not to look at. If you don't want it, I'll pack it up for lunch tomorrow. You can have the sandwich in the fridge." Selina shook her head quickly. "No, although it looks terrible, it smells great. I want this." Luke shrugged and placed a spoon into one of the bowls. "This bowl is yours." Then he left for the living room with his bowl of food. Selina hurried to follow him. They sat down in the living room. Luke lifted his bowl and, in passing, switched to the news channel on TV. Selina, on the other hand, was too busy devouring the food to watch TV. On the TV, several hosts were discussing how promising the economy looked and what a great investment real estate was. 64. Chef, non-disclosure agreement and promotion. After Selina had extra, she was too full to have any more even though she wanted to. She could only lie there and watch Luke eat. Watching for a while, she asked curiously, "Why are you using chopsticks instead of a spoon? Why are you so good with them?" Most Americans had never used chopsticks. Few of them were good with such a utensil. Luke chuckled. "Maybe I was a Chinese in my last life." Selina thought for a moment and nodded. "Maybe. I know a few Chinese friends whose fathers cook better than their mothers do." Luke found that odd. "All of them are better than their wives?" That was unusual, even in China. Selina nodded. "Yes, they're all restaurant owners." Luke was lost for words. Most cooks in the world were male. America wasn't an exception. It wasn't discrimination against females. As a job, cooking involved a tremendous amount of work. It wasn't just about skills, but stamina as well. 65. Relocation, criticism, and cooling. Then this was the key part. Luke and Selina were the officers who had accepted the case. Later, they were the ones who fought the gangsters and saved an FBI agent, which gave the West Side Police Department an excuse to lock down the warehouse and search it. In all respects, Luke and Selina were the greatest contributors in this smuggling case, even though they had both been sound asleep at home when the smuggled military weapons were discovered. This was also the excuse used to issue the promotion papers. Cracking a case plus saving a colleague meant a promotion. It was utterly justified. Thomas observed their faces and thought even more highly of Luke. As for Selina, she was obviously the support, but she had done a great job cooperating with Luke. Thomas finally said, "You can't discuss what happened yesterday with anyone, not even your commanding officer." 66. Dinner with an unexpected guest. With his eyes closed, Luke shook his head. To put it simply, an officer from our department named Matt went missing during his holiday in Laquin. Our department intends to take part in the case out of concern for the police officer. Selina was unconvinced. Why would the Laquin Police Department allow Houston to investigate in their territory? Which idiot came up with such an idea? Luke glanced at her and said, "Don't say that to any outsider because the idiot is our big boss, Deputy Chief Thomas." Selina stuck out her tongue, knowing that it wouldn't end well for her if she talked like that outside. Luke continued, "However, you're not wrong. The Laquin Police Department refused any suggestion of a joint investigation. Also, Laquin hasn't been enthusiastic about the investigation because of it. It's been a month, and there's been little progress. This case will likely become buried in the archive room along with the other cold cases." 67. Help, Survival, and Dollar. Carol finally came back to her senses after her crazy binge fest. She was embarrassed, but she didn't stop chewing. A few minutes later, she was already on her fourth bar of chocolate. Luke made himself green tea, which he had just bought from the supermarket. Selina enjoyed her Dr. Pepper, and Carol had a can of energy drink. Sipping the tea, Luke asked, "Ms. Carol, what brings you here?" Carol stopped eating and lowered her head. "Nothing. Actually, I just wanted to thank you in person." Luke remarked, "But the FBI is chasing you, and you may be discovered if you come looking for me." It wasn't a wise decision. Carol hesitated. I don't know where I can go." Luke was silent for a while. After much thought, he eventually made a decision. "Carol, it probably wouldn't have ended too badly for you if the FBI team had caught you yesterday, but you might have wanted to kill yourself if it had been the military." 68. Misty Town, 5-in-1. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "I'm a police officer. I know that the FBI is chasing you because of your X gene. You're just a victim who did nothing wrong. You're innocent. I don't want to sacrifice an innocent person for my promotion. It's a matter of principle." Carol fell silent again and felt like crying. The last few days had been hellish for her. She had been shot by a burglar in her own apartment and had woken up in a morgue. Terrified, she ran away. Insuppressible fury had prompted her to get back at the Mexican gangsters, but she had nearly been caught by the FBI agents who had accidentally gotten involved in the fight. In the end, Luke had let her go and had even offered her a way to survive. Luke was a young officer who could only earn $50,000 to $60,000 annually. Considering his own expenses, $8,000 was already a lot. 69. Rescue 4-in-1. Selina reached out to give him a towel. She asked in a low voice, "Do you want to get some rest?" Luke nodded and walked into their self-made fort in the corner. He wiped his sweat. Suddenly, he heard someone mumbling something in one corner. He turned his head, only to see a flashlight in the corner and a middle-aged woman who was preaching enthusiastically. Listening to her for a moment, Luke cursed in a low voice. "Bulls asterisk it." The middle-aged woman was that very psycho whom they had knocked out and thrown into the bathroom yesterday. She was also likely the person who had assaulted Jim and tried to stop him from turning off the light outside. Now, the woman was preaching her theory about God's punishment again. Luke rummaged around in a basket and found an orange. He weighed it in his hand, and feeling that it was just right, he threw it out. Swoosh, 70, harvest and questioned by old friends. Reading the system notifications, Luke was both apprehensive and satisfied. He had earned more than 2,000 experience and credit points for saving the townsfolk in the supermarket yesterday, and he had leveled up again. System, as experience has reached 3,000 points, the host has leveled up to level 7. Extra stat points, 4. After level 5, he got one more stat point with each level up. This meant that his strength could hit 40 by the time he was level 11. He would also have enough credits to buy the elementary self-healing ability. He had read Carol's autopsy report and asked her about it in person. Carol had been shot in the abdomen and in the heart, which had been critical hits. However, she had automatically recovered by the next day. For Luke, this was more enticing than any other ability. With this ability, he could become more bold in obtaining experience and credit points. 71. Office Politics. Luke finally got rid of all his troubles after that. He enjoyed his 3-day break in peace. Nobody disturbed him again. Since the 2 fake FBI agents had made them sign another non-disclosure agreement, Luke knew that SHIELD must have taken over the issue. With SHIELD's involvement, neither the FBI nor the police could look into him again. If they wanted to know more, they would have to turn to SHIELD. That is, if they could the FBI's 17th Division, which didn't have an office at all. Thomas never asked for Luke and Selina, and they naturally didn't drop in on him. They simply continued with their usual work. Brock's face twisted when he saw them. He couldn't disguise his anger. Or rather, he didn't want to disguise it at all. Pulling a long face, he threw a case file at them and had them get to work. Luke and Selina didn't react, as if they didn't notice Brock's long face. 72, another work trip? Brock didn't dare say anything to Thomas. So he found Luke and Selina even more intolerable. If they had cursed at him or resisted, their disobedience would have been noted down. However, they didn't clash with him on the surface, and instead revealed their anger in subtle ways. Brock knew that it was impossible to make peace with them now. Luke might be young, but it seemed that he had seen through Brock. Brock couldn't back down. His faction, his identity, and his position didn't allow him to bend to two newcomers. That afternoon, they got another case. Luke went to Brock after reading the case file. "Sir, is the Houston Police Department allowed to participate in this case?" What he really wanted to ask was, "Are you not scared that something will happen again?" It was a case in Wolfkyle, which was to the east of Houston. A couple had been reported missing. 73, Golden Tips Hostile. Selina said with a smile, "Well, it really feels like we're on a holiday hike." Luke simply nodded, not caring that she had mentioned the taboo word again. They were utterly on their own. Faced with a broad plain, rustling trees, and a blood-red sun, they enjoyed the magnificent view. Half an hour later, Selina exclaimed in amazement, "Huh, is that a house over there?" Luke saw it too. He smiled. "Great, we can at least get some help now." 10 minutes later, they reached the house. It was a fairly large, one-story building with a sign that said hostel in front of it. It was a hostel, but it didn't have a name. They walked in and didn't see anybody either. Luke called, "Hello." After a brief silence, someone emerged from a hallway. It was an average-looking middle-aged man wearing plain clothes who seemed rather sloppy. Selina frowned. 74, stupor and transport. Luke went to bed after a shower. There was no sound from next door. Selina had obviously fallen asleep, too. The Texan countryside was absolutely quiet save for the occasional chirping of birds. Luke was sound asleep. After a long time, he suddenly woke up. He heard the voices of two men next door, but that was Selina's room. How could there be men talking in her room in the middle of the night? Alarmed, Luke tried to get up, only to discover that he felt extremely exhausted, as if he hadn't slept for days. Luke was shocked. Had he been drugged? He thought quickly and soon found an ability in the systems list. Basic resistance to interrogation, 100 credits. He quickly learned the ability. Although his body didn't recover, a huge load of knowledge on resisting interrogation appeared in his head, including ways to resist drugs. 75, game. There were whispers all over the place, but the murmurs were too low to be heard clearly. Luke was rather shocked. How many people were involved in this? Dozens. Soon the tailgate of the pickup was dropped down and Luke and Selina were moved to the ground. They were still next to each other. These people didn't plan on separating them. The noises not far away suggested that Bob's family had been moved down, too. A moment later, a man announced, "Wake them up. I need to tell them the rules of the game." Luke was revived by the cool water that was splashed onto his face. But he didn't move. He observed the reactions of his fellow victims. It wasn't until Selina struggled dizzily that Luke started to act out a similar reaction. Selina had woken up, but not all the way. The sedative was quite strong. She mumbled, "What's going on?" 76, fast runner and faster swimmer. After a brief pause, Luke continued, "Don't think about Bob's family. We can't protect them, but I'll try and help give them a fighting chance. So trust me and follow my instructions. Got it?" Selina trembled. "Got it." Luke said, "Be careful. Those guys won't play fair. It's possible that they're observing us with night vision right now. Don't think that the dark is our cover. They're playing this game at night for a reason." He spoke quickly and in a low voice, and by then had finished wrapping up Selina's feet for her. Then he told Selina to pretend to support him as they staggered into the woods. Far away in their cars, the hunters were using various types of night vision gear to observe their prey. Someone was surprised. Hee, the two young police officers are smarter. They're running without teaming up with the family. Another person laughed. What a pity they don't know that this isn't a fair game. 77, counterattack. 10 seconds later, Luke approached the two yachts. It was understandable that security here was so sloppy since they were on the other end of the lake. Luke had Selena with him, and the players thought it was highly unlikely that both of them would be such fast swimmers. Most of the players were still searching on the other side of the lake. None of them knew that before they realized it, Luke had already swum hundreds of meters with another person on his back. When he approached the yacht, Luke had Selena grab onto a column under the pier. He then quickly climbed up the column. Both guards were facing the head of the pier and were obviously waiting for other people. When Luke snuck up on them from behind, they were still smoking and talking. Hearing the familiar voice and the remark on Selena's figure, Luke bared his teeth. Gotcha, 78, calm killing. Luke was greatly reassured now that he had a weapon. He continued to take off the man's vest and holster. The equipment was unattractive, but could be very convenient in battle. His movements were light but quick. With the person and the car covering him, nobody else had noticed what happened. Even the car driver was craning his head and looking forward. A minute later, Luke looted the man of all his equipment. He smiled. The role of hunter and prey had switched. He jumped off the car and stopped next to the driver. The driver subconsciously turned around and said, "George, you." Luke smashed his fist into the guy's face, flinging him back into his seat. Without stopping, Luke moved sideways to the second car. This driver was an even more avid spectator than the first one. He had opened the door and was watching from outside the car. 79, rescue and unexpected death. Bobby was struggling to flee despite his wounds, but the players were on his tail like jackals in the African desert, waiting for their prey to bleed to death from fear before they lunged forward brutally. However, jackals hunted for food and to survive, while these people were simply enjoying the kill. They were far more rotten than jackals. Luke turned the wheel and approached a car from the side. The man on the back of the car shouted angrily, "Hey, you need to ask for our permission if you want to participate, George." Where's George? Luke was now parallel with the player's car. He raised his right hand. Bang. The driver, who was looking at him in surprise, lost his head. Luke hit the brake and lowered his head, aiming at the man standing on the back of the car. Bang, another headshot. After the two gunshots, there was yelling on the walkie-talkie. "Hey, who's shooting? Aren't guns forbidden in the hunt?" 80, reinforcement, sheriff, and shootout. It was hard to tell what the stench was. It smelled like a mix of feces, rot, and other things, and was evidently from this empty clearing. Luke soon discovered that it was from a reddish-black fluid on the ground. He didn't know what it was, but it was all over the place and extended into the depths of the woods. Luke frowned. He found a satellite phone in the most luxurious SUV before he ran to his pickup. After he got in, he hit the gas and rushed to the other side of the lake. Selena was still on her own right now. Luke felt that there was something wrong with this place. On his way, he called Thomas. A moment later, his call went through. "Who is this?" Luke said, "Chief, this is Luke. I've got a situation here." He tried to summarize what had happened as succinctly as possible. After a brief silence, Thomas asked, "Where are you now?" 81, reinforcements and Selena missing. The police officers quickly dropped their guns. They had been defeated even when Luke was outnumbered and unarmed. Now Luke's gun was still aimed at them after he shot them. They would be idiots if they continued to put up a fight. Besides, Luke was a police officer. He couldn't kill other police officers without reason. As long as they didn't die here, they had 10,000 ways to get away with attacking Luke. After all, Luke wasn't wearing a uniform or a badge. This wasn't Houston either, but Wolfka, which was their territory. Luke didn't say anything to them. He simply took out their handcuffs and cuffed them to their cars. Would they die from their wounds? Well, they could just pray that their arms were long enough for them to reach and press down on the bullet wounds. If they couldn't, they might as well die. Naturally, Luke didn't leave them the keys to the cars and threw them into the woods. 82, 4 women and monsters. Whoever had caught Selena, this place had to be their hideout. Also, it was likely that they were the ones who had assaulted the players and killed 10 of them, including the host. Suddenly, there was the sound of feeble crying from the depths of the cave. Luke's heart raced. It was a woman's voice, but he soon calmed down because it wasn't Selena's voice. He knew Selena's voice too well. Sometimes she only had to sniff for him to know what she wanted. Besides, Selena never wept like that. The voice was younger than Selena's. Was it Brenda? Holding his breath, Luke focused on the crying and went down the passage where it had come from. The cave wasn't entirely dark. The walls and rocks glowed with a dim light. Maybe they were fluorites, maybe not, but they were enough to help Luke see clearly with his night vision. This time, it took him 5 minutes before he entered a bigger cave. 83. Evacuation. The moment the monsters appeared, Brenda shut up and buried her head in her mother's arms, as obedient as a dove. Luke was lost for words. So you only dare shout at your allies? Well, fine. If Brenda had shouted at the monsters, she probably would have been killed already. Those monsters certainly didn't seem to have good tempers. The monsters eyed the 4 women suspiciously and roared to each other as if they were communicating before they moved back to where they had come from. After the monsters left, Selena said in a low voice, "I need to pee. Assel, can you stop Brenda from shouting? I don't want to be eaten when I'm peeing." Brenda lowered her head further, not because she was ashamed, but because she was scared of the monsters. Assel was actually just as terrified, but unlike her daughter, she didn't cry out. This time, Selena was finally unhindered as she slowly reached Luke's location. Luke's heart pounded. 84, besieged and retreat. Selena looked at the right side of the cave and saw the shoe which she had dropped. She quickly put it on and moved forward, whereas Luke aimed at the tunnel opening. A monster finally emerged, roaring. Bang. Bang, the monster had barely stuck its head out of the tunnel when 2 bullets hit it in its hideous face. It collapsed. Luke finally turned around and caught up to Selena. He then picked her up and ran. The monster's body at the tunnel opening would delay pursuit for a while. It was the best opportunity to flee. After 100 meters, Selena suddenly exclaimed, "Above." She fired the Beretta at the same time. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Luke exerted his strength and dashed forward in a sudden sprint. A monster fell to the ground with an enormous noise, just missing them, but Luke's heart was still heavy. The monsters were back. He shouted, "I'm going to throw you." 85. FBI reinforcements and treatment. Selena searched the police cars and exclaimed in disappointment, "Damn it, there are only 2 shotguns in here." Shotguns actually weren't bad. They were powerful and perfect for a close-range fight. However, it was inconvenient for Luke to use them with his broken arm. Luke said calmly, "A pistol will be enough for me. Keep the shotguns for yourself. Examine those guns and throw the loaded ones to me later." There had been 10 players here. Luke only took 2 pistols and some of the magazines. The other 8 guns, plus almost 100 bullets, could be fired directly. He didn't even need to reload. Selena quickly returned with the 2 shotguns. She then stuffed a M1911 into Luke's holster and a revolver into his hand, replacing the M1911 that had already been shot 4 times. Luke was dazed because the revolver was heavier than he expected. It was a Smith & Wesson M500. 86, slapping the right to choose. The doctor, however, secretly sighed. The gunshot wound wasn't serious, but the break was pretty bad. For ordinary people, it would be tricky but not a big problem. For a detective, however, it meant that they might have to retire early. As the doctor treated him, Luke said, "There's a high school boy on the other side of the lake." Those perverts shot him with multiple arrows in his stomach and his arms. "I'll bring you to him." The captain of the FBI agents frowned. "You better not move with your wounds. Our men will take a doctor there." Luke thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll stay here." "You must be very careful. Those monsters are too dangerous." The captain mumbled inwardly, "You're just a minor police officer. Do you think you're better than 4 FBI agents by yourself? 87, come back when you're clean." Brenda's brief bout of madness dissipated after Luke slapped her, and she deflated like a rubber doll. In the end, It was her mother who pulled her back. Assel was obviously much more clear-headed and wiser than her daughter. She had seen the men whom Luke had tortured. Their feet had been crushed, and whoever woke up couldn't stop screaming in pain. It was their screams that had attracted the terrible monsters. In the end, the screaming guys had been killed, and she had been abducted from the car and taken to the underground cave. She also learned from her son, who had just woken up, that it was Luke who saved him. Her daughter had humiliated herself. Luke had saved her and her son. Who knew if she and Brenda could have escaped from the cave alive without Luke's help? It was clearly also Luke who had called in the FBI agents. Only a self-centered girl like Brenda would have ignored that. 88, do you need my help to take a shower? Anyone else would have begged for painkillers for such an injury, but this officer was still smiling calmly. No wonder he could become a detective of the Major Crimes Division at such a young age. The nurse said gently, "Do you need anything?" "Does the wound hurt?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "No, I'm fine. You can go back to your work. There's no need to waste time on me." The nurse nodded. "Press the button if you need anything." "You know how to use it, right?" She pointed at a red button at the head of the bed. Luke said, "Thank you for the reminder. I'll use it if I need to." After the nurse left, Luke looked at the cot and said, "Don't pretend to be sleeping when you're awake. Don't you know what can happen if you sleep too much?" Selina yawned and sat up. "I was just afraid that I'd be a third wheel if you started hitting on the nurse." Luke sat on the bed and sniffed her. "Well, you smell great now." 89. The inside story of the hunting club. More terrifyingly, the hunters didn't choose their victims at random. The Bayamans who had gone missing previously, for example, were targets that the hunters had agreed on beforehand. However, the Bayamans had somehow disappeared during the hunt, and the hunters didn't know what happened to them. So the FBI had discovered a more serious problem. Were Luke and Selina random targets? Luke had his own guess, which was confirmed by what Thomas said next. He and Selina had been chosen, too. No wonder when the host had welcomed Luke and Selina, he claimed that Bob's family had gotten involved by accident. No wonder the players knew that they were detectives from Houston. No wonder the sheriff and deputy sheriff of Wolfcall had appeared. Everything was a trap that had been set up beforehand. 90. Lucky recovery, considerate Brock. But Luke soon regretted his decision. Selina bought burgers and fries for lunch, which was fine, but she also bought strawberry ice cream for Luke. However, with Selina staring at him, Luke had no choice but to devour the girly ice cream that was in the shape of a pink heart. The next week was a holiday. Luke was free, but he didn't think much of it. While he had obtained abundant experience and credit from the mission, something unexpected cropped up. Luke found that his arm wasn't as agile as before. This outcome was typical of a bone fracture. 1 week was only enough to reduce the pain and swelling of the injury. However, Luke was 5 times stronger than an ordinary person. For him, a week to recover was equal to a month, which was confirmed by his constant sense of hunger. That was his body absorbing tremendous energy and nutrition to repair his wounded arm. 91. Part-time patrol officers. Luke and Selina simply bought 2 bikes and rode them to the police department every day before they went on patrol in their police car. It was a way to save money as well as to train their bodies. Luke had truly run out of money. Most of the $10,000 that he had gotten from the Carlos family had been given to Carol. And most of his salary had gone into the new car, which had vanished. As an experiment, he had stolen $5 when he was in Rumford and spent it after he returned to Houston. But he then received a system notification which stated that his credit had been reduced by 5 for illegally obtaining someone else's possession. Luke immediately realized that, as expected, the super detective system represented justice and forbade stealing. He had taken $10,000 from the Carlos family and had even given thousands away, but nothing had been deducted from his credit. So the system rule was clear. 92. Patrol and harvest. There were 6 children in the Mexican family. If their mother was sent back to Mexico, the children would become orphans. Their father was also an illegal immigrant and would be repatriated along with the mother if it happened. However, since he wasn't here, the children would be handed over to Child Welfare Services, which was no better than an orphanage. The police officer preferred not to deal with the tricky issue either. He wasn't from immigration, after all. More importantly, it was Selena who proposed letting them off, so the officer wouldn't be blamed even if anything happened later. So, they simply gave the Mexican mother a warning and told her to stop her children from screaming. In the end, Luke and Selena knocked on her neighbor's door and warned the single man living there, too. It was this very neighbor who had called the police. Cowed by Luke, he confessed the real reason. 93, great loot and bittersweet ability. This 13-year-old girl claimed that she could smell a rotting body. She fought with her mom when she couldn't stand the smell anymore and tried to run away from home. Her neighbor heard the noise and thought that her mother was beating her, and so called the police. Luke and Selena happened to be right next to the building and went to the girl's apartment along with another officer. After knocking on the door and figuring out what happened, Luke looked around the place, deep in thought, then smiled at the girl. "I bet there isn't a body in your apartment." The girl shook her head hard. "That's not true, I can smell it." "Someone definitely hid a body in here. It smells like a corpse." Luke smiled and said, "Do you want to bet with me?" After a brief hesitation, the girl nodded. "Okay." Luke picked up a small metal ball from the desk. It was about 1 centimeter in diameter and was quite handy. 94, virtue and wit. Luke could only grit his teeth. He also cursed Tony Stark for his misfortune, even though he knew that Tony Stark wasn't really responsible for his situation. He knew a thing or two about Tony Stark. From the movies he had watched in his last life, he knew that Tony Stark had a unique personality and that he could be a great hero, but perhaps not a great friend. It was completely understandable that Obadiah, his bald uncle, would try to kill him. Tony Stark called Obadiah uncle. Their bond couldn't be fake, yet the playboy couldn't stop himself from squandering his wealth. It was in his nature and was hard to change. Thus, Luke never intended to make friends with Tony Stark because it was too difficult. It wasn't hard to imagine how haughty Stark was if he could shut the door on someone who had developed the ultimate virus. 95, bet dinner and pick me up. Tony Stark glanced at Luke and said casually, "The editor of Moon News apologized. Don't you think you should?" Luke smiled. "But Mr. Stark, that photo of that poor cover girl trembling in the cold outside your house wasn't fake." Then he turned around and ignored Tony Stark. The officers up ahead gestured to indicate that the team could start moving again. Luke and Selena started walking. There was little Tony could do. The editor of Moon News had only apologized for the slander about Tony's impotence, not for the naked cover girl. Besides, he had met people like Luke before. There were definitely more people who hated him than who liked him, and Tony couldn't pick on either of them. But the gorgeous officer's powerful movements, pleasing face, and beautiful curves were a cut above his usual target. Tony was too busy considering that to notice that Bill was gloating next to him. 96, extra meal and pleasant surprise. Tony Stark's expression was awful as Luke and Selena moved further and further away. The security cars also arrived. One of the bodyguards asked him what he wanted to do. Tony Stark said sulkily, "I'll return in your car. You can take care of this fender bender." He stopped chasing Luke and Selena. Given how rich he was, hitting another car wasn't a big deal, but it was depressing that Luke had outsmarted him. Of course, he didn't really want to get back at Luke. He was only bummed at being set up. Despite all his quirks and problems, Tony Stark was, in the end, on the side of justice. It would be beneath him to deal with a young police officer over a petty quarrel. Luke was quite certain of Tony's sense of pride. After Tony Stark switched cars, he rolled his eyes and thought of something just as Luke and Selena disappeared in the distance. 97, Brock's blessing and an unexpected offer. It would require almost 10,000 credits to purchase all of Tony Stark's abilities, which was more than what Luke currently had. As for whether or not a spell of misfortune would hit Tony Stark, Luke didn't think that the man could be unlucky if he was Destiny's son. In this world, superheroes were as unlikely to die as supervillains. That was because they had great fortune. Everything went smoothly in the next 3 days. Tony Stark didn't approach Selena again. Luke seized the opportunity to harvest more experience and credit points. People parked their cars haphazardly, got into street fights, or tried to sneak into the meeting hall. Luke easily got experience and credit off them. It wasn't bad to earn 30 credits every day, and his greatest reward was from catching an armed hitman. He caught the hitman thanks to the sharp nose that he had recently acquired. 98. Good news and bad news. After Selina left, Thomas locked the door himself. He turned around and said, "Luke, you're very smart. You must have guessed that Tony Stark is behind the offer." He paused for a moment before he continued. "On the other hand, I have some bad news. Somebody on the Wolfkull case noticed something and has started to investigate you. It'll be very easy for them to set you up. After all, they have a lot of local connections." Luke thought for a moment and immediately knew what this was about. Thomas had told him something about Charlie Diaz, the host of the game, before. Above all else, he was without doubt someone who was very rich. It really was possible to do anything in America if you had enough money, as long as you didn't piss off someone else with even more money. If Luke and Selina stayed here, the families of the players would come looking for trouble sooner or later. 99. Cash over promotion. Of course, the playboy would find it difficult to get his wish. But in any case, Tony Stark was a man of integrity, and the guys from the hunting club had none. Thinking that, Luke's eyes flashed coldly. He pulled Selina out of the police station and whispered to her about the offer. The girl immediately shrieked, "Ah, Los Angeles, I'm going to Hollywood. Wait, where's Hollywood in Los Angeles? Is it in our jurisdiction?" Sweating hard, Luke replied, "The West Side Los Angeles Police Department covers Hollywood and West Hollywood. Beverly Hills and Sunset Boulevard are both there." Selina screamed again, "Oh, I want to go, I have to go." Luke said, "Do you have any money? You'll starve if you don't have money." Selina was frustrated. "Right, we don't have any savings right now." Luke said, "That's why I said to Chief Thomas that we would prefer cash over a promotion." Selina's eyes bulged. "What, how's that possible?" 100, new partner, new case, and new star. Luke's annual salary in Houston was $42,000. In LA, it was $54,000. Selina's salary had increased from $47,000 to $60,000. However, their pay rise wasn't enough to offset the increase in living expenses. They would probably earn an annual salary of more than $80,000 in a few years, and they wouldn't need to worry about money then. Until then, however, they would have to rely on their relocation allowance. Selina was very frustrated because she had given her relocation allowance to her family. Luke had no objections to that. Selina seemed independent, but she did care about her family. Her attitude toward money was different from that of many Americans, and it was her choice to do more for her family. Luke didn't find it odd either. As a Chinese in his last life, he had seen too many parents and children doing everything they could for each other. 101, dead, swimming naked, and inspiration. Luke was speechless. The rich are truly willful. Elsa couldn't agree more. Few residents here are nice to talk to. Try not to say anything when we see her. Luke nodded. He knew that rookies were expected to say and do less and watch and listen more. As they talked, they reached a villa. Luke observed the villa and compared it with the houses he had seen in the last few days. He knew that it couldn't be too expensive. The villa wasn't located in the best neighborhood, nor was it big. It couldn't be worth more than $3 million. So, it was only a low-end residence in Beverly Hills. Most of the truly luxurious houses in Beverly Hills cost more than $10 million. The best ones might even cost $30 to $50 million. They pressed the buzzer, and a woman spoke to Elsa over the intercom for a while. Elsa also showed her badge to the security camera. They then waited for several minutes, but nothing happened. 102. Inaccessible videotape. Instead of meeting with Elsa, Luke took a turn and followed a trail through the garden at the back of the villa. In the end, he found himself standing before a small gate. The gate was shut. Luke peeped out through the iron bars and saw that the main road was only 200 meters to the right. He followed the wall to the right and looked around. When he stopped at the end of the wall, he noticed a surveillance camera above the door of another house across the street. He found the caretaker named Sally again and asked her how to open the gate. Sally said that it could be opened with a remote inside the house. Luke nodded and said, "Please open it for me. I want to check the street out back." Sally pressed a button on a panel in the living room and then said, "It's done." Observing the panel from behind her, Luke suddenly asked, "Is this the only way to open the back gate?" 103. Videotape for videotape. Luke took a bus and returned to the villa of the daughter of the Tiger Foundation's president. He observed it for a moment, then knocked on the door of another villa on the corner. The owner of this villa, David Smith, was much more normal. He gladly acceded to Luke's request for surveillance footage and said that he could take it back with him. Luke thanked him and left his card, saying that David could contact him if he had any problems. Luke returned with more than 10 videotapes. He went straight to the forensics department. With the equipment there, he began to go through the footage. David's villa was on the same side as Katie's. The camera was aimed at the back door of his house and also happened to include Jenny Gwenny's back door in the frame. Luke checked the footage and soon found something. But after watching it several times over, he shook his head and gave up. 104. Culprit and case solved. She could ask Luke later whether her purchase of weed would be exposed during the investigation. Thinking that, Jenny carefully put Luke's card in her purse. She was slightly reassured by Luke's promise. At least, she felt that she could pay the young officer for inside information from the police department. Luke, however, had other plans. Jenny had bought weed from drug dealers. For Luke, she was a gold mine. As long as he kept an eye on her and even pretended to befriend her, Luke might be able to catch a big fish with her help. Luke had never realized the importance of money until he came to Lowe's Angels. He would need a tremendous amount of money to establish the network of informants that he had in mind. After solving Katie's case, he could cripple the dealers who had provided Jenny with the illegal drugs and shake them down for the money he needed. 105. Back-to-back encounters. The reward for this mission wasn't much. Luke speculated that it was probably because he hadn't apprehended Sergei. If he had caught the criminal, he should have gotten more than 100 experience points. Since the man had already run away, however, Luke decided to take a break. He had been busy the whole day walking around and then watching video footage. He was pretty exhausted, but it had definitely been worth it. At the very least, Elsa and Dustin took him more seriously now. Not everybody could crack a case in a single day. Luke did have some skills despite the fact that he had been transferred through connections. He wasn't as useless as they thought. By the time he returned home, it was already past 8 and night had fallen. Selena was watching TV in the living room. She sat up when she saw Luke. "Hey, you're back, so tell me, how does it feel to work a case in Beverly Hills?" 106. The only explanation for a trip. The next day, Luke went to a body shop that he had made an appointment with earlier and bought a second-hand Ford Focus. The vehicle had only been used for a year and was in good shape. Luke paid $10,000 for it. He then drove the second-hand Ford to the police station. Elsa was at her desk and looked exhausted. She greeted Luke when she saw him. "Let's go. Dustin's asking for you." Following Elsa, Luke asked, "You didn't get any sleep last night?" Elsa yawned and said, "No, I was busy looking into Sergei's files." Luke's interest was piqued. Why was she busy investigating Sergei? The commanding officer of the Major Crimes Division looked just as exhausted in his office. Dustin nodded at both of them and indicated that Luke should close the door. 107. Escape and the infatuated fatty. Luke immediately began to run because he smelled that Selev had left via the back entrance. After a brief daze, Elsa hurried to follow him. Sally was left confused. "Where are you going, Elsa?" Elsa had no time to answer her. She sped up and tried to catch up with Luke. Luke ran even faster. He burst out of the back gate several seconds later and turned left. By the time Elsa ran out of the back gate and looked to her right, Luke had already turned another corner. To the right of the back entrance was the main road, while there were several other villas to the left. It was a complicated environment. Naturally, it was thanks to Sharp Nose that Luke was able to track Selev. Right now, Luke had 24 strength and 20 dexterity. He was an extremely fast runner. In less than 1 minute, he saw Selev running wildly up ahead. Amused, Luke shouted, "Lapped! "Selev, don't move." But Selev only ran faster. 108, trip to New York and lovely girl. Sergei's son felt that it was enough. On the night they had agreed upon, Selev left the back gate unlocked. He even checked the rooms and windows before midnight in case Sergei's son broke in. After everything was done, he drank some alcohol and soon fell asleep. The next day, he discovered Sergei's son floating in the backyard pool, dead. Naturally, Selev didn't dare reveal that he knew the person. As it so happened, snobbish Katie was unwilling to cooperate with the police, and the investigation didn't go smoothly. Hence, Selev was never exposed. But that was all Selev would confess to. He wasn't an idiot and certainly wouldn't talk about how he had let Sergei in and helped the man drown Katie. Elsa knew that Selev was a major suspect in Katie's murder, but she decided to interrogate him about that later after Sergei was arrested. 109. Angel and kind-hearted helper. Luke looked at the little girl and asked, "Is she your daughter?" The middle-aged man responded with a smile, "Yes." Luke remarked, "She looks like an angel." "You must be a happy father." The man smiled even more delightedly, "Thank you." They chatted in low voices. Luke was a great conversationalist. He didn't ask any personal information, and they simply talked about interesting New York facts, like how cold it was in winter. While they were enjoying the conversation, the little girl in the middle wasn't as happy. "Hey, does either one of you want to switch with me?" After a brief daze, Luke shook his head. No, sorry for my disturbance. Please forgive me, beautiful lady." He then shrugged at the middle-aged man named Damon McCready. They smiled at each other and stopped talking. It was a 6-hour flight, and only 1 hour had passed. The rest of the trip would only be even more boring. 110, Operation and First Aid. Damon looked at him suspiciously. Luke, however, wasn't in a hurry to explain himself, but simply whispered to Damon the suspects' positions. Damon sat up straight and glanced at them. His face turned awful. If they were all terrorists, this plane would be in major trouble. The 4 terrorists were scattered on the plane, making it impossible to capture them all at once. But then Luke told him a piece of news that was even worse. "I think they have another accomplice in first class." Damon didn't know what to say. 5 terrorists, but there were only 3 people on his side, including Luke. Damon was confident in himself and his daughter, but not so much in Luke. Was Luke lying? Well, Luke had shown him his badge and medal. Damon, as a seasoned officer, could easily tell that the badge and medal were authentic. Then, was Luke joking with him? That was unlikely. 111, instant kill and emergency landing. If the terrorists acted and detonated their bombs as soon as Luke moved, he wouldn't have a chance to launch a counterattack. While taking action right now was dangerous, Luke had the initiative, which would be lost if he dawdled. Sometimes hesitation was the greatest mistake a police officer could make. Thankfully, since there were much fewer people in first class, Luke locked onto a bearded middle-aged man only 10 seconds later. While pretending to examine Mindy, Luke subtly whispered the man's location to Damon. Then, pretending that he had forgotten some medical instrument, Luke returned to the back of the plane. His nervousness startled everyone a little. Was the little girl his sister? When he reached the back of the plane, Lopez greeted him anxiously and said, "I've informed the captain." 112, Lucky Girl and Black Driver. Luke was under investigation for longer because he had killed a terrorist. The person who had been struck in the eye with Luke's knife had died on the spot. Luke, however, wasn't afraid. The dead person had been one of 2 bombers on board. He wouldn't be punished for killing the guy. The other bomber was the guy whose face Damon had smashed in. After Damon had knocked out the middle-aged man in first class, the father and daughter had immediately taken action. When Luke had flung his knife at one bomber and Damon knocked out the other, the girl had thrown the middle-aged man's Nokia phone out from behind the curtain. The phone, which was as heavy as a brick, had easily knocked out the last terrorist. Both Luke and Damon had only broken out in a sweat later when it was discovered that the phone had actually been a detonation device, while another detonation device had been on the guy knocked out by the phone. 113. Settling in and negotiations. They showed their IDs and left their luggage in the care of the janitor. After asking for directions, They headed for the Organized Crime Control Bureau office. After wandering around the largest local police department in the country for almost an hour, Elsa and Luke finally found Britt Joel, the Organized Crime Control Bureau officer whom they were supposed to work with. This Britt was only a sheriff, and just a tad higher in rank than Luke. LAPD was paying attention to this case, because the death of a famous star in their jurisdiction was too significant. But for NYPD, Sergei Mazanov was just one of countless gangsters in New York and wasn't really a big deal. Britt had been told to work with Luke and Elsa mostly because he had been investigating Sergei's gang. He wasn't exactly friendly toward his colleagues from Los Angeles. 114, renting a place and becoming familiar with the environment. Luke would kill the drug dealers, collect their money, and destroy their goods. They would lose everything. As they talked, Belle led him to an old apartment. Belle opened the garage with a remote and drove the cab inside. Luke was a little stumped. "You're not trying to rob me, right? I've only been working for a few months. I don't have any money." Belle laughed and thwacked his shoulder. "You're fun, kid. Get out. Let me show you a temporary rental." They left the garage and climbed the iron fire escape outside the building to the 3rd floor, where Luke saw a few rooms. "This is my boyfriend's place." He modified the 3rd floor into single-unit apartments. "Two of them happen to be empty right now," said Belle. Luke remarked, "You're definitely going to be rich." Belle was amused. "Aren't you sweet, kid? For your sweet mouth, I'll give you a lower rent." 115, selecting a target and attack. Thus, Luke talked to Belle and asked her for a bunch of tiny balls. The balls were very small but heavy. It was easy for Luke to cause a dent in a criminal's head by throwing a ball at them. He could also cripple the enemy if he hit them in their joints. With the balls, he knocked guns out of the hands of numerous gangsters and put a stop to several robberies as well as one rape. He didn't even reveal himself when he threw the balls from 10 meters away. As for fingerprints, naturally, he wore gloves. Luke was rather tempted by how he could earn credit simply by wandering the streets. New York, the capital of crime, was truly the best place for him to reap experience and credit. There were countless petty crimes, which meant countless experience and credit. Luke didn't feel like he had done anything by the end of the day, but he earned more than 130 experience and credit points each day. 116. Robbery, reunion, and unprofessionalism. The gangsters looked at each other in bewilderment. Luke released the pause button and the device said again coldly, "Speak, or you will all die." At that moment, the bathroom door opened and a young Latino man came out. Astounded, he reached for his gun. But in Luke's eyes, the man was moving in slow motion. Luke even had the time to glance at the 4 men and the woman in front of him before he pulled the trigger. Bam, bam, bam. After 3 gunshots, 3 men, including the one at the bathroom door, collapsed. All of them had been shot in the head. They were as dead as could be. They had all reached for their guns but hadn't had the chance to draw them. Luke had leveled up to level 8 after the failed hijacking, and he had allocated the 4 stat points to strength. 117, default and operation. Luke listened to her and nodded, showing that he had memorized the address. The girl asked, "You won't leak our identities, will you?" Luke shook his head and typed again, "Maybe we're the same sort of people. I wouldn't have said your name if I wanted you dead. Rather, I can give you some tech support." The girl was curious. "What tech support?" Luke raised the phone in his hand and typed, "For example, the gadget in my hand can prevent you from being recognized by your voice." The girl asked, "Is it a gift?" After a brief silence, Luke typed, "Business is business. I don't care about money, but making devices like these requires money. Besides, you aren't looting the drug dealers for personal entertainment, are you?" The girl thought for a moment and agreed with him. "We can pay, but how will we get the money to you?" Luke scratched his head. 118, action, ambush, and 4 women. It wasn't until noon that Britt finally came back. He asked Luke and Elsa to come to the meeting room. 17 officers were already in the meeting room. Including Britt, Luke, and Elsa, they made a team of 20. Britt began to lay out his plan. According to sources, Sergei was going to pick up a batch of goods, which could either be drugs, weapons, or even human beings. Sergei's gang wasn't big, so it wasn't unusual that the boss would personally take action. That was also why Berit didn't think very much of him. The bosses of bigger gangs would never get involved personally in transactions. Hence, even if they were caught, they could still get their lackeys to take the blame. Berit was soon done with his introduction. Luke was slightly surprised. He asked Elsa in a low voice, "Sergei is carrying it out in the middle of the day. Isn't that too blatant?" 119. Long legs, robbery, and bike. The women had legally crossed the border as models from Brazil. Luke listened in amusement to the officer's reports. In the next instant, Berit angrily called off the operation, leaving some of the officers behind to watch Sergei. Luke and Elsa were back at the desk they shared. Elsa was also confused. "What's going on with Sergei? He went through all this trouble to meet 4 women. Aren't they just a few models?" Luke chuckled, "They're more than that." Elsa was excited. "Did you notice something?" Luke said, "They're 4 models with particularly long legs. It's like they have nothing but legs below their necks." Elsa was speechless. "Do you think this is funny?" Luke grinned. He didn't really know what Sergei was up to. There were still too many uncertainties. But since it was Berit's case, all Luke needed to do was wait. 120. Car accident and sexy girls. Luke hastily stopped when the light turned red at an intersection. At that moment, a fat young man charged at him from across the street and flashed his badge. "NYPD, I need your..." Crack, boom, bam. Bam, bam. Luke was stunned by the young officer and the cars not far behind him. Just as the guy who had called out NYPD tried to stop Luke, the first car behind him braked abruptly, and the second car after that hurriedly swerved to the side, only to flip over. The cars behind crashed into each other like dominoes. Luke estimated that at least 20 cars were involved. 2 of them even flew into the air before they fell, like a scene in a movie. Luke looked at the young officer in shock. What was this guy's problem? The officer was also stunned for a moment at the pileup he had caused. But then he suddenly put his badge into his pocket and ran away, as if he had nothing to do with it. This man was truly a genius. 121. A rewarding robbery and superficiality. Luke chuckled. Just now, another bank robbery took place in Manhattan. 4 robbers disappeared in a BMW 760 Lee after the job. Stunned for a moment, Elsa realized what he was implying. "Are you saying that the 4 women are the robbers?" Luke said, "It's just a guess, and I don't have any evidence. However, do you think it can help us?" Elsa frowned. Whether or not the 4 women were robbers, they were the ones, not Sergei, who were committing the crime. Thus, there was no value in this case for her and Luke. However, the women hadn't started robbing banks until after they met Sergei. Also, the female robbers had robbed 2 banks in a row. NYPD had to be desperate to catch them. It would be possible for her and Luke to get something out of this. They might be able to negotiate for law enforcement power in Sergei's case. Of course, the odds weren't high, but it was still worth a shot. 122. Acquaintance, man of disaster and coincidence. But Luke frowned a moment later. Why was there a familiar scent? And was it Belle? Luke scratched his head. Why was his landlord driver here? Except for the fact that her driving was as good as theirs, she shouldn't have anything to do with the robbers, right? Luke didn't enter the building. He sniffed the air again before he stepped onto his bike with a weird look on his face and peeped through a window. Inside the body shop, 2 unlucky people, 1 man and 1 woman, were being held at gunpoint. 2 other women were arguing. Luke couldn't understand them. They seemed to be speaking Portuguese. It did make sense when he recalled that the robbers were from Brazil. It was the gorgeous lady driver from that morning who was pointing a gun at Belle and the man. Judging from her argument with her partners, however, she didn't seem inclined to pull the trigger. 123. Relationship? Where is the loot? The whole thing was purely a coincidence. The 4 women had reached out to Sergei through a mutual friend. One party wanted to rob and the other party wanted to earn money, so they soon reached a deal. However, based on the looks on their faces, Luke didn't think that either party would compromise on the money. The 4 women had control of the situation for now. They had carried out 2 successful robberies and looted about 8 million, but they hadn't given anything to Sergei yet. According to their deal, they would rob one last bank in 2 days. After that, they would meet with Sergei and give him the money. Luke chuckled. Things were getting interesting. Using the phone, he recorded a video of the 2 parties conversing, and after they left, he returned home in high spirits. It was close to 1 in the morning, and the subway had stopped running. Luke could only ride all the way back home. 124. Surveillance and Elsa's plan. After the loot was transferred, the 4 women would change the color of the BMW 760 Li before leaving the crime scene. No wonder NYPD had never caught them or discovered the loot. Luke wasn't tempted by the money at all. He would never take that cash. Technically speaking, the money belonged to the banks, and he would be guilty of illegal procurement if he took it. He could certainly grab the money off the women, but they hadn't killed anyone during the robberies, and had only knocked out 2 security guards who had tried to resist. The system might not allow Luke to blatantly rob the women of their money. Furthermore, the money they had looted was too much, which would affect how much credit he would lose if the system disapproved. Luke didn't intend to waste his credit on them. He simply turned into a videographer again and filmed them packing away the money. 125. Request, questions, and discrimination. It was obvious that Elsa's plan was to stop the women if they could, and hand over the loot and the robbers to NYPD. But wouldn't that be a slap in the face for NYPD? They were here to help NYPD with a case, but if they eventually cracked NYPD's case for them, that might end up being a disaster. Elsa, however, was tempted. She was an ambitious woman and liked to control everything. Her patience had run out after being ignored in NYPD for a week. She had to hold back before this because she was under someone else's roof. Luke, however, had gotten his hands on massive leverage which might very well see Sergei's case transferred back to the Los Angeles Police Department. How could she not be tempted? Elsa smiled. "Do you think I'm like you? We know what you did in Houston. You remember how your boss disliked you from the beginning, right?" 126. Favor and God of Misfortune. Belle had to be in some kind of trouble. She was a great driver, and the license plates on her cab could be switched out. She didn't race all the time, either. How could the police have caught her? Luke remembered the unlucky officer who had been with her and felt that he had his answer. Putting the thought out of his mind, he returned to his apartment and began to craft equipment. He finally completed a few pieces in the evening. One of them was very small. It was a backup device that he intended to install on the A8 that had the money. If he succeeded, it would be practically impossible for the A8 to run away. The other 2 devices were a little like landmines, except that the damage would be centered on the vehicle and not the people inside. What Luke was really worried about was the women's racing skills. 127. Shower show. None of the 4 women were visible. Luke wasn't in a hurry to move forward. Instead, he took a deep breath to determine their location. They were resting in a shack that was situated in one corner of the warehouse. It was possible to see the warehouse from the shack's window, but the view would be limited. Luke unhurriedly approached the car in the shadows of the warehouse. The car wasn't far from the shack, and the women inside would hear him if he made any noise. Thankfully, they didn't have any advanced weapons. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem for Luke even if they did. Luke stopped near the shack and took another deep breath to locate the 4 women. 2 were watching TV, one was playing on her phone, and the last was taking a shower. The shampoo fragrance drifted over almost as if on its own accord. Luke smiled and approached the car. 128. Deadlock and ambush. Belle was busy for another half an hour before she finally stopped. After a short break, she washed her hands and returned to the 2nd floor. Her sweetheart in the room was already snoring. Belle gritted her teeth to keep herself from kicking him off the bed. The next morning, Luke was woken up by Elsa again. This time, he didn't answer the door until he was dressed. He asked Elsa to sit down while he washed his face. When he was almost done, Elsa asked, "What did you find yesterday?" Luke shrugged and said, "Nothing new." Elsa wasn't very disappointed. After all, they were already clear on the robbers' plan. Luke added, "However, I tampered with their car. I think it's possible to stop the car at the right moment." Dazed for a moment, Elsa then got excited. The robbers were important, but the $8 million even more so. 129. A third robbery and the fish escaping the hook. It would be best to settle everything within New York, or Nassau police would become involved if the robbers escaped into their jurisdiction. Luke felt lucky when he saw how busy the road was. It was a good thing he had tampered with the robbers' car, or they could very easily cause a car pile up in a traffic jam like this when they chased the women later. He wasn't Watson, and he didn't plan on causing any disasters. Belle was so bored in the car that she turned on the radio and listened to a rather funky rap. Elsa said helplessly, "Belle, can you switch to the local news? We might hear something about the women's next job." Belle thought that made sense. She certainly couldn't miss out on any news related to the foe who had made her lose her car. Luke, however, grinned. Elsa didn't need radio updates at all. Luke had been eavesdropping on the robbers, and everything was under control. 130. Playing baseball isn't enforcing the law. The enormous impact caused the driver to collapse, and he was too dizzy to react. Playing baseball didn't have anything to do with enforcing the law, right? Luke muttered to himself and punched the driver in the back of the head. Then, he groped around for the driver's gun and picked up his baseball, putting them both in his pocket. The gun would be handy in an emergency, as long as no one found out that Luke was the shooter. Luke sped up after he took care of the driver. The four women were about to be surrounded. In a few minutes, they would have to surrender if they didn't want to be killed. Luke, who intended to take advantage of the chaos, certainly wouldn't allow that to happen. From 30 meters away, Luke saw Sergei grab his lackey's AK and aim at a fleeing robber. Luke exclaimed inwardly. It was the electrifying woman whom Sergei was aiming at. Luke certainly couldn't allow that. 131. Domination and helpful baseball. He was brutal, bloodthirsty, and vindictive only when his enemy was as strong as he was. However, half of his men had been killed before they could even figure out where the super killer was. How could Sergei expect to fight such an enemy? He was brutal and bloodthirsty, but his enemy was even more so. He had more men, but his enemy had better skills. "Let's retreat. Don't bother with the killer." Sergei's heart was bleeding as he spoke. Not only had he lost the chance to acquire the 10 million in loot, he had also lost a huge number of his underlings, not to mention that he would probably be wanted by NYPD after this. This was really a huge loss. Hiding among the cars, Luke observed Sergei and chuckled. "You want to run? Wouldn't all my efforts be for nothing if you run away? 132, gamble or fight." Luke grinned and nodded to his left. "Ask your partner who it was that I carried here." The woman from the truck had her gun pointed at Luke. The electrifying girl asked her something in Portuguese, only to be shocked by the reply. The young man who looked like a high school student had truly caught Sergei. Luke finally said to the woman from the truck, "My lady, please don't point your gun at me, or I will kill you first if I have to take action." The woman hesitated for a moment, but did put her gun down. She was the only one who knew that her gun had run out of bullets. Luke smiled. "Good girl. Now, beautiful lady, your name is Vanessa, isn't it?" The electrifying girl glanced at him and asked, "What do you want? Money or something else?" Luke grinned. "It's simple. You can either make a bet with me or fight me barehanded. I'll let you go whether you win or lose." 133. American style. Elsa said, "I'm a Los Angeles police officer, all right." Luke said, "Do you think they can really see your badge from there? Just flash it and order them to stop." Elsa did so doubtfully. As it turned out, the A8 went even faster after Elsa showed them her badge. Elsa was lost for words. "Belle, drive past them and pull the cab over. I'm going to force them to stop." Belle asked, "What the hell? You're not trying to make me stop them American style, are you?" Elsa said, "This is a cab. I'm saying that I'm going to get out and force them to stop with my gun, okay?" Belle was relieved. "No problem at all, just watch." A moment later, Elsa was standing in the middle of the road, a gun in one hand and her badge in the other as she signaled for Vanessa to pull over. Vanessa frowned. She had been stepping on the gas pedal but couldn't accelerate as fast as the car could go. 134, a slice of the cake. Belle got out and went over to the A8. Her eyes glowed as she remarked, "This car has definitely been modified." Luke asked, "Can you open the car door?" Belle chuckled. "Not a problem." She fetched a tool she had made herself and opened the A8's door in 2 minutes. Luke thanked her and sat in the driver's seat, making sure that the prize was under his control. Leaving the door open, he took a deep breath and remarked, "Ah, the scent of money." Belle clicked her tongue and said, "Of course, this isn't a cheap car." Luke said, "It certainly isn't. It's worth at least 10 million. Belle was suspicious. "Really? I think that's way too much." Marta soon arrived. She asked Luke and Elsa for the robbers' whereabouts as soon as she saw them. Elsa asked curiously, "I told you they turned back. You didn't encounter them." Marta was rather embarrassed. 135, Miss Vanessa, here's the food you ordered. Luke passed through various back alleys as he tracked the faint scent. Eventually, he found himself before a rundown building. He observed the building for a while. It was an apartment building, but it was old and in a state of disrepair. There were some residents in the building who were mostly poor or problematic ones, such as illegal immigrants or certain criminals. After a brief moment of observation, Luke simply picked up his bike and went upstairs. He met a mother and a daughter on his way. They weren't surprised to see the bike over Luke's shoulder. Whatever vehicle was parked downstairs, bike or car alike, would be gone in 10 minutes. Luke took another deep breath on the 3rd floor to determine the situation inside one of the apartments. He finally put down his bike and said, "Hello, here's the food you ordered." There was nothing but silence inside. Luke chuckled, "Miss Vanessa, the food you ordered is here." 136, treat and splitting the credit. Delighted, the boss even offered Luke a steamed goose head. "Only real gourmets know how delicious this is." Luke was speechless. "Aren't you giving the goose head to me because you can't sell it?" Luke thanked the boss for the freebie, then rode the bike back to his apartment. At that moment, Vanessa's abilities were no longer unavailable in the system. Luke was now qualified to study her abilities after defeating her in close combat. It was also the reason why Luke hadn't handed them over to the police. It would be poor manners to hand them over to the police after he had qualified to learn Vanessa's abilities. More importantly, the girl was charming and didn't piss him off. He didn't want to help NYPD catch her. He wasn't a New York police officer, nor was he Spider-Man who vowed to catch every criminal, but who knew whether or not Vanessa would continue to be plagued by bad luck. 137. Respect Aunt Elsa. If Luke planned on being promoted to sergeant, however, he would have to meet those requirements, or other people would come down on him for it. Elsa thought hard for a long time before she finally calmed down. She began to work on the case report. Luke, on the other hand, went to Belle's room with the food that Elsa hadn't touched. But before he could knock on the door, he already heard the sounds of people having sex inside the room. Luke simply shook his head and said loudly at the door, "Belle, I brought you some special food. I'm leaving it at the door." "Bye." He put the food down and returned to his apartment. He turned on the TV and watched the news, finally able to relax. He checked the abilities which Sergei's lackeys had, but none of them were useful. As he expected, those gangsters had nothing remarkable at all. 138, farewell gift and safe return. Chewing on his hamburger, Luke asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Elsa shook her head. "Captain Marta was even more courteous today after word of your performance yesterday spread. Berit even said good morning to me. He. I always thought that his eyes were on the ceiling." Luke said, "I prefer money to fame." Elsa chuckled. "There's no reward money, but it's easier for us to do our job now. We should have been kept for 3 days of questioning, according to standard procedure, but I'm already done on my end. What about you?" Luke said, "I think everything is over now. Does this mean we can go back to Los Angeles tomorrow?" Elsa thought for a moment and nodded. "I'll ask the boss later. If he says it's fine, we'll go back." They had completed their mission to apprehend Sergei. Where Sergei would be incarcerated depended on the negotiations between the police departments and wasn't any of their business. 139, cooking and reminiscing. Luke walked around the apartment, including Selina's room. Since he was away, Selina left her room door open. Luke couldn't help but shake his head at the bras that were strewn everywhere, her clothes from when she had changed in the morning, and the messy sheets and blankets on her bed. Selina was indeed as much of a slob as ever. His own room was a lot tidier. Everything had been put away neatly. Well, Luke had done most of it earlier on, and Selina had merely added a few items that belonged to him. Luke then checked the kitchen and discovered that the cooking utensils and seasoning that he had bought in Houston were all here. He opened the fridge, only to shake his head. There was nothing in the fridge except 2 cartons of milk, a few Dr. Peppers, and some cheese. 140, save your actions for your mom. People anywhere had staple food. In Asia, it was noodles and rice. In Western countries, it was bread, cake, or pizza. Without staples, most people wouldn't feel full and maybe even uncomfortable after a meal. The pizza was already ready. Luke heated 2 pieces in the microwave for himself and Selina. Selina was so happy that her eyes narrowed into slits when she smiled. She liked food more than anything else. She hadn't realized it until Luke started cooking for them every day after work in Houston, when Brock didn't give them much to do. Luke had known how to cook in his previous life, although he wasn't exactly good at it. Cooking prep was also tedious, so he barely cooked. He was much stronger and faster in this world, however, so cooking became something he enjoyed doing. 141, award and promotion. Selina said, "I forgot." "Darling, I know that you're the best." Luke said, "Save that for your mom." On their way to the police department, Luke asked Selina how work had been for her recently. Selina replied that everything was under control and that she was learning much more here than in Houston. Donald, her partner, wasn't very remarkable, but he was reliable and barely made any mistakes. He was also familiar with the standard procedures of the Major Crimes Division. From that point of view, Donald was a great teacher. Luke was quite satisfied, too. He didn't want Selina to just sit around. Police officers who just sat around might become public enemy number 1. They soon reached the police department. Selina parked the car and Luke headed in first. Luke was the one who bought the car, but Selina had been driving it. Luke had only driven it once on the day he bought it. 142, Christmas Eve and a date. The Christmas break in America was usually 2 weeks long and ran from 22 December to 5 January in the new year. Many people also took annual leave during this time, which meant that they got a 1-month holiday. In the end, Catherine said that she would consider it. Even if they did visit LA, they would celebrate Christmas at home first. Luke said that it was fine and declared that he would pay for their trip. Robert wasn't happy. "You think you're rich now, boy?" Luke gloated. "Haha, I just received a $2,000 reward for cracking a case." "How does that sound?" Robert was defeated. He didn't know what to say. Shackelford was too small a town. There was barely any reward money here unless he ran into drug dealers. "Fine, you can pay for our trip." Robert gnashed his teeth and gave the phone to Catherine. 143, Christmas Eve and colleague. Selina asked, "But she's not going home for Christmas." Luke shrugged. "You know that many kids run wild and never go home once they get free." Jimna said that she wanted to stay here and try her luck. Selina asked, "At becoming a star?" Luke said in amusement, "No, she's changed her goal. A manager in her company called Gennaro enlightened her, and she wants to see if she can work in the finance sector." Selina remarked, "Is she drunk? Aren't finance people all from Ivy League schools? Did she even pass maths in high school?" Luke secretly agreed with her. Finance was all about numbers, and considering Jimna's lack of talent in maths, it was unlikely that she would become a finance elite. But Luke could only say, "She's still young. Nobody can stop her from trying everything, that's her right." Selina didn't say anything. It indeed wasn't her place, nor was it Luke's, to tell Jimna what or what not to do with her future. 144, Reunion and Communication. Before he finished, the elevator had reached their stop, and the doors opened to a rowdy party. Luke shrugged to indicate that he couldn't hear anything anymore before he followed John out. They wandered around, looking for their respective people. Luke soon spotted Jimna, who was serving wine on a tray as a waitress. He shook his head slightly, not really optimistic about his ex-girlfriend's choice. But if she didn't try, she wouldn't know. The best Luke could do was to give her a hand when she needed it. A man suddenly jumped at them and Luke subconsciously dodged him. As a result, the man fell on John, who was next to Luke. The man kissed John's stubbly face and cried, "Merry Christmas." Luke was amused. Baffled, John wiped his face and asked with a wry smile, "Is this the Californian style?" Luke nodded and patted his shoulder. "I'm going to meet my friend. See you, John, and Merry Christmas." 145. Clear the battlefield. Jimna didn't say anything. She put on her clothes and wondered if anyone was coming. If anyone discovered Luke and her fooling around here, she would lose her internship and probably be punished by her school. So she dressed quickly. Luke turned away and put on his own clothes. Thankfully, he was wearing casual clothes and his jacket, pants, and shoes were on in 10 seconds. Then he whispered to Jimna, who was powdering her face, "There are gunshots downstairs. I think something's happened." Jimna was about to exclaim in surprise in his arms, but Luke was prepared for her reaction and covered her mouth. Luke continued, "Is there a place in this building with a lot of furniture and nobody around right now?" Jimna licked Luke's hand, and he finally realized that he was still covering her mouth. He hurriedly let her go. 146, give me the code and rob and run. "Mr. Takagi, I do not care about the data from your headquarters. I only need the code," the unknown man said in his mellow voice. "What do you want exactly?" said the old man named Takagi. "Nakatomi Corporation made a fortune in the past 2 years. We know that there's a secret vault underneath your tower with $640 million in bearer bonds," said the man. Luke now realized why the 40 criminals were attracted to this place. They were going after $640 million. Bearer bonds sounded like a sophisticated product, but there weren't as many of them nowadays, since it was the best means by which criminals could transfer money. They were no longer released in most countries, and bearer bonds redeemed by the government were then destroyed. The old man named Takagi was angry. "What kind of terrorists are you? You just want money." 147. No meeting and SWAT attack. The conference room was now a mess. The long desk that Luke and Jimna had used was riddled with bullet holes. A criminal lay on it dead, and there was another body not far away. "Wow, John's quite good," Luke chuckled inwardly. His sharp nose had informed him that it was Detective John McClane who was inside. He then heard Detective John speaking furiously into a walkie-talkie. "F*CKU, that's right, I'm making fun of the police. Why don't you come and arrest me? I'm at Nakatomi Plaza." The man probably didn't have his cell phone on him. Luke quite admired the harried, barefooted man in a ragged vest. Detective John wasn't Luke, who had a system and was far stronger than an ordinary person. He was just a regular police officer, but he had the guts to go up against 15 criminals. But Luke didn't think now was a good time to meet up with Detective John. 148. Professional criminals, John on a rampage, and Luke's triple kill. The criminals were true professionals. They even carried an RPG. In less than 5 seconds, a second rocket missile hit the armored car again, blowing it up into a gigantic fireball. Luke cursed in his heart. The criminals turned out to have more than one RPG. At that moment, Dustin called him. "Hey, Luke, how's it going on your end?" Luke said, "Boss, you better tell the commander here what you know about the criminals." A SWAT team just charged in the moment they came. Several men and an armored car have been wiped out. Dustin was stunned for a moment. "What?" Luke said, "Just now, those people shot the police's armored car with RPGs and turned it into a big fireball." Dustin gasped, "Where are the terrorists from?" Luke shook his head. "No, boss, they're here for money." "They're not terrorists." 149. A chaotic Christmas Eve. As he spoke, Luke quickly searched the bodies of the criminals. He found 3 M1911 magazines and 2 for a ump. He also took a holster and tactical vest off one of the criminals and strapped the magazines he had just looted to the vest. Everything took him less than a minute. Everybody was dumbfounded as they watched the young officer, who seemed too familiar with this looting business. Luke nodded at them. "You'll evacuate when the police helicopter gets here. Tell them to come back again ASAP. I'll bring the rest of the hostages to the roof. Do you understand?" All the hostages nodded. Luke suddenly beamed. "Oh, I almost forgot. Merry Christmas." The hostages were lost for words. "Do we look merry at all?" Luke, in the meantime, entered the elevator and went down to the 30th floor. But the electricity went out in the whole building at that moment. 150, John's furious charge and Luke's silent assistance. 10 seconds later, Luke landed at the bottom of the elevator shaft. After checking his surroundings with sharp nose, he left through the elevator doors on the second floor. Luke quietly walked along the second floor with his sharp nose fully activated. There were roughly 30 criminals scattered around on the first floor who were opening fire and retreating at the same time. There was a person who was shooting back at them from around the first corner. It was none other than the resolute detective John McClane. Luke observed the battle from the stairs and didn't help John immediately. Suddenly, his face changed. He went downstairs again to the underground garage. Luke scanned the garage from the cover of the door. 2 vans were parked not far away, and someone was loading something into a nondescript Ford. Luke squinted. 151, a professional at stealing credit. John smiled miserably, unable to calm down. He slowly lowered his ump and tossed it aside. Hans smiled. "That's right. It's better for you to die. You son of a B*TCH, you killed so many of my men. Now go to hell, Banged. Suddenly something flew out from the back and hit Hans in the back of his head. Hans collapsed and passed out. John was stunned. It looked like a baseball. He looked somewhat blankly at Hans, who was unconscious. A Beretta 92F was plastered to his back, just within reach when he had his hands up. It was supposed to be his final move. Luke smiled and walked out from behind a cement pillar. "It's so nice to see that you're all right, Detective John." John was surprised. What makes you think I'm all right?" "I'm injured all over. I'm not fine at all." Luke spread his hands and said, "Forgive me, but Hans can't die. Lapt needs him alive for interrogation, so I had to knock him out instead." 152. The Deputy Director's Reminder. The Chief of the Special Forces shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The Deputy Director wants to see you." Luke was rather surprised. The Deputy Director was also known as the Deputy Chief. There were only 2 people above the Deputy Chief, namely, the Assistant Chief of Police and the Chief of Police. But these top 2 positions were in fact only responsible for administrative matters instead of actual cases themselves. The Deputy Chief was always the commander at the very top when it came to the actual cases, and furthermore only got involved in major cases. Luke took Takagi and Jimna to the other side of the garage and drove his Ford out. He was stopped at the exit. After he showed his badge and both he and his car were examined, he was allowed to pass several minutes later. He didn't want to take the bus to work tomorrow, so he had to drive his car out. 153. Folly in the competition for credit. Luke wasn't bothered. He never took the big shots' chumminess seriously, since it was only routine behavior for them most of the time, and weren't their true feelings at all. The interrogation that followed, however, was quite interesting. He was questioned by 2 parties, namely the FBI and Lapt. What was interesting was that the FBI tried to prove that Luke hadn't played an important role, while LAPD's questions highlighted his contribution. For example, the FBI's people would ask, "Why did you let the hostages run amok until our men saved them, instead of protecting the hostages until they left safely?" Then LAPD would immediately ask, "After escorting the hostages to the roof, what forced you to leave them to return downstairs and take down the criminals, ultimately ensuring the hostages' safety?" Most of the time, Luke simply enjoyed the show that was in fact a squabble dressed up as an inquiry. 154. Appeasing Selina. Luke somehow felt relaxed when he saw Selina watching TV lazily on the couch. Seeing how comfortable her life was made him feel that his own life was just as comfortable. That was what Luke thought in his heart. Selina, on the other hand, glanced at him and didn't say anything. Luke greeted her and went to look for food in the fridge. A moment later, he exclaimed, "Selina, where's the beef? The roast chicken and the cake?" Luke had every reason to be shocked because all the food had been prepared for 2 people. But it was all gone? Suspicious, Luke went over to Selina and observed her carefully for a moment. Finally, he couldn't take it any longer and raised her shirt above her stomach. Selina cried out angrily, "What are you doing, jerk?" Luke looked at her bulging belly, lost for words. "You're not going to tell me that you're 3 months pregnant after just one day, right?" 155. Takagi's little gift. Luke didn't actually expect a reward from Takagi, even if the latter had given Luke his card and called him his lifesaver. He knew very well what the Japanese were like. The people of this country were modest, trustworthy, polite, and respectful, and attached great importance to social hierarchy. However, they also had the potential to overturn anything that stood above them, and might burst out on a rampage and turn into bloodthirsty beasts that weren't bound by any sort of code of conduct. They also recorded their deeds and passed them down as tales through the generations. They were a highly complicated and controversial people. Thus, Luke didn't expect much from Takagi. While the man had bowed to him, it might have been out of polite habit and didn't necessarily mean that he really thought highly of Luke. 156. New gift and another level. The truth, however, was that an American police officer could kill a citizen when they determined that the latter was threatening their life. But they weren't obliged to protect a citizen when the citizen's life was under threat. The Supreme Court ruling in 1981 had set up the ground rule. The American police had no specific duty to protect a citizen one. Of course, the pressure which the media put on the police was a different matter. It was actually the leadership of the police department, instead of the bottom-level officers who were affected by that pressure. Takagi said, "So, I'll make sure that your family has fun in Lowe's Angels, but you must not decline my personal gratitude." Luke smiled bitterly, "But Mr. Takagi, you'll make me the target of jealousy in my police department." 157. Champagne, steak, and a bubble bath. Luke rolled his eyes. "That's just a big bathtub, all right? Besides, you can also heat up the water. You can take a bath right now if you want." Selina's eyes glittered. "Darling Tilda." Luke said, "Wait. Let me think about it." After some consideration, he decided not to argue with Takagi anymore. Takagi was a successful old man who was insistent and clever. Luke wasn't confident that he could persuade him to change his mind. Luke had nothing to say if Takagi believed that his life was worth this villa. Luke could give him a hand again if he ever needed it. He knew that that might have been Takagi's plan all along. Considering Luke's abilities, Takagi might have to ask for his help one day. This house was both a gesture of gratitude and an advance investment. This house was indeed worth a lot, but it was still nothing for Takagi. 158. Family Reunion and Holiday Celebration, Part 1. If Luke went to college right now, he would only be 22 when he got his degree 4 years later. A 22-year-old sergeant? That would be too unbelievable. Elsa was 32, and she had only been promoted to sergeant recently. Luke's recent achievements were so astonishing that Dustin had subconsciously forgotten his age. Dustin rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. "Well, we'll be getting some new cars. Do you have a favorite model?" Luke thought for a moment and said, "I'll just use the same as everyone else. Any car will do for me." Dustin nodded his head, satisfied that Luke didn't get cocky. The second thing that Dustin talked to Luke about was the robbers that Luke had killed and injured. But since Luke didn't have any outrageous requests, Dustin promised to take care of everything for him. "What a nice young man," Dustin remarked inwardly. 159. Family Reunion and Holiday Celebration, Part 2. Luke couldn't avoid telling his parents about the Nakatomi Corporation case, but he didn't say anything about the gunfight which he had been involved in back in New York, in case they worried about him. He simply entertained Catherine with some of the funnier cases he had worked on, like the one where a woman quarreled with a clerk, and in a fit of fury threw her excrement at the latter. Catherine immediately hit him angrily. It was a good thing they were only drinking then, or they might have thrown up at that story. Luke could only change the subject and talk about a woman who climbed a fence to take a shortcut, only for her underwear to get stuck in the fence, and she had to call the police for help. Catherine was unconvinced. What underwear was she wearing? Robert was also suspicious. Was her ass not swollen? But Catherine looked at him angrily, and he hurriedly shut up. 160. Trickery and Secret Base. Claire even said that she would visit Luke and Selena whenever she was on break. Luke could only smile wryly. He and Selena would be too busy with work to spend time with family. Catherine, however, knew very well how busy a police officer was. She quickly shut down Claire's idea, then said, "If you really want to come here, try to go to USC or UCLA. You'll be able to work here and live in the same city as the big celebrities." Claire declared, "All right, I'll study harder." Luke was amused by how gullible kids were. Joseph realized that he would have to wait another 12 years or so before he could come here. Time flew by. On January 3, Luke sent his family to the airport. Claire cried when they said their goodbyes. Joseph was also reluctant to go. Robert and Catherine were much better. They simply patted Luke's shoulder, hugged him, and said goodbye. 161, Confidential Case and Big Star. Well, as someone who didn't read comics, Luke was under the impression that it was Alfred who made Batman's equipment. Luke was quite confident in his capability. After all, he could now jump from the 3rd floor of a building without getting hurt. All he needed to do was streamline certain movements so that his body could take the impact. He continued working late into the night. Selena checked on him at midnight but got bored and left. She wasn't interested in crafting. Luke took a shower and went to bed at 2 in the morning. On January 4, when most people were still enjoying their break, Luke returned to work with Elsa. Elsa greeted Dustin and gave him some gifts she got in Miami, which weren't very expensive but quite thoughtful. Then Elsa and Luke left the police department. Luke asked, "What's the case this time?" Driving the car, Elsa said, "This case has to be kept confidential." 162. Help from an awesome uncle and field investigation. Luke's strength was now 32, which was 6 times higher than that of a regular person. It couldn't be any easier for him to push people aside. This significantly reduced the pressure on the security guards. Luke didn't use many tricks. He simply stuffed the people who surged forward into the gaps in the crowd like stuffing stones into the cracks of a dam. It certainly couldn't stop the dam from collapsing, but it could delay the flood. Luke moved fast. The fans that he pushed back were squeezed on all sides by the crowd and couldn't move anymore, which in turn limited the actions of the people around them. The security team was able to speed up. They rushed into the exit passageway 10 seconds later. The light was dim. There was a middle-aged, unprepossessing-looking white man next to Luke, but Luke knew that the man wasn't simple. 163, Inspiration and Clues. Luke nodded his head and slowly stepped in. The air in the room was stale, probably because the room had been shut for days. Shira seemed uncomfortable. Luke looked at her and said, "You can stay by the door." Then he slowly circled the room. Shira looked at the young man curiously. She noticed that Luke didn't bump into anything in the room even though he had his eyes closed. Elsa glanced at Luke and then simply focused on her own inspection. 10 minutes later, Elsa left the room and shook her head. "I didn't notice anything unusual." Shira was slightly disappointed, but noticed that Luke was still inside and asked, "Where's your partner?" Elsa replied lightly, "He usually takes longer." Shira asked, "Why does he keep his eyes closed when he's searching the room?" 164, Uncle Grayson. "Do you have fried bugs?" The middle-aged man raised his hands, showing the gloves on them. "Let's not shake hands, I'm Grayson." "I'm only here to help." Luke said, "Nice to meet you, Grayson. You happen to have the same name as someone I know." Grayson turned his head. "Oh, who's that?" Luke replied casually, "Robert Grayson. He's kind of my foster father." Grayson's eyes glittered. "From Texas?" Luke was surprised. "Do you know him?" Grayson said calmly, "I think I do if he's a guy from Shackleford." Then he looked at Luke with an inscrutable expression. "Luke Cowlson, 18 years old. Also, if I remember correctly, you were at Westside Houston Police Department a few months ago, weren't you?" Luke was stunned. You are." 165, Shrink and Observation. After lunch, Grayson stayed and talked to Luke instead of leaving right away. Luke found that odd. "Is it okay for you to stay here when you're on a business trip?" Grayson looked at the sky and said, "It's fine. If anyone has a problem, I can just go back to Las Vegas. I don't like business trips anyway. Luke was rather impressed. Were top specialists all this self-assured? But it was true that they had every reason to be. The top specialists of any trade were busy, and they couldn't be bothered with anyone who wasn't happy with them. They didn't have time for everyone anyway. Old Grayson, for example, had a dozen cases sent to him from all over the country every day. It was entirely up to him if he wanted to pick up a case or not. If he felt like it, he could go on a business trip. If he didn't, he could just turn down the case. 166. Good mood and great food. Luke read the file. Bobby Mack's an animal tamer in a circus. Well, that's fun. He's good at taming animals and getting them to perform. Luke had some doubts. As a professional, he earns at least $200,000 a year, right? Why would he steal a diamond pendant? Elsa grimaced and said, I called Shira. She told me that this Bobby once confessed his feelings for her, but she rejected him. Luke was lost for words. Seriously. Bobby wasn't on the same level as Shira at all. Of course, that wasn't important. The important thing was that his job was hardly what a girl would like. Shira certainly wouldn't, given how she was allergic to animal fur. Reading the rest of the file, Luke shook his head. It seems that he gave up his life for love. Bobby was good at his job and had been living a decent life. But after developing an obsession with Shira, he quit his job to pursue her. 167. Headhunting and new mission. Dustin couldn't help but curse. Damn it, couldn't you have come sooner? I'm almost done here. Elsa didn't really care. She was too familiar with Dustin to feel upset. Then I'll take them back for my dinner, okay? They're specialties from a Michelin restaurant. Dustin said, I suddenly feel like I have more space in my stomach. Right, why did Luke buy you lunch? Elsa replied, he said that he was happy because he met his uncle. Dustin nodded and said, okay, you can go now. Elsa quickly left. Dustin was secretly relieved when Elsa left. Well, thank God it wasn't because of the personal reward. Suddenly Elsa was back. Boss, is there a new case? What personal reward? Dustin said solemnly, oh, I was talking about the last case. Takagi donated a large sum of money for us to upgrade our cars and communications, so Luke will probably get a new car. You're fine with that, right? 168. Dad is still dad. Luke was rather regretful that it didn't work out. He could only try again later. He tossed the wooden stick away and stuck a tracer to the man's clothes before he quickly left. When he returned home and saw Selina, who had just gotten off work, he told her that he was going to France the next day. Selina's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. Why don't I get the chance to go to France? I want to visit the Champs-Élysées. Luke touched her head and said, trust me, you'll be able to go there very soon and buy whatever you want. Selina looked at him, unconvinced. Are you dreaming? I'm so poor that I can't even keep myself full for now. Suddenly, she burped. Luke said, put your chocolates down first before you say that. There's no way you'll starve with that. Selina said pitifully, but I'll have to eat bloody hot dogs when you're away. Why are hot dogs everywhere in Los Angeles? 169. Temporary beautiful seatmate. Should he go for something big on the trip to France? When he returned, he could start his preparations to become a vigilante in Los Angeles. His experience and credit points would definitely skyrocket. After making plans, Luke raised his head only to see that Selina was still rubbing her belly. He was lost for words. Are you a pig? Go clean up the kitchen now. Selina got off the couch reluctantly. Luke called Elsa. Elsa, there's something that I need to talk to you about with Shira's case. After about 20 minutes, Luke put down the phone and sighed. I can only go with plan B now. Let's hope I can get what I want in the end. At 7 the next morning, Elsa drove her car to Luke's house and picked him up. They then apprehended the homeless Bobby Max in the slums in the South. After talking to the man, they checked into a hotel so that Bobby could clean himself up. 170. Oh, my English is bad. After saying goodbye to the two beautiful girls, Elsa and Luke waited for a cab outside Charles de Gaulle Airport. Elsa teased him. It seems you found someone on this Paris trip. That bubbly girl suits you very well. Luke smiled. Dream on. We had a nice chat on the plane, but that's it. Elsa was amused. Whatever you say, let's report to the police department first. The rest of the time is all yours. At that moment, a cab arrived, and a man in glasses staggered out and threw up in a dustbin. Elsa and Luke didn't think anything of it. Car sickness wasn't unusual, but they took a whiff of the cab when they got in. There was the vague smell of vomit, but they couldn't find any traces of it. The driver was a man with short hair. He turned his head and asked earnestly, "Are you in a hurry?" 171, business and bet. Luke smiled. As he thought, the super detective system wasn't restricted to America, nor was it limited to his identity as a police officer. It was simply a system on the side of justice. As long as he stopped crime, he would earn experience and credit wherever he was and whether or not other people saw it. He had already had this theory back in New York. Under the American police system, he had only been an ordinary person in New York, but he had still been able to earn experience and credit when he dealt with criminals. "Paris, I'm here." A moment later, Luke checked into a hotel. Daniel had recommended this hotel and had said that it was quite good. Paris's 16th arrondissement was where the middle class and the rich lived. A hotel here was a lot safer than one in any of the other districts. Although it was slightly expensive, Luke could still afford it. 172, Attack the Illegal Brothel, Part 1. 20 minutes later, Daniel dropped Luke off on the edge of Neuf-Trois. He sighed helplessly when Luke got out, but had no choice except to turn around and leave quickly. Daniel had been a cab driver in Paris for a long time, and he knew all sorts of people. He also knew that curiosity could get a person killed. Daniel had never once imagined he could become some important figure, nor was he interested in it. He was happy enough as a cab driver. Thus, Daniel prayed for the generous magnate so that he could win another 1,000 euros. Luke wasn't in a hurry to keep moving. Instead, he paid cash for a gray cloak, ordinary jeans, and a pair of ordinary shoes from a supermarket. They cost no more than 100 euros all up. Of course, such cheap clothes were shoddy in quality and style. He also asked the shop assistant to fetch him 2 bottles of water and some chocolate. 173, Attack the Illegal Brothel, Part 2. The remaining 2 gangsters were so scared that they didn't dare stick their heads out from behind cover again. Ignoring them, Luke walked out without any hesitation. At a turn, he suddenly threw out his empty pistols. 2 gangsters who were crawling forward warily were hit in the head and knocked out, unable to get back to their feet. Luke reached them and took their guns before he kicked them hard in the back of their heads. He then turned around and raised his gun. Bang. Bang, a guy who was craning his neck to see what was going had his head blown up. Scared,